everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, our kickoff festival here in the back end of 2024. Brand new season upon us. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rass. Another unseasonably warm Monaco day out there. Nobody is complaining, but perhaps temperatures that pale in comparison to the heat that we turned up yesterday as we crowned our very first champ of the festival. Matthias Eibinger finishing in 10th place, giving way to that final table. And before we dig into things here, Rasty, why don't we reflect, and for those that didn't join us for the live coverage, look back at event number 1, the Ultimate Slam, and how things played out.
400.
Pocket aces for Alex Theologus. With the blinds at 100, 200, he would min raise. Elton Sang would take his final 2 million, roughly 10 bigs, and ship it in there with a couple of nines, which lacked hope pre-flop. Hopes diminishing on flop. And turn, as you see Alex recognizing that Elton, a veteran of the dark arts, trying to will his way into some run good in a 2-outer, but instead finds his way into a 9th place finish. $95,000 added to his career Triton totals. And then expectant dad, Alex Ponikov's looking for some formula money. Pocket aces, a good formula with which to do that, made it $850. And ace 9 for the Estonian in his first ever Triton, Rano Sutla. Made it $1 million and was looking for a chop. And then all of a sudden a clean winner was available as well. Instead, a worry-free River would send his stack over to Ponikov's and send him a $115,000 payout as an 8th place finisher. Spain's Roberto Perez would wake up with a big pocket pair as the theme continued, and this time Ponikov's was on the receiving end. The Latvian with pocket 8s would jam in. Blinds had moved to 150 and 300. He had no diamond, and he had only 2 outs, and they would not show up. So the GGs were issued as Alex took home $159,000 for his 7th place finish. 6 would then remain as another
Could you do it slower?
Baltic State delegate, Dominykas Mikolaitis of Lithuania with Queen 6 of Hearts.
9 of heart. Take it.
9 of hearts is good.
Went up against 2 9s.
Solid.
Had a gut shot and an overcard.
5th chapter.
Then picked up the flush draw.
I teach that.
But perhaps a case of too many outs as he would fall to the Italian Enrico Camoshi, the two of them here at their first ever Triton Festival. $218,000, courtesy of the 6th place finish. Alex Theologus.
My nemesis.
With an ace.
Okay, surely this flip.
Moved all in. The German
Of
Tom
diamonds.
Fuchs, who got shut out at his first ever Triton Festival, now finding the money but not finding help on flop or turn with his King-Queen. 6-outer failed to come in, and he would take his turn, wrapping the rail and visiting the payout desk. $284,000 for his efforts. 4 then remained, and the Spaniard, Perez, getting leaned on by Brian Kim with Queen 9 offsuit, decided time to dig in.
Even less friendly now.
And pair of 5s for Brian would hop into the lead. Counterfeit opportunities revealed themselves on the turn, but none of the necessary kit would show up on the river, and Perez would be sent out in 4th. $356,000 going his way.
Molin.
Theologus,
Is
who
it
had been
called?
so aggressive at this FT, took a shot with
It's a draw,
Queen
never
Deuce. Flop top pair, and then all of a sudden on the turn, the gutter paid a visit to Brian Kim. Theologus did have a spade draw, but did not find any further participation. Bronze medalist, $436,000 going his way as he finally finds the right formula here in Monte-Carlo. Enrico Camoshi then heads up with Brian Kim. King Jack V Queen 7. Camoshi with the gutter. Needed an 8 or a 7, and instead a board pairing 9 on the end would leave Enrico collecting $634,000 for second, but of course the lead is Brian Kim, earning his first ever Triton title. Jonathan Jaffe burning the midnight oil to be there. $941,000 going to Brian Kim, and as many little storylines as there were to unpack at that particular feature, or final rather, Rast. I think for Brian Kim, he's been on the Triton Super High Roller Series for less than 2 years, first joined us in 2023, and he's already managed to collect this title and really has cemented himself. There's a validating impact, you know, when you do grab that trophy, look down at it and go, I did it, and I did it against the world's best.
Certainly, and I think Brian Kim is an excellent player and a guy who has been playing some of these high-stakes tournaments, not just at Triton, but in many other venues, such as the WSOP. I mean, in fact, I think when I made my deep run this year in the main event, I believe Brian Kim also was super deep with me. And you know, he's an excellent player. We've seen him many times take shots here at Triton, and he finally got it done. So I think well-deserving first Triton title, and hopefully more to come.
Up and over $6 million in career Triton earnings after first joining us in Vietnam last year. Astoundingly, that's his 9th final table. I mean, certainly it felt like he was due, but there are others. You know, we're looking at you, Ike Axton, who have been on the tour a very long time, have made final tables, have gotten down to heads up, failed to take the trophy. We don't say that as a slight, but rather a way in which to illustrate just how amazing this is for Brian.
Yeah, and you know, there was a player here, Roberto Perez, who got 4th. I know when he sat down, some players were like, you're the cash game GOAT. I saw him play one really interesting hand where he turned 9-8 off into a bluff, and I was wondering, because I didn't really catch him getting to play very often at all. How did you feel about how he played at the final table? Could you expand at all?
You know, I'll be honest, Perez felt like he had limited involvements at the FT. I mean, as we know, these pay ladders are very fruitful. This was a 25K buy-in event. So, you know, all of a sudden a 75K ladder, 3 buy-ins. We're keeping an eye on that, even if relative to bankrolls, relative to stakes played in the cash game streets, it may not feel particularly significant. These guys still approach things with precision, with care, and with professionalism. So for him, I think it was mostly a case of sitting back, not finding altercations, allowing the, you know, table to kind of settle in and shuffle out, and then found his moment. Unfortunately, when he did, it did not work out for him. Enrico Kamoshi, that's the guy I really want to focus on in terms of stories, because there was a few exchanges that he had. I mean, in particular, he ran a bluff, a 3-street bluff against Alex Theologus, who he had a very cool kind of rapport with. They seemed very loose, very relaxed, both aggressive players. And as soon as Theologus tanked and then folded, Enrico was like, yes! Really, really visibly, and Theologus looked a bit breathless. I think all of us were taken aback in the moment because it felt a bit uncouth, and yet it was innocent as I reflect on it. It's not as though there was venom. He wasn't trying to throw it, you know, windmill it in his face or anything like that. And afterward, he even turned to Theologus, Enrico did, and said, was that bad form? And Theologus snapped, said, yes. But I think he's kind of, you know, he's young, he's new, and he's learning the ropes of the live streets a little bit out here at a Triton. But, you know, it was entertaining to see him.
Certainly. I mean, he's another guy who I only got to see right at the tail end when we got down to 16 and before I quit, but here in the booth. But yes, I noticed that he was sparking a lot of conversation at the table, you know, talking to the various players, asking questions. And I even remarked, because, you know, he was one of the guys I had noted, oh, this is his first Triton stop and furthermore first tournament, therefore. And, you know, you just usually don't see a lot of those guys like instantly out of their shell and interacting and even leading the conversation at the table.
That's a good
point.
point.
I thought that was like a, you know, pretty neat, and I'm sure it sounds like he was a lot of fun at the final table.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Maybe not so fun to go up against, as he did end up heads up against Brian Kim, and, you know, gave people a handful en route to doing that. Theologus also, not to, you know, bury coverage of him, a really nightmarish start to his Triton career took place when he came here in Monte-Carlo a year ago, got shut out completely. But you were with us in Jeju, and you remember he showed up and he finally turned that corner, now carrying on with that momentum. So, you know, Theologus has figured things out a little bit, and I think he's settled in very much as well. A guy who everybody respects from his online exploits.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you know, I think you can't just expect, if you just think about the way probability distributions will work out, kind of with random chance, that you're going to show up and just like instantly start cashing and winning. And, you know, there are examples of guys like the counterpoint here is Enrico Kamoshki, who first tournament got second. But there's other guys who, you know, bricked their first stop, but then just like Alex have then gone on to, you know, not giving up, continue trying. start making cashes, final tables, and even win titles. It just might not happen in your first couple tournaments.
Yeah, variance can be a wicked little witch, no doubt about that. So let us then turn our attention to that which awaits us during coverage here today. That, of course, is going to be event number 2, the 30K, and we did play into the very wee hours, as did that final table of the WPT Global Ultimate Slam event number 1. I think it was about 2:30 in the morning when they finally decided to call it quits after 18 levels of play. Perhaps a little bit of fatigue for those that are coming back, but they are going to be invigorated by the fact that they have found the money. And we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for the first time to take a look at the chip counts as we do head back with 20 players of our original 144 entries, 97 uniques. Talked about the fact that they broke the money bubble at 23. With just 20 remaining, each of these guys are guaranteed $54,500. Just over $1 million is going to go to the winner. And Jewen Hu of the Chinese delegation obviously has that sort of grandeur on his mind as he's going to bring 47 bigs and $2.8 million back into action here today. Are you surprised that 47 bigs is all it takes to be the chip leader here coming into day 2?
Yeah, that is surprising. And also, if I recall, I believe this is his first Triton stop.
It is.
He cashed the first tournament, right? I mean, at least I remember his name being deep. So he made a deep run in the first one.
It was an 11th place finish in
did.
the Ultimate Slam for Hu. So obviously he has shown us a glimpse of what he's capable of.
Yeah.
Second cash, second fairly deep run that he's putting
Chip
together
leading
here
right now.
Yeah,
even,
no doubt
even
about
if it's
it.
not with a lot of blinds.
But listen, hot on his heels is the Bulgarian Alex Kulev, who did pick up his first ever title back in Montenegro at our last festival. Kulev is just as steely as it gets, and he too can be a very entertaining fixture at the tables, but a nightmarish guy to have to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, he engages in conversation, so socially can be entertaining, but also his play. His play sometimes just speaks for itself with, entertaining and aggressive lines. So Kulev's always fun to have on the feature and be able to watch him ply his craft.
Turning attention back over to that Chinese banner, it is ever present toward the top of this leaderboard, Rasty, as you see Zhou Chuan and Andy Ni running in 6th and 4th respectively. Zhou Chuan plays them all, by the way. 4-card streets, 2-card streets, making deep runs. And then Andy Ni, of course, I know you're a big fan, Rasty, just based on you and I handling that coverage of the Jeju Cash game with the Super Squid on. Andy very much gave us a glimpse at some of his appetite for gamble.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, Zhou Xuan, certainly a Triton name that's been a staple for a long time. And Andy, we got to watch him play every day on the cash game. And it was, that was a more intimate look sometimes into a player, seeing them day after day for hours. And really got a feel for Andy, so I'm excited to watch him here in a different venue in the tournaments to see how he holds up this time.
Well, let's take a peek at the 2 venues that are coming your way in terms of feature tables as we get coverage started. There you find Wai Kin Yong of the Malaysian delegation. They always run deep. He's seated with Andy Ni and the chip leader Hu, both of whom are to his right, I would say. And then you got Orpin Kisachikoglu, Juan Pardo, and Daniel Dvoris to tackle here. This one strikes me as being a tough assignment.
Yeah, and a fun table. I'm looking forward to that one for sure, Ali.
All right, let's take a look then at the other table and see if anything jumps off the page at you. For me, Rast, a name and a person who I'm familiar with from beyond Triton borders here at her first ever Triton and finding her way into a cash is Saya Ono. 1 million in chips, 17 bigs. She plays nosebleed cash.
Yes, apparently throughout the WSOP she was playing a very large PLO game at Resorts, and I actually played in that Resorts World mix game that we've referred to. Mm-hmm. She played a few sessions, so I actually played with her.
You got a little scouting report at all on Saya?
You know what? Given that she's not really a mixed game player, I was kind of surprised at her poker acumen, like across the board, because that mixed game, obviously there's like 15 different games and 17 plaques. It's kind of no joke to jump into and, try your hand. I'm sure some of those games she wasn't that familiar with, but, and then when it came to, I think PLO is her best game. I think that's the game she's the most familiar with.
It is.
I mean, she played excellent. caught me on a bluff one time in a cat pot.
Uh-oh. Don't hold it
Yeah.
against her as we start our coverage.
It was a good call. You know, it is what it is. So I'm actually kind of. It's a very exciting table. We got her. Dan Smith, Patrick. A bunch of other guys.
Yep.
Mulcree from yesterday, who was on the coverage. I mean, that's another fun table to watch. I'm looking forward to that one.
All right, let's dive right in then to the Salle de Étoiles here at Sporting Monte-Carlo to get coverage underway. Antonius, by the way, this is home court. He lives here in Monaco, so maybe walk to work today. TBD. As you get a look inside the arena, truly one of the most magnificent stages to find yourself playing on. No less for a title and a 7-figure first place payout. There's Webster alongside Martirosian, Triton fixtures, Joe Chuen. Pivoting, there's Salle and company, Mulcree, Luke Greenwood, Dan Smith, aforementioned. Dimitar Donchev, he'll give you some fits. Samuel Muller back to us there, to the right of the dealer. Staff helping everybody get settled in here to kick off today's coverage. Peek now at the chip counts across the 3 remaining tables, brought to you by WPT Global. 30 and 60K blinds, a 60K big blind ante. Chip leaders at each of the respective tables have 40-plus bigs in front of them. Quite a few short stacks out there, in particular at the orange table. 3 players with sub-10 bigs. You got DeVoris on 6. Dan Smith just a nose ahead of 10 bigs. Krasimir Nechev, first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. Paulias Vaitiakonas, Marias Kudzmanas. Both midfield there on that orange table. Cards in the air now. Welcome to those of you joining us, whether it be on Twitch, YouTube, Triton Poker Plus app. Let us know in the chat. YouTube is what we monitor, where you're streaming from. Little roll call, little shout out here. Did you watch coverage over the first 2 days? Did you catch the final table? Anyone you're looking forward to observing here today? Rooting interests? We want to know. Now, chip leader. Queen deuce offsuit, small blind. Limps in. Orpin with king queen suited has got medicine. I love this hat he's wearing, by the way. Success coming soon. Well, one could argue Orpin has had plenty of success, but let's flip it back over to one of our outer tables. Jack 6-4 flop here. The altercation involving Martirosian, all in for $355,000. And looks like he is going to find himself a little double, as you see the grin. Holding on with pocket deuces against the 10-8 of Joe Chuen. That's how we like to start things off if we're short.
Yeah, with a double there, fading it in the flip.
There's Patrick Antonius.
In this box.
The newly elected member of the Poker Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Joining you. Dan Smith looking down at Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind. Shortest stack here. Decides, let's go. Donchev wakes up with nines. Could be worse, of course. At least Dan's got a couple of overs. You do see him looking a bit besmirched.
Yeah, I mean, given the speed of the call, Dan has to be pretty happy with the actual hand he's seeing.
Right.
It's generally not going to go well for Jack 10 off when you get snapped here for 10 blinds. Both suits covered. Dan only a very small dog, and now a big favorite with the Jack on the flop.
Yep. Top pair. Leaves Donchev in a way. Nines. Don't rate to ruin the fun for Dan, unless they find a third. Whoa! You know, I say these things, and I don't anticipate them to come to fruition, and yet 9 of clubs rolls right off and just delivers the knockout blow to Dan. That's a bit cruel.
Yes, yes, it is. I mean, you know, they got it from the pre-flop perspective. It's kind of totally fine. They're basically flipping, but from the run-out perspective of like the emotional swing of just having it on lockdown to 2 outs, well, it was a cruel river.
Looks like we got one brewing here at the orange table. Webster Lim works his way all in, emboldened by what looks to be an ace-jack. Alex Kulev on the button, flatted with ace-10, so he's dominated. And then pocket nines have shown up once more for Krasimir Nechev, and they've turned into a set.
Yeah, I think Nines has us locked up.
Wow, aces and jacks and aces and tens, both coming together on the run out, but Krasimir's going to find himself a triple. Kulev covered all parties, and Webster is showered? No, he's going to actually fight on, having won a modest side pot with the aces and jacks versus Kulev. So he stays seated. But he's going to be on vapors when the dust clears over there at the orange table. Meanwhile, back over here at the feature, Orpin, ace-6 off, cutoff open.
Yeah, Devora is trying to decide and comes back with, I will be defending the 10-5 off.
But the calculus was never to do anything other than fold or call, right?
Yes. No, I mean, he has very little fold equity, so jamming there with such a bad hand just doesn't make any sense.
Left with just 325,000 now, and 10 high versus ace high. Playing 1 SPR effective. Flop goes check, check.
Yeah, these spots are tricky. It's always scary betting and then getting raised. You know, what do you do? Are we bet calling as Orpin? I mean, Daniel, the plan is much clearer if he decides at some point to bet. He's bluffing.
Still no action. And no assistance on the end.
So the 10 of diamonds for Daniel is a relevant blocker if he wants to bluff. Blocking some king 10 combos that might play this way, as well as flushes.
Full shutdown. And Dvoris, I don't think, was ever expecting to be good.
No, he just sometimes you just give up. It's okay. You don't have to try to win every pot. That was Daniel's decision in that one. Orpin's happy to see it.
Orpin, by the way, I touched on the success coming soon. Well, decent amount of success has already arrived for him in terms of the Triton Super High Roller Series, certainly. Two-time title winner across 13 caches, 7.3 million plus in career Triton earnings. Did finish off Montenegro poorly, though, going 0 for his last 6 after cashing on the front end. Now Juan Pardo on the button. Suited king activates.
It's a nice hand to find on the button. Suited kings, I mean, king blocker working for you. Very easy open. Even in, especially in, as ICM pressure goes up.
Ace, queen, deuce board. Andy swings and misses after defending. King high spade draw for Juan.
Yeah, great flop for Juan's range, relatively speaking, and good flop for his hand as well. I think with the 3-to-1 SBR, we just bet here and accept that we're playing for whatever if we get check raised. Although you don't expect to see too many check raises coming from the big blind defend range. That said, the SBR is low enough that the big blind can maybe work in some. But yeah, nothing with Jack 9.
Where did you find all these stuff? Did you cut off some cables somewhere?
Wait, what stuff?
These like, you know, the...
No, I just because I have electrical tape for like redoing my tennis grips, so I just made it out of that. And then I followed the hooks on the bottom of the ashtray because it's ceramic.
Dvoris appears to have MacGyvered something for Orpin. I see it there next to the time banks. Unclear what it is. As his engineering talents perhaps on display. He's trying to engineer a spin up, but on the button, that's not the suited combo that's going to get him there. He decides, lays it down now. Baby suited ace for Andy.
Yeah, blind versus blind here. It looks like they're at about just under 40 effective. These options sort of being fold or about 3 exit, and goes with that, which is a nice play there. I mean, it's nice to clear out some bad hands that both have overcards to the deuce. Gonna have even a hand like 10-5 has reasonable equity.
Fairly straightforward stuff.
Who decides to limp 7-8 off in the small blind? Orpin wakes up with a pretty big hand. But we're going to go to the outer table for what looks like an all-in.
Yeah, Webster's got his water bottle and his phone in his hand. It feels as though he lacks some confidence, perhaps, about what's going on. Oh, wait a minute. We've already got the pot delivered to Marius. It was ace-queen against 9-10. Webster jammed from the small with that ace-queen. Marius called flop-top pair, and Webster couldn't make his 6-outer, so he's going to bow out. Nineteenth place finish for Webster, by the way. Going to collect $54,500, just like Smith before him. Last player to bust toward the end of yesterday, by the way, was Fedor Holtz, collecting one of three $50,500 payouts. Lun Lun and Kristen Foxen, the other players to find the money in 22nd and 23rd, respectively.
5 seconds.
Orpin limping the small against Wykin, and sometimes the dusty stuff doesn't want to take a flop and shoots it up in the interests of winning it pre, but Young content to check back. Ace Queen 5 board, second pair for Orpin.
Board, we're going to see Orpin probably small bet for one big pretty frequently, but doesn't decide to this time and has a hand with middle pair bad kicker that's
No longer worried about the kicker, courtesy of the 5 on the turn.
no, but also not that worried about protection either. So a natural one to put in the flop checking range.
Now he decides to lead, and of course 6 high was all too happy to find the bin. You know, I know relative to some of the rest of our broadcast crew, Rast, you're, you know, newer arrival, but with that said, I know that you too have managed to track kind of the evolution of Orpin. I know for me, watching him since day one, it's quite clear that he's got tremendous work ethic and a thirst to kind of learn, not just within the borders of poker, by the way, but just has that innate intellectual curiosity that I think lends itself really well. And, you know, his results speaking for themselves in that regard.
Yeah, Orpin. So when was he playing from when you've started doing Triton?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And you feel that his game, because I mean, I kind of only started doing this in 22. So
I mean, Orpin's first...
I feel like by 2022, he was kind of already a very, you know, a strong player.
Orpin's first ever Triton, Montenegro 2018.
Okay.
He played in London, including in the £1 million Triton Million. A couple of events there. And then 2022 Madrid, which was my first stop. He played 2 events, finished second in a 100K Euro main for over 2 million. And I think that's when you really get the bug, is that big score. Obviously didn't win the title in that one, but has a couple since then. So we see Wykin trying to find a cheap flop, and Juan Pardo says, no, senor.
Yeah, I feel like Orpin's a guy. There's going to be a tournament. It's the 200K Invitational where they split the fields up. Like, that's a tournament where I feel like when you go over to the non-pro bracket, like Orpin's a name that strikes out as, okay, like he's want a piece of Orpin in this side of the bracket right now.
Yeah, he's going to be feasting for sure. Top caliber. But I've gone on record as saying this on multiple occasions. I would put our Triton VIPs up against just about any non-reg field on earth. and expect them to do very, very well, as the ace-jack of diamonds does well enough to open to 140,000, and Juan Pardo looks down at a couple of tens in the small.
Yeah, agreed, Ollie. And then as far as this hand, well, I mean, I have to think Juan Pardo's just going to go all in here, or effectively go all in. And the question will be how Orpin responds. I mean, we're talking about, what, 1.4? That's like 23 big blinds. Orpin doesn't have an easy decision. I mean, I think ace-queen suited is a pretty easy call. And I'm curious because this is probably a call for chips, but if we start tightening up ranges and putting a big risk premium on, at some point it might not become a call. And I'm curious to see what Orpin thinks about this spot. I mean, we have 18 left. We only paid 23, so, you know, we're still a little ways off the final table, but there is some ICM, certainly. But, you know, again, there's always conflicting ideas and sort of theories between different players about this, which is why I think it's a curious spot.
3-bet to 1 million is obviously a commitment.
I kind of like continuing, but yeah, I like the continue.
Well, Orpin's just going to ask for the rest.
But it's close.
They make the tables catch up for what it's worth. Yeah.
You see Dvoris advising Juan Pardo that the tables do catch up to one another, so there is no reason
If we're
to
a hand ahead, and then someone like busts on the next hand.
try to stall your way into a possible bust out elsewhere for some sort of pay ladder. There is, by the way, more equity than one might expect for the ace-jack suited against those two tens, 46%, and now the lion's share on a king-jack 3 board. But hold the phone. 4 extra outs picked up by Juan Pardo. Courtesy of this 9 on the turn, he's got himself the gut shot. Bink the set and stick around, and instead it's the 8 and pay a visit to the cash desk. $54,500 for Pardo, and the jump was worth $6K, so rest of the field now guaranteed $60,500. Be a couple of payouts.
It's a dead button now.
Huge pickup for Orpin as well. Winning that pot, he vaults into a sizable chip lead. I mean, he has 4.2, seconds 2.8. He's got 70 bigs, so average stack is 28 big blinds. So, I mean, he's in a somewhat commanding position now. You can maybe try to leverage that and pick up some chips as ICM pressure ramps up. Also a consideration, I'm sure he was taking under advisement as he was thinking about the call and what happens in the scenarios where I win and lose. The win scenario is a pretty good one for him.
I folded a 10 for you.
Huh?
I folded a 10 for you.
10? Nice. Thank you.
10-5 off.
10-5 off.
Might have gone with suited.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got one in progress here at our outer table. This one came down as an Alex Kulev limp. Joe Chuen checked it back. King, Queen, 8 board. Kulev let out for 70,000. Chuen made the call. Ace rolls off on the turn. Board reads King, Queen, 8, Ace. 2 hearts.
An interesting turn spot. Kulev checks on a board that, I mean, these are pretty wide ranges, but
Yeah,
Definitely
just-
has more of the very good hands, so...
Even though he limped small?
Yeah, well, he's the one who V-pipped. And his opponent didn't choose to raise, right? So he could be limping some pretty strong hands.
Well, we're going to flip back over to another feature table as things get a bit breakneck in terms of pace. Dimitar Donchev limped his small blind with king deuce suited.
That's what was going through my
Antonius
head.
checking back with jack high, 10 high rainbow board. Patrick
Might not be that bad.
8-9
slips 60 out.
7-8. 7-8. Probably borderline.
Interesting spot for
Yes,
king
sir.
deuce suited here.
Being one pick
I
off
think
will never
Danchev would feel a lot more comfortable with like king 4 or king 6 of diamonds,
will never kill you. One pick
Making-
off will never kill you.
picking up better straight draws and having an overcard to
This won't
the
be
3 and the
good.
5, but I think still good enough to continue. And he picks up a big turn card here, so he's definitely not going away when he checks it over.
Well, he does pick up that flush draw, but instead makes deuces after floating. Patrick did not follow through. Could be a one and done for him.
Yeah, which, I mean, Patrick could have some 5x and 10x that plays this way, certainly. So, you know, I don't think Danchev has much to do here but check. And now Patrick decides if he wants to try to rep one of those hands to get a 3, a 5, or maybe a river deuce to fold.
No further betting after the flop check call, and Donchev will take that one down. The strength of king high alone is certainly a part of the process in terms of his float, right?
Yeah, certainly. I would say
17.
number one, factor number one is the strength of king high. And then some of the other things, you know, backdoor straight and flush draws. But
we need
king high itself,
someone bust.
most important feature.
He's got her in the big blind.
It's 7-3.
Head back over to the main stage where it looks like the pause button may have been pressed. Cards back in the air. Ooh, pocket kings for the chip leader coming into the day, who has since ceded that honor to Orpin. And not because he spun it down, but just Orpin has spun it up. And who looking to do some of the same as he makes it 1 1/4. Ace 10 for Dvoris Rast.
Oh, wow. Look how, I mean, he has 3 big blinds.
Yeah, and they're all
Yeah.
going to get in there.
Not a great spot for Daniel.
Reasons obvious. 28% equity. 470 in the middle. And the fate of Dan Dvoris hanging in the balance with 17 players remaining here.
Although I'm sure, you know, 3 big blinds in that spot, you're pretty happy to see ace 10, and you definitely could be ahead, but you weren't pre-flop, and you're definitely not now.
You see the
There
big
are
X. Top set for who, and now it's all over.
All right, good luck, guys.
GG. Yeah.
Dvoris.
I took
forced-
that with a big smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seemed like pretty genuine, actually, the smiling and joking. So, you
He's
know,
got the right attitude.
took it like a champ.
$60,500 going his way. And with that elimination, Rast, we are down to just 16 players. And we do have a direct pay
take
jump of
this to the
$6,500 from 16th
Of course.
to 15th.
Maybe that's actually here.
As Hu tries to maintain contact with Kisachikoglu.
I do find from an emotional perspective, once your chips get really, really low, you've kind of accepted the idea that you're going out, right? I want to see someone take a chip leading pot all in there and lose it and like kind of be joking and, you know, just for like 30% of the chips in play now with 15 people left.
Good luck with that, Rat.
Just joking and, oh, no big deal, I'm out. Oh, no more outs.
I'm going to bet the don't on seeing that as the fallout from an exchange of that gravity.
Yeah.
There you see just 4 players remaining. They're going to need to fill in some gaps. Orpin Kishikoglu taking the chip lead away from Jae-Wen Woo, who still sits in second back here at the desk as that redraw is upon us. Really the Orpin show early on here.
Yeah, I mean, he got in a big flip and the cards broke his way and he took it down. So now we have a chip leader and some exciting times heading down to the final 2 tables.
Okay, that excitement is going to get a pin in it, of course, courtesy of the fact that the redraw is underway. So Rast and I are going to send you to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back, and we're going to unpack the final 16 and take a look at how tables are drawn, because this is going to have an impact on prospects for those that remain here in event number 2, the 30K. Stay close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
And welcome back. As promised, a very short interlude as we condense the field down to 2 tables here in the 30K event number 2, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series Monaco kickoff event to the all-new season. Ali Najad and Brian Rast here with you. And let's get a look at those 2 remaining tables. First up in the Triton Poker Plus app, I bring up table number 1, the blue table. There you see Saya Ono, first-timer here at a Triton, the only player at that table with that designation. Things being helmed here, it would appear, by Samuel Muller of Austria, front and center there, 48 big blinds deep, shortest stack in the field of this table. Kaihan Mokri, sub 10 bigs, and I'm going to flip it back over now to the red table briefly. There it is. Jiwen Wu, 48 bigs, sitting in second behind Orpin Kisachoglu, who's been the real story in the early going. Anything jumping off the page here? Martirosyan just 11 bigs. He's the shorty.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true that the blue table is kind of devoid of anyone who's really separated themselves. I mean, there are sort of 5 stacks between like 2 and 3 million, so kind of anything can happen there. In fact, there might be a little bit of a battle to see who can start pulling away with a table chip lead and apply that ICM pressure, whereas the other table definitely has, you know, Orpin with 4.2 and kind of only 3 stacks with other stacks with 2 or more, so much more of a separated class system, I would say.
Well, there is the 2 casts. Red table, blue table. Which pill do you prefer? Let us know in the chat. Orpin up top. You like that little Matrix reference? Sam Muller as well. Both holding court, as we mentioned, the shorties, Martirosyan and Mokri respectively, blinds of 30 and 60. That glimpse of the entirety of the remaining field brought to you by GTO Wizard.
Oh yeah, forget the small one.
Current guaranteed payout 60,500. The ladder 6,500 up to 67K.
The blade Russian billiard?
What is that?
Like bigger holes, white balls.
How many balls do you have?
11 blinds in the cutoff.
Yeah, 12.
Let's see
Wait. Like the
what Artur decides here. Maybe raise fold, or does he? Yeah,
in Eastern Europe.
doesn't want to risk it all going with raise, and I would assume fold to a re-raise.
Really big balls and small
Yeah.
balls. There's only 2 red and 1 yellow.
Queen
And
10.
both have 1 white. I don't even know how it's called, but it's...
Not snooker.
and every
Performed
time
very
you
well
make
against a
ball,
jam range.
You get points and it goes back on the table. And
Well, I mean, there's also the small 3-bet.
No, it's
very hard to score.
Oh yeah, not that they would
yesterday-
jam, but just enough to put him all in might be a problem, wouldn't it?
Well, I've seen some clicking with small stacks in situations. I mean, yesterday there was a 110 open and someone clicked it to like 225, and they were playing off like 600K stacks.
But they had a hand that would put Queen 10 offsuit in a bad way, right?
I don't
you
remember
might
the
not even
specific
get
hands, but
just wait.
Well,
but yes,
whatever
I
it
think
is.
you would fold even to that action. But yeah.
Queen 10 is turned into top pair against second pair and backdoor clubs here. Andy Nee having defended, understandably, with the suited king. Checking over and facing another 120,000.
I mean, they aren't really that deep here. The SPR is just over 1. We can see 530 with what there was 330. So Andy could just decide to raise and get it in here. Could also call. I think a hand like 8-6 needs more protection than King-6. You're sometimes blocking king highs from sucking out on you. Oh my.
Trip 6 is on the turn for Andy, and Artur may very well be headed for the locker room if he can't find some sort of miracle on the end.
Yeah, it's a card that Artur realizes might cause him to be beat, but he still has top pair good kicker here and under a 1 SPR. See what he decides.
Wow, comes with the check back, and let's see if it spares him as we see an ace roll off.
And this is a really curious river card. It's a card that's definitely figures to be better for Artur than Andy's range. Andy will have some hands that want to bluff here, some missed straight draws, and then obviously 6x that can value bet. So yeah, that range can bet pretty large, and certainly 80% pot or whatever Artur has qualifies. And now Artur has an interesting decision, if we're being frank. He might still be in this tournament after this hand, as unlikely as that seemed on the turn. like, I'm not saying he'll fold, but he might, and he's definitely going to think about it.
You spot in 2.
I mean, this...
So
He's not really beating value. I think most of Andy's value range is going to be
8 ball if he has
6x and
1 left.
Ace-X?
could potentially have some ace-X that doesn't rejam pre, that floats flop. So he's not really beating value. Like, I don't think Andy really has 10x here. He's gonna, if Andy has a 10, he's worried about the rivered ace and probably check decides.
Right.
So he's not beating any value. He is beating bluffs, so it's like a very good hand on the flop has just turned into a bluff catcher.
Played with him like 2 games or 3 games, but the first 9 ball I made all the balls in a row, and then he thinks I'm some genius, full player. You know, I haven't done.
Click call and you're out of here. Click fold and fight on, which is exactly what Martirosyan does, and obviously it's a disappointing.
They were easy. Every ball was like easy.
Outcome. But it could have been a lot worse.
Just make and it's automatic on the other one. Like
that check back on the turn is very impressive for me, Rast.
Yeah.
You know, he's looking at that and thinking to himself, what's going to give me action on the turn? I mean, there are some hands, right?
But another 10 that didn't check raise flop is really the hand that he's definitely getting action from, that of course he's blocking.
Right.
And other 10s sometimes check raise flop. So, you know, you think a 6 is now beating me, a 3 might just fold, maybe, we don't know. And then straight draws, which don't have a lot of equity, especially the gutters, are definitely folding.
Right.
Right? So it's a pretty reasonable check back when you kind of piece it all together, but it's very strong. He just thought of that in the moment, like no time banks.
I think he used 1.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
okay.
but I mean, nevertheless, facts remain.
Yeah, it saved him. I mean, he bets the turn, he's out right now. And now he's still in with ace-9 trying to spin it up.
Yeah, I mean, there was 2 ways he could have been out of there, right? It was the bet the turn or call the river.
Yeah, after checking back, you still have to fade the river decision.
and then I said like, come on, like.
Well, one ace-9 has bullied another out of the pot as Martirosyan puts all but 10,000 in.
You can see, and then he started to play better next day.
And this time the outcome is more favorable for him. No action, but a healthy infusion of chips. Bad news for Artur. Blinds up, 40 and 80K. As we flip back over
Did it work?
to the other feature.
I don't really have a simple stack.
Kudzmanas,
I have a, like, good
ace-7.
Although out here, you're
Laying it down. Offsuit king in the small for Luke Greenwood. He's only got 14 bigs.
I'm all in.
In they go. And this is into chip leader at this table, Sam Muller,
845.
who wakes up with an ace. Is this really a contemplative moment for Muller here? Is he thinking about whether or not the ace-9's worthy, Rast?
I mean, I think it's certainly worthy for... oh, no, he already called.
Oh, yeah, forgive me. I glossed over.
And I don't think the ICM effects... I was going to say, and I don't think the ICM effects are strong enough. He must just be considering it, you know, big spot, deep in a tournament type of deal. But it seems kind of like a call. But yeah, he had already called, so...
Kings and 4s on Luke Greenwood's mind, and instead a queen is delivered to the board, and that leaves him on the outside, eliminated by Sam Muller, who will extend his chip lead here at this feature. finishing in 16th. $60,500 for the efforts. Next couple of payouts will be $67K. $15 players remaining. And by the way, consider Martirosian now not betting the turn, fading the river decision, and finding somebody else in the room to finish in 16th, picks up an extra 6,500.
Yeah, there we go. The power of staying alive.
Always a profitable venture.
Although, again, 6,500, you know, well, a not insignificant number of Benjamins in your pocket. In the context of this tournament is like 20% of a buy-in. So, you know.
But it keeps you alive in the hunt for the
Yes.
million up top, right?
Yes.
I mean,
to get the million up top, you have to get every single chip on both tables right now. So it's a lot of work.
listen, Brian Kim yesterday claimed victory after really just bleeding out and seeming entirely card dead. You never would have imagined that he would have been the man hoisting the trophy for a good chunk of late endgame play.
400,000?
And all of a sudden, a chunk of Alex Kulev's chips being plopped out there, courtesy of King Jack, re-raising the Ace Jack open from Joe Chuen.
Yeah, he's taking a little spot right here. It's got some big cards, and let's attack this opener. It's not comfortable for Ace Jack.
No, it really isn't.
So kind of all options seem bad right now. I mean, we're like, we have a pretty good hand. Are we just going to fold this? Is it capable of 3-betting light? Are we really calling out of position with some risk premium? And what, are we going to put it all in? Yeah. So the aggressor takes it down.
I like Kulev's game so much, Rast, because a lot of times he'll get players to give him action in spots, courtesy of what you kind of described earlier on as an entertaining playing style. He'll show up with some surprising kit in spots such as that from time to time.
Yeah, he
Next
can put the pedal to the metal, as they say.
Yeah, frisky.
Now, you see what it says?
He has that mischievous vibe about him, doesn't he?
Yeah, a little
bit.
You're lucky.
Never mind, Sam. I'm taking you off my aura. $160? 160.
Valkyrie declares 160. King 9, that which motivates, and it's dominating Donchev's Queen 9 as Dimitar mulls it over in the big. Defends. Pot up to 410,000. Mokri very lean. 745 back, and he's been outflopped on a queen high board. This is all Donchev. C-bet here out of Kai Hanum, 85,000, just desperately hoping to usher Donchev's defense into the bin. As we can see, that's not going to be the outcome. Check raised to 250K. Deflating. And leaving Mukri even shorter stack than he was prior to that one. Note, by the way, that both Donchev and Kulev flying that Bulgarian flag. Krasimir Nechev also still left in the field from Bulgaria. Henry Kilbane, our broadcast partner here at the booth, spent many years in those streets and actually speaks Bulgarian. Saw him having a chat with Fakhreddin Mustafov, also of Bulgaria, out on the terrace of Monte-Carlo Bay. He's quite familiar with the talent pool from that part of the world, and Mokri is quite familiar with what to do with two black queens sitting this shallow.
Yeah, I think he doesn't need to jam his range from the hijack, and queens is too good to jam, I think.
400,000.
Okay, he disagrees.
Well, it isn't quite a jam, but it is a declaration of war.
Yeah, I mean, but this is sort of the jam side. Oh my goodness.
This is brutal. How on earth? Donchev first coolered him with Queen 9 against King 9 moments ago, and now he's going to polish him off with two kings, it would seem. Oh, this is naughty.
Oh my goodness.
Dimitar has flatted, and now Zhou Chuen looks down at ace-king and then jams? My goodness.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to do anything different.
Yeah, Mokri recognizes this isn't particularly comfy. Says, I'm not going to do anything differently. He does make the call, as does Donchev, and holy smokes.
Oh, look at this cooler.
Queens, kings, and ace-king. 2 million plus in the main. Almost another 2 million in the side. That's what Zhou Chuen and Dimitar Donchev are playing for. A total of almost 4 million. In the middle, and the ace in the window, but a queen as well. Mokri, middle set.
Donchev has the third best hand right now.
He's a little breathless. Just the king of hearts rescues him.
Oh my.
Oh, hold on. Now all of a sudden, opportunities as a 10 rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, me too.
10 or a jack change the winner.
Oh, the 10 on the river.
Sorry.
Leaving.
I mean, I said 10, right? I meant a
You
king
did.
or a jack. My mistake.
Mokri, queen's full, and he's going to haul in the main. Ace-king hauls in the side. And a breathless Donchev is left to wonder how it all went wrong.
He's going for the triple elimination with kings to ace-king to queens.
You juked me there, Rasty. I hit it with the freaking excitement when the 10 rolled off, and then I started looking at the board, and I was like, did you really do it to me?
No, I did. I meant king. King makes kings the winner, and a jack is a chop.
All that goes to show you is how much I trust you.
I know. Thanks, man. I appreciate the trust. Try to earn it moving forward.
Paulius going to try to earn a double. King 10 suited has most of his chips forward. Martirosian, big blind, ace 4 suited. He's sitting roughly same stack depth.
One water? What? Yeah.
This is okay.
Not a comfortable spot here for ace-4 suited. Again, I think a call with chips, but by no means a print. See if Artur thinks there's enough risk premium here to let it go. In other words, the risk of calling and being out versus staying alive and preserving his stack for other spots and opportunities. just staying alive.
How real is this struggle?
I think it's very real. This is a really tough decision.
The thing is, even when he's ahead, he understands it may not be by much, but nevertheless, he does call all in.
Well, this is one of I mean, this is kind of as favorable as this spot gets, really. You're ahead of, you know, king high, queen high, jack high with 2 overs to your 10.
But
so,
only by 13%.
Yes, but this is, I mean, he's happy to see this.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, the other, you know, deuces, threes, not great. 4s plus, even worse. You know, ace 5, not a big deal. You're probably chopping, but you're behind. But then, you know, ace 10 off. Like, these things are bad. So the king 10 is sort of what you're hoping to find when you call.
On the topic of bad, king high flops, extra bad for Martirosyan. No club on board, no ace on the turn, and perhaps no further involvement for the Russian as you see him scoot back from the rail. Needs to find himself an ace to pull this 1.5 toward his seat. Otherwise, Vaitiekunas is going to bring us a step closer toward a Triton champ, as Martirosyan wishes the remaining combatants good luck
I have 7-10 total.
and bows out.
No, I think I have.
They are just going to do a little bit of accounting here to make sure,
I have 7-10.
but it will be a 15th place finish for the Russian by our count, and a $67,000 payout along with it. Getting a look at Paulius here. That's a really nice helping of chips. Give him a touch of breathing room. Just shy of $2 million in career Triton earnings across 6 caches. Does have 1 Triton title. He's been joining us since this stop last year, and that title came at his 2nd festival, which was in Jeju earlier this year in the 25K Silver Main. 7-figure payday for him there. You know, Lithuania is another one of those flags, Ras, that we've begun to see popping up more and more here at Triton.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, just a stone's throw away. Quick flight.
Yeah, sure.
Especially when, you know, Triton has the series here in Europe.
By the way, that geography is in part why it is that we don't have any short deck on the docket at this particular festival. That is a game with far more enthusiasm in the Far East than in Europe, and conversely, Pot Limit Omaha has tremendous amounts of enthusiasm here on the European continent. So we backload this particular festival with a number of PLO events.
I might run it back and play the one day.
You know, it's so funny.
The one day turbo last event or whatever.
I had a feeling that that might be the case, Rasty. It's tough to keep you away.
A lot of just some of these
I'm going to
Russian
see how I'm
guys,
feeling. If I'm feeling like I am today, I probably wouldn't play. I'm a little tired.
Yeah.
Self-inflicted, but
What had you up all night? A little
man,
jet lag?
Yeah, I just had a problem falling asleep.
No shame in it. By the way, Seth Davies yesterday caught him fresh off of a flight. He said, I got here 2 hours ago, and he popped into an event, and I was quite impressed by that because it's not easy to get your clock right, get yourself adjusted, and right into the saddle. But He's a beast, as is Patrick Antonius.
He's also not a guy who, I mean, I don't know about here at Triton, but just in general, we're not going to talk about Seth Davies as, you know, looking for his big scores. He's a man fresh off quite a few.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Pot Limit Omaha.
Double super high roller
Championship,
bowler.
yeah.
You know, the No Limit won 300K here in Europe and then went back and did the PLO super high roller bowl in Vegas.
He's
and
on
I think
form.
in between, I think he got second in a No Limit high roller for like $1 million. When I looked at his Hendon.
Starting to come together for him.
I mean, that's a pretty sick run right there of results in like a month or two.
Krasimir Nechayev giving the Finn some company, courtesy of King 7 suited, which fans on a Queen 9 deuce board. Open ender for Antonius and the Spade Dangler.
Yeah, and a very ugly flop for King 7 of clubs. Just your cards interacting very poorly. I mean, the King filling in the Jack 10 straight, which Patrick actually has. Definitely the most action card at this point would have been a King. At some point, Patrick's going to bluff at this, and I'm going to guess it's here on the turn. Delay C-bet, but bet turn. I think this is what you want to do in this spot when you have Jack high. We don't have a lot of showdown, but you have draw equity and you check back the flop. A lot of those hands go into your delay C-bet turn barrel range. So I'm fully expecting a bet here from Patrick's. Would wager a lot of money on it.
Board pairing deuce on the turn after both players checked it. And Antonius done with the passive approach. 150 and enjoy yourself a pot. By the way, take a mental picture of this here, which is Patrick not chewing food while seated in the tournament. Nobody puts it away like he does. Brian, I mean, genuinely, just think back. How often do you see him not eating at the table?
Yeah, I mean, I would say he eats more than just about anyone when you're watching somebody play poker.
I wouldn't be surprised. You know how, like, in the NBA at one point, they had the Hack-a-Shack rule. They had to actually change the rules for one player.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden next festival they were like little asterisk at the bottom of your kind of benefits package as a Triton player, they're like maximum per day, 100, euros worth of free meals. We would call that the Patrick rule. That's what that would be. Ace Queen now for Xiwen Hu. And potential problems for Kin. Ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, tricky spot. He is up against the under the gun open. Then again, he only has, looks like 8.5 blinds. So
chips it. And a poor time to be doing so.
I guess what this is, they're playing 7-handed. So under the gun 7.
And who does make the call quite comfortably, and that comfort grows when he looks across the way at an ace-10, which he dominates. $1.5 million chip pot and dire straits for Triton co-founder Richard Young's son, Kin. Looking to avoid a 14th place finish. And that is not the flop that brings that any closer to a reality. 8-3 deuce. Well, a board pairing 3 on the turn. Chopportunities now would come courtesy of an 8 or a deuce. Still 3 clean winners in the form of a 10. Can Kin stick around? No.
Okay.
So he'll wrap the table and take his turn, heading over to the payouts desk. 4-time Triton title winner, exiting right there.
Just on the cusp of the FT, but not quite.
Starting the day, we also had Webster Lim, 3-time Triton title winner, in the field, but there will be no added hardware in their trophy cases. Wow, that was a sneeze that was targeted directly into the mic.
Yeah, we got a full sound clip of that one.
Yeah, we did. Well, WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series, and we are excited about it. It's the best place to qualify for our Triton events. And you could find yourself playing the new WPT Global Slam at a future Triton stop simply by winning your way in online. It all starts by downloading WPT Global using the code Triton for a 100% deposit match for up to $1,500. Head there today and get yourself involved. Would love to see you at a future Triton Super High Roller Series. There have been some amazing Cinderella stories. Mark Rubbathan coming to mind. Weasel back in Vietnam. I think it predates your tenure, but really just an absolute Cinderella story. Making a super deep run and huge payout. Pocket aces now. On the topic of huge, Andy Nee limping, trying to get Who into a little trouble. 8-4-4 doesn't rate to offer Andy an opportunity to earn more chips. The turn also harming that prospect. As you see Andy again.
With all the patience in the world.
Oh, see, it's that second check, that forbidden fruit, suddenly having Shewin's teeth sunk into it.
Now, do we call and try to bait them to bluff or value bet a worse hand on the river? Andy says, yes, that's the route. We're not going to raise right here.
Turn looks dry. Maybe 9-10 presents an issue, and it was a one-and-done proposition here for when you see him shoot the look back over at Andy like, oh, okay, buddy. You want to play dirty? It's allowed. I like Andy's game so much, Rast. I know that wasn't necessarily like, you know, some grandiose illustration of it, but,
yeah,
you know, he's just, he's doing the thing.
Oh, for sure. I feel like we got to see Andy play a number of good, interesting, and just well-played pots over those cash game sessions. It was a great little intro to what Andy Nee is capable of at the poker table.
Ace-3 in the small. Going to rip right into Paulius. 8-5 has no interest.
$200K out there. Every hand just waiting to be picked up.
Yeah, tantalizing, isn't it? Saya Ono, by the way, shortest stack in the room, just 8 bigs. The only sub-10 big blind stack with 13 remaining.
Yeah, and there's only 2 sub-20 big blind stacks. So really, I mean, she's the only person who's quite short.
Wykin, by the way, taking the second of two $67,000 payouts, leaves the remaining field guaranteed $73,500. There'll be 2 of those. And then once we get down to 11, there's another ladder acquired for the field, as Orpin would love to acquire some action from Andy Nee's Queen Jack suited, given he dominates with Ace Jack under the gun open. Just a click. And Andy Doesn't want to mess with the bull.
Yeah, lets it go. Versus the chip leaders. UTG, I think. How many players we have? Let's count right here. It looks like 6, so same as the low jack. Little color up. More of those white 25Ks in play.
No takers. Now, as you look at the chip distribution at this particular table, Rast, is it a setup that lends itself well to Orpin maybe opening up, broadening his ranges a little bit, trying to get abusive, or is it premature for that, and there's some stacks that are a bit too deep to allow for it?
I definitely think that Orpin should... Yeah, no, I'm just sorry. I'm just looking at the chips. I think he'll definitely open up somewhat. I wouldn't say it's super conducive to, you know, who's there, and he has almost as many chips, but there are 4 stacks that have half or less. Maybe Andy is slightly over that, and I think given that chip configuration, Orpin will start pressing it a little bit, especially in spots where he's on the button, or say he is who is out of position in the small blind, and Orpin would be in the hijack. Those are 2 spots I would look for him to open quite wide.
On the topic of pressing things, one ace-king clicks, and the other 3-bets to 450, and suddenly Patrick Antonius, ace-queen suited, small blind, covered in both spots, and he does send it sailing forward. Of course, at a minimum, one of these 2 guys is going to make the call, if not both. Is it awkward for Andy?
I mean, it is a little awkward for Andy. I think it won't be awkward for who if Andy folds, but it's awkward for Andy right now, and it'll be awkward for who if Andy goes all in. Both of those decisions are quite tough.
I mean, Andy's range becomes very condensed if he 5-bet jams in front of the ace-king suited of who.
Yeah, I mean, I think his range, you know, we'll see what he does with ace-king right here, but would be something like ace-king, and then we're talking like queens plus. So at some point, it becomes a bit of a math question for who.
Wow. One of the seldom occasions on which you'll find an ace-king putting it in the bin pre-flop. And that leaves Jae-Wen Hu all alone to dominate Patrick's ace-queen. And you see Andy lamenting this revelation. So he could have been sharing in potential profits, carving up Patrick's remains. Still a bit early, though, to write Antonius off. Pre-flop here. Does have himself 26% equity, and he's got himself the nut flush draw on a Jack-8 trade 2 diamond board.
Wow, huge flop for Patrick.
Massive.
I mean, look at that equity. It's basically a flip.
47%. Can he find a diamond or queen? Yes! He ices it on the turn. And all of a sudden, in retrospect, Andy is thinking, how about that?
Yeah, dodge this one. Patrick has the nuts. No one's beating him.
If Patrick knew it was the other ace-king, it's unclear that folded in front of Andy. He's thinking, you guys cheated me out of a triple here.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Cat's out of the bag.
Offsuit, Andy?
2 out of 3 guys are happy.
Offsuit.
Offsuit, yeah.
Yeah.
A suite there is only.
See suited, very important.
Yeah.
So the guy's just talking that Andy's saying he would have played suited. Paulie also asking if his ace king was offsuit. So just goes to perhaps clue in as how close that decision was.
Should have been triple up.
He's so sad now. Feels
His
massive.
screen suited so big.
Andy really riding high, by the way. Things could have been so bad for him.
So is Patrick.
Yeah.
In terms of riding high, look at that, 3.5 million.
Just 5 bigs back of overall chip leader, Orpin Kisachoglu. That's good for second overall in the field.
And that chip movement was good for Orpin. Now the stack that with 3.5 is to his right.
.260. The open from Orpin's dominated jack out of the small blind, unbeknownst. Krasimir mulling over ace-jack suited. Is this the part of the program, Rast, where we see some cagey, more conservative lines being taken, chunky pay ladders, ever increasing, milli up top?
I don't think so yet. But we're getting there, but not quite yet.
And hence the jam from Nechev. Is it still go time? 22 bigs.
The reason being is that, yes, staying alive is worth something. There is a risk premium, but like stone laddering one spot only isn't worth very much. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there's ICM effects, certainly, but it's not like we're really trying to prioritize laddering one spot here. And I feel like those really cagey spots you're talking about come when the ICM pressure ramps up so high. Usually it's final table spots where we're talking like laddering one spot is huge.
Well, ace queen now parks itself in front of who might have some PTSD when it comes to that holding, which downed his ace king moments ago and sent Patrick up to second overall in chips. King 9 suited, worthy of defense for Andy. 440 in the middle.
Yeah, now he's up against the low jack opening range from a shorter stack rather, so who's going to have a pretty tight range there? But
Andy with top pair here, checks it over.
Yeah.
Queen of club dangler, perhaps helping motivate this follow through.
I think who's probably going to bet this board with a very high frequency. And yeah, the queen of clubs certainly doesn't hurt. Andy, though, very strong hand with top pair. Wow, decides just to rip it.
Why so much, Rast?
I mean, there's a lot of draws on the board. Maybe he wants to discourage them from drawing. I mean, that's a very unconventional play and one I'm trying to figure out myself here.
I mean, equity denial, obviously a real aspect, but pretty risky. I mean, he did have him covered, but had plenty.
criticism is the rip's kind of for so much. I don't know how often he gets called by worse.
Right.
Unless your opponent has, you know, a flush draw, maybe ace or queen high flush draw or something. Maybe even queen high flush draw folds, right? Ace high flush draws are flipping with you. So, I don't know. Interesting creative play. I'm not sure I can get behind it 100% theoretically, but I love seeing people take interesting lines and making us think about it.
Well, Saya's going to make Marius Kuzmanas think about ace-7 suited here. Under the gun, she rips 635,000. Granted, it's just north of 6 bigs with the blinds at 50 and 100K. But it could contain some dominant aces and should be a reasonably narrow range, or with 2.5 bigs getting shaved off of her stack, if she goes through those blinds, maybe the range broadens a bit for her?
Yeah, you know, I think it's kind of just a function at this point of she has 6.5 bigs, and she's about to put in a third of her stack next hand. I think king 10 off I think it is just good enough in this spot.
Pocket queens for Mokri. He's just going to flat and see whether or not he can lure Samuel Muller into some trouble. Easy release for Sam, and not a very easy spot for Saya. She needs to find a king. Almost 1.5 million in the middle. Here at her first ever Triton Super High Roller Series.
Anybody follow the king?
No.
Would you really like to?
Looking for a little sweat
It
intel.
doesn't matter. It's not going to change the cards coming out.
I'm feeling like a spade.
7-5.
Maybe it's a bit greedy. Let's give her a 6. 6 is fair.
Not a great spot. Could pick up a straight draw on the turn. Instead, top set rolls off for Mokri and ends things abruptly for Saya.
Yeah, good run. I mean, her jam was definitely plus chip EV. You know, throwing in ICM, if she's supposed to jam tighter there or not. You know, the flip side is the big blind ante's about to come, which is extra brutal when you're that short. So tough spot. I think it was pretty close probably with the king 10 off.
Remember, Mokri started off the day sub 10 bigs. Now finds himself sitting on 30 roughly.
Yeah, he's mid-spin.
Mm-hmm. Direct pay jump. Now that we're down to 12, by the way, Saya collecting the first of two $73,500 payouts, and then if you make the top 11, you pick up an extra 10,000 and change.
And actually chip leading at that table, although, wow, that table, everyone is between 2 and 3 million. 6 players, and they're all bunched.
5 seconds.
The 2 shortest stacks are at the red table. This is an interesting tournament right now where there's less than a 3x chip difference between the shortest stack and the chip leader. And there's just a lot of people bunched around, you know, 2.5 million.
Mokri. Clicks. Donchev, king 10 offsuit. Deliberates. Good enough to proceed.
Yes, certainly.
How significant is that extra 5K that Mokri slipped on top of a min raise down the streets?
I think almost totally insignificant.
Okay. Not insignificant, this Queen 10-9 board, as it does provide Donchev the best hand with second pair and a gutter. And note that it is the gutter that makes Mokri's obsolete. Jack would be no good for Kaihan. Checking back his ace high. Diamond is a pretty development for Dimitar.
Yeah. Massive advantage in this hand. Does he continue to play this as a bit of a bluff catcher with all his equity and second pair, or try to get value? He's going to play it as a bluff catcher and hope his opponent starts betting at this with hands that have very low equity versus him, such as the hand that Mulcree has.
No post-flop betting, 9 pairs on the river.
This river is not one that Danchev loves seeing here. It's definitely believable at this point that Mulcree could have checked back a 9 on the flop and the turn on this run out. So if he was going to bet for value on most rivers, this is a river where I am a bit curious. He definitely still can bet for value, but he could also check a third time.
350K instead of a check deployed by Danchev. I mean, that flop texture definitely can smash a good bit of Danchev's defending range, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Danchev can also have just stone air balls here, such as like 7 high, 8 high, etc. So ace high is like just a very clear bluff catcher that really shouldn't be losing to any bluffs.
And you get the sense that Mulcree's just looking across the way, trying to give him something that pushes him in one direction or the other on the live tell front. Ultimately, does not pay it off, and correct to lay down. We'll pick up there for Danchev. He and Mulcree practically level at 2.6 and change apiece. After that exchange, Sam Muller also there. I mean, this is an insane amount of parity. Simply 7 bigs, let's call it, separate the biggest stack at this table from the shortest. And a lot of work gets put in that 20-some-odd big blind stack depth, Rast.
Oh, certainly. And it's no doubt in part because when you're at that stack depth, you're oftentimes playing for the most money in the tournament. A lot of final tables are, 20 big blind-ish type play, and that's when you're playing for all the money. So not even just chip EV work, but also ICM work at 20 blinds, 15 blinds, etc.
200.
Raise to 200,000.
Now, Muller goes to work, making it 200,000. Suited queen on the button motivates him. His clubs are smothered now by Joe Schwen, who jams on top of him and helps himself to a pot with no further contest. I don't know what it is. I think it's just the glasses that give me like stone A-list movie star vibes from Joe Chuen. I could see him on the red carpet, flashbulbs going off, It's like, yes, that's me, god of gamblers.
Yeah, the glasses, definitely. The watch.
Oh, yeah, the watch, for sure.
Oh.
That's another thing, by the way, that as Triton
200?
has kind of evolved, see some people showing up with some really sweet little timepieces that had naked wrists early on in their Triton career. Now, obviously, aided by maybe some wins, but then also, you know how it is, everybody kind of looking around and going, okay, this is our culture, this is our little vibe. I want to get in on this.
Yeah, don't leave me behind, guys.
A7 of clubs for Mokri takes us up. Marius not interested in battling. Very limited involvement out of Marius on the day. Believe he showered Webster Lim. But outside of that, haven't really seen him play much.
It's just slipping by, staying alive. And that's been enough so far.
Printing. Back over the other feature now. Paulie is stretching it out.
Yeah, sometimes it's not a bad thing. You know, when you haven't seen a lot of someone. I mean, it probably means they're not chip leading, but it also just means they're staying alive and sliding up as people fall by the wayside and bust out.
No, you're right about that.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Just 12 players. Everybody's got their eye on the final table right now. Hopefully getting there with a chip stack. King 10 suited, a pretty big holding here versus a button open, especially from the chip leader. I think it's good enough to rejam, take our chances. Nice to get it through.
Agreement out of Krasimir.
And that should work against 9 and 8 high.
I appreciate that you say should, just because we've been burned a few times. I don't think Orpin's the guy that's going to burn us in that spot, but it would have taken something otherworldly for him to end up calling off there. Live misclicks have happened, and in fact, I was discussing it with Orpin. We did a little bit of post-production work as these streams do get repackaged and sent out for broadcast to a number of distribution platforms worldwide. Kisachikoglu did misclick jam a hand here in Monte-Carlo a year ago. And Henry and I were left to kind of wonder when we saw the action if he knew someone had opened the pot in front of him. And per discussion with him after we arrived here in Monte-Carlo, he copped to the fact that indeed he didn't realize someone had opened the pot. So things do happen. Obviously that spot there is not really where we expect the misclick, but clicks have been on the right side of things.
Was he the small blind? Like thought he was just jamming on the big blind?
Button. But
okay.
Someone opened, he didn't realize it, button jammed. Red time bank being utilized, by the way, shot clock in the fast action system, which gets deployed at various times throughout the course of any given tournament. It means we play 10 seconds in pre-flop unopened pots, and then those red banks can be utilized for some extra time. King 9 suited, ripping. A7 for who's spun himself down to 15 bigs. Shortest stack here at this table.
Yeah. He's got what? He's got 1.3 behind. So call 1.3 and then to win 1.4 plus to 1.65. I mean, A7 off just feels, with the risk premium here, just a little bit dusty to want to call it off, even though, you know, you're probably doing okay against Orpin's jamming range. But it just feels like a spot to me that ICM is never going to be happy with this call off, like with a hand just this week. You definitely needed to be a little bit stronger than that. I mean, I know this, I always give like this kind. The thing about the ICM is it's always changing, right? I mean, we're no longer in the part of the tournament where the bubble just broke. That was what, like 23 players? I mean, we're down to 12. We're almost at the spot where you ladder almost every single pay jump from here. There's only one repeat moving forward, you know? So it's enough risk premium at this spot not to want to just call it off at a probably break-even-ish, barely plus EV, chip EV spot.
King Jack suited, a pretty one up front for Patrick. Clicks.
Orpin going to think about a light 3 bet here.
Is Patrick's range wide enough for the 3 bet, or is it more that Patrick has to respect some ICM here when Orpin does choose to 3 bet? It's not going to matter, given that he does fold.
Maybe a little of both, but you know, the flip side is that you're definitely not compelled to do it with some of the offsuit combos. I would have probably think he was a favorite to do it with like Queen Jack suited there, and not a favorite with Queen Jack off. You are going to see more 3 betting, not very much flatting, especially in those spots. Low jack, hijack chip leader.
Some of the trouble with flatting, too, is that you really create a nice proposition for people behind you to wake up with one and choose to 3 bet it.
Yeah.
You know, you dangle that just extra 2 bigs in there.
Yeah, and you've got to get through 4 people behind you not shipping. You're not really like that deep, so it's not like some amazing positional advantage type of thing. Like the SPR is already gonna, you know, be like 3-1 only or something. So there's just don't see too many flats in that particular spot. Now it might be different if it was like cut off button, you know, as opposed to low jack hijack. But it is what it is. You got to play the cards in the spot that you're dealt and given.
Now, the man who brought the chip lead in with 23 remaining today.
It's always nice to get a walk deep in a tournament.
20 remained, by the way, to start the day. 23 were paid. And one of the things we talked about at the top during the pregame, Rast, was sort of a lack of depth in terms of stacks. The chip lead that Who held was 47 or 48 bigs deep. And yet here we are, having lost 8 players, is it? 7? Hang on. No, we've lost 8 players, down to just 12 of the 20 that began the day. And yet, the chip leader still has just 40-some-odd bigs, that being Orpin.
Yeah, there was a moment, I don't know, 20 minutes ago when I mentioned when it was very clustered, less than 3x from bottom to top. It's starting to push closer to 4x. Some of these shorter stacks have been getting whittled away, and Orpin has won a pot or 2, but I mean, this is still anyone's game. Orpin by no means has a commanding lead on the field. We can see the heir apparent. Here, Patrick, directly out of position, going to be playing a blind versus blind pot.
Yeah, second in chips, 2 big stacks. Looking up at an ace-jack, 8-2 spade board. Gut shot straight draw, 9 of spade dangler for Patrick, who limped pre. Orpin with top pair, did not raise it up, despite having ace high in the big.
Orpin has one of the very best hands he can have, and now he's not going to bet this flop very often, but if you do ever bet this flop, you know, at some point you need to start doing it with a hand like this. I mean, other than maybe ace-8 or jack-8, he probably never really has a better immediate value hand. You know, given that he checked back versus the limp, didn't raise pre-flop. So, I mean, his hand is good enough to bet 3 streets on some runouts.
So another 100K a man brings us to the turn. Patrick not going to be thrilled with this 7 of diamonds. A nice one for Orpin, though, as that 10 becomes more relevant, giving him the gutter.
I mean, the 10 would be quite the card at this point. But yeah, no, so I was pointing that out because I like Orpin's decision to actually bet this flop as opposed to just checking it back, since he's not supposed to have very many strong hands, with ace-10 specifically. And the hand should be over here.
Indeed it is. After the 350K follow-up out of Orpin. And taking chips away from Patrick will be just fine as far as Orpin's concerned. Giving him some runway as a chip leader. By the way, the phenomenon that I was alluding to prior to the beginning of that pot of chip leader having roughly still in the neighborhood in terms of big blinds as that which Who carried coming into the day, aided by the fact that these are just 30-minute levels. So the dilution is swift. Now an ace for Who, and he's going to ship his chips into the middle. Unfortunately, he's doing it when Paulius looks down at ace-king.
Oh yeah, what a welcome sight with ace-king here.
1.220.
Just performing so well against the open jam range. Here, 12 bigs from the hijack. Just going to see so many ace-x type hands like what Who has that we dominate.
What's the call?
Paulius flatting, leaving himself just 190 back. Obviously tremendously strong is that range. And with nobody else involved, tremendously strong are the prospects of us working our way down to just 11 players here on the precipice of a break. Jack 3 deuce. Heart coverage for Paulius. Very little to be concerned about, as the concerns are very much Who's. Can he find a snowman? No, and he doesn't find any opportunities either. The king connecting with Paulius. Jaewon Who drawing dead out of here in 12th place, and that is a very brutal first frame for a man who carried the chip lead in.
Yeah, brutal, and God, just because of the nature of them going to break, just very unceremonious, kind of dispatchal right there.
Yeah, you're so
Orpin
right.
did stick around to give him the pound, but otherwise even Paulie V just pieced out.
I mean, listen, the pounding was everywhere. As far as Jaewon Who is concerned, just never really able to capitalize on the chip lead. As we mentioned, finishing in 12th place, $73,500, leaving 11 players to do battle. Moving forward, all of whom are guaranteed $84,000. That's the next two payouts. A very different experience as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Rasti here with you for Orpin Kisicoglu, of course, that is the name upon whom the focus lies if you're going to talk about a theme from that first frame, new chip leader.
Oh yeah, Orpin almost at 5 million. Really doing some good work, but again, you know, it's not big time separation. I mean, Malkry has just over 4 and a couple stacks around 3. You know, if any of these 2 million plus stacks double, they're right up there, probably either taking the chip lead or being close. So yep. I think we're very much in a situation now where it's anyone's game. A lot of things can still happen. Orpin does have a bit of a head start, but there could be changes. Like we'll see what happens when we come back.
That we will. Short break. Rast and I stepping aside. 2.6 million, the average stack, as the payouts are growing ever so slightly, moving all the way forward to $1 million up top here in event number 2. Keep it close. More Triton Super High Roller Series coverage from Monaco comes your way after this.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Laying it down. Offsuit king in the small for Luke Greenwood. He's only got 14 bigs.
I'm all in.
In they go. And this is into chip leader at this table, Sam Muller,
845.
who wakes up with an ace. Is this really a contemplative moment for Muller here? Is he thinking about whether or not the ace-nine's worthy, Rast?
I mean, I think it's certainly worthy for... oh, no, he already called.
Oh, yeah, forgive me. I glossed over.
And I don't think the ICM effects... I was going to say, and I don't think the ICM effects are strong enough. He must just be considering it, you know, big spot, deep in a tournament type of deal. But it seems kind of like a call. But he had already called, so...
Looked like it did.
Kings and fours on Luke Greenwood's mind, and instead a queen is delivered to the board, and that leaves him on the outside. Eliminated by Sam Muller, who will extend his chip lead here at this feature. finishing in 16th. $60,500 for the efforts. Next couple of payouts will be $67K. $15 players remaining. And by the way, consider Martirosian now not on the terrace of Monte-Carlo Bay. He's quite familiar with the talent pool from that part of the world, and Mokri's quite familiar with what to do with two black queens sitting this shallow.
Yeah, I think he doesn't need to jam his range from the hijack, and queens is too good to jam, I think.
400,000.
Okay, he disagrees.
Well, it isn't quite a jam, but it is a declaration of war.
Yeah, I mean, but this is sort of the jam side. Oh my goodness.
This is brutal. How on earth? Donchev first coolered him with Queen 9 against King 9 moments ago, and now he's going to polish him off with two kings, it would seem. Oh, this is naughty.
Oh my goodness.
Dimitar has flatted, and now Zhou Chuen looks down at Ace King and then jams. My goodness.
Well, I'm not going to do anything different.
Yeah, Mokri recognizes this isn't particularly comfy. Says, I'm not going to do anything differently. He does make the call, as does Donchev, and holy smokes.
Oh, look at this cooler.
Queens, kings, and ace king. 2 million plus in the main. Almost another 2 million in the side. That's what Zhou Chuen and Dimitar Donchev are playing for. A total of almost 4 million. In the middle, and the ace in the window, but a queen as well. Mokri, middle set.
Donchev has the third best hand right now.
He's a little breathless. Just the King of Hearts rescues him.
Oh my.
Oh, hold on. Now all of a sudden, Chopportunities as a 10 rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, me too.
10 or a jack change the winner.
Oh! The 10 on the river.
Sorry.
Leaving.
I mean, I said 10, right? I meant a
You
king
did.
or a jack. My mistake.
Mokri, queen's full, and he's going to haul in the main. Ace King hauls in the side. We would call that the Patrick rule. That's what that would be. Ace Queen now for Xiwen Hu. And potential problems for Weikin. Ace 10 offsuit.
Yeah, tricky spot. He is up against the under the gun open. Then again, he only has, looks like 8.5 blinds. So
chips it. And a poor time to be doing so.
I guess what this is, they're playing 7-handed. So under the gun 7.
And who does make the call quite comfortably, and that comfort grows when he looks across the way at an ace 10, which he dominates. $1.5 million chip pot and dire straits for Triton co-founder Richard Young's son, Weikin. Looking to avoid a 14th place finish. And that is not the flop that brings that any closer to a reality. 8-3 deuce. Well, a board pairing 3 on the turn. Chopportunities now would come courtesy of an 8 or a deuce. Still 3 clean winners in the form of a 10. Can Weikin stick around? No.
Okay.
So he'll wrap the table and take his turn, heading over to the payouts desk. 4-time Triton title winner, exiting right there.
just on the cusp of the FT, but not quite.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 2, the 30K from here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Rasti, Ali, here with you, and just 11 of the 20 that began the day still left in the field. Chief among them, Orpin Kisicoglu, talked about the spin-up that he's enjoyed. Chip leader coming into the day just before the break. Out of here, $84,000, now guaranteed $2.6 million. The average stack, shortest stack in the room, belongs to Lithuania's Marius Kudzmanas. 11 big blinds in front of him, just a tickle north of that 10 big blind danger zone, and a fairly even and tight cluster down below the average stack, Rast.
Wow, excuse me, guys. Technical difficulties over here. Listen, again, the chip stacks kind of slide all the way from the 1.3 at the bottom, and they just gradiate all the way up to the 4.6 and Orpin at top. There's someone's got a chip stack that's just about everywhere, whether it's 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5. So, you know, again, I think this is a tournament where, you know, there's a clear people that have more chips, average and less, but anyone can still win this.
Yeah.
Like sometimes when we get down to these chip configurations, you find someone with, you know, a massive chip lead and a bunch of shorties, and that's not really what we're seeing here. It's very spread out.
Now we're 2 away from the final table. The blinds have gone to 50, 125,000 with 125K big blind ante, and that means that in spite of having the chip lead, Orpin has just 37 big blinds. So really everybody needs to respect the landscape out there right now. Don't want to put a foot wrong, because we do have still over $1 million up top, our first of the 7-figure payouts. There will be multiple here in Monte-Carlo. Don't want to miss out on that. And that's why that's preservationist sort of attitude. You know, it isn't so much the pay jump, but the shot at the chunky stuff up top that keeps people cagey.
Well, you know, Ali, that's one of the interesting things about a configuration like this, is that this is a little bit of a Rorschach test for who are you as a poker player and what are you trying to do. I mean, I think if you have 1 or 2 super runaway chip leaders and shorties, it's like very clear what your role is. But in this situation and configuration, it's more like, do you have a medium stack? Do you want to conserve and preserve and try to ladder up? Or are you going to take some spots and, you know, take some of these light 3-bet spots, risk some of your stack, but take your chance to run up that chip lead and run away with it?
Well, that question is one that we will continue to seek to answer as we dive back in to the arena. Just a mere 11 gladiators remaining. Elsewhere in the room, event number 3 getting underway. But all eyes focused upon event number 2 for the time being. Who will it be? Only time will tell. As I mentioned, once we get down to 9-handed, we will consolidate the field into a single table. By the way, a little bit of added pressure over at the red table, given that they are playing 5 players deep. There will be balancing, by the way, though. It's not as though it's just the luck of the draw. We will send a 6th player over to the red table. Somebody will toggle back and forth so as to create equal opportunity and no competitive advantage. Those chip counts, by the way, brought to you by GTO Wizard. 30-minute levels. That aforementioned event number 3, by the way, is a 20K mystery bounty. So looking forward to the excitement associated with that format, which has grown so popular in poker over the last few years.
250.
Alex Kulev kicks us off.
I think I know his answer when it comes to the Rorschach test.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I don't think he's just trying to slide by if he can try to build up a stack and take some chances.
Suited connector, pretty under other circumstances for Donchev. Bind here. As you look at the remaining characters, if you had to put people into that kind of Kulev and company camp of getting after it, who else do you suspect is going to come back with that test result of seize fate, carpe diem?
I mean, he's really the #1 guy that stands out. Who else might? I mean, maybe Paulie V or Zhou Xuan. Some of the other guys, these 3 guys at the bottom, Mueller, Nechev, and Marius, I'm not as familiar with their games, so I don't really want to try to categorize them.
think those are fair candidates. And here's the thing. Just because you observe for a stanza, a level, someone appearing to maybe not be cut from that cloth, as the landscape evolves, gears are shifted.
Certainly. And this discussion comes with no judgment. Let me just be clear. I'm not saying it's necessarily better to do that, right? Like lean more on the close spots one way or the other. You know, there's merits to both, and you know, the felt is a ever-changing strategic landscape rich with opportunities for good decision making.
I love that you say that, Ras, because I think oftentimes there is a weird temptation to kind of suggest that maybe somebody is lacking or somebody, you know, isn't as fearsome a competitor as a result of opting to maybe lay back. But at the end of the day, you know, the professionalism can take shape in different forms. It's just some people have more of an appetite for the get after it and some people don't, but it's not to say that they're any less fierce, any less, you know, focused. And so I think it was important for you to say it is without judgment that you kind of make these designations.
Also, I think the most important thing isn't really that you do one or the other. It's more that you can do both.
Oh, that's even better, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you want to be a player who, you know, has the multiple gears and, you know, uses the shift from time to time to change gears.
Kuzmanos, raise and take from the small there. He's definitely been more on the sit back and let things unfold around him thus far on the day, save for, as we mentioned, rather, the bust out of Webster, who he showered.
He doesn't have a ton of options off of 13 blinds right now either.
Well, online poker is on its way back to the U.S. and Canada, folks. Club WPT Gold is bringing it in sweepstakes form. To celebrate, Club WPT Gold is hosting a $5 million invitational in Vegas this December, free to enter, and the winner is going to take down a cool $1 million. Not unlike the winner here today. Sign up at clubwptgold.com with promo code Triton to win your seat today.
He scares me. Yeah, he scares me. The part of this, he scares me.
Now an ace on the button for Marius.
50.
Been raised, declared. Mokri defending with queen 6. 9-8-3 board doesn't hit either player. By the way, Kion, second in chips overall here, Rast, after having sub 10 bigs, the top of the day.
$225. $225.
Easy check fold to the follow through. Looking at Marius's Triton resume, by the way.
Do tell.
Rusty. First ever Triton tournament for him. Played the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam. Did not cash. Here he is. Second ever.
Oh, yeah, this is his first stop. And, I mean, just how tightly bunched they are. He's won 2 small pots here, and he went from 11th to 8th in chips. So.
Well, Danchev, the opener this time from up front, ace-jack.
That's me.
That which motivates. Samuel Muller also been relatively quiet on the day. Rast, granted there's some period of time where maybe he was in action while we weren't covering his table, but
finds a light big blind defense.
And finds bottom pair against top pair, unfortunately, checking over.
This could get him into trouble here.
That said, we have seen a number of occasions, Rast, not to cut you off, where people do flop bottom pair and then find the texture unfavorable enough to check fold. I do think with the 7,
yes,
that's what makes it tough.
I just think, unless the bet size is quite large, the 7, yeah, is a pretty key card that is going to probably get him to stick around. Because in addition to obviously immediately improving with a 6 or a 7, I mean a 9 or a 5 give him an open-ender. So and there it is that 9 we were discussing. Now the pot gets kind of interesting. I'd imagine Danchev here with just over a 1 SPR is pretty happy playing for stacks. Also going to be motivated to bet. I mean, look at this board. How wet are we talking here? We have double flush draws, straight draws. You know, we still have top pair, good kicker. In fact, if our opponent had ace queen or ace king, we would have heard from it pre-flop. So short of 2 pair, we have the nut 1 pair here. You know, but Danchev giving weight to some of these ICM considerations, checks back.
And now finds himself trip aces on the river. I'm not sure Muller's got an appetite for a barrel here, but let's see whether or not a sizing out of Danchev is going to be such that Sam would pay off. $1 million plus in there, and just so much doesn't get there. I don't know how much of the busted draws would have slowed down on the turn. Certainly with some frequency, Danchev doesn't have to barrel again.
I mean, but I think Muller's hoping for check and beating like king high specifically. You know, maybe pocket 5s and potentially queen high, but some of those will barrel the turn because they're most likely queen 10 or queen jack. So you're not winning the pot a ton, but he does have showdown, and there isn't really any value in betting a 6. So I think the check is quite clear. And the value bet is also quite clear. I agree. You know, his question is going to be how much with a hand that, I mean, we're talking about a hand that rates to be the best hand almost always here. You know, maybe losing to a slow-played ace-6, which we're blocking, having an ace, potentially a straight that is checking the river. You know, those hands might bet the river themselves as well. Danchev comes with a healthy bet. Looks like it's a little over half pot. Muller is beating hands like Jack, Queen, and King High. As I mentioned, King High specifically is likely to get to the river this way, as in bet flop check turn, and could easily decide to bluff. Some Queen and Jack Highs will be at a lower frequency because they go ahead and barrel the turn.
Ultimately, Muller does find the fold correctly. I wonder what the number is that maybe Muller calls. Right? Like 1/10 pot? That we just feel compelled, even though that vibe's so greedy, doesn't it? How often is a 6 good, period, when our opponent's betting?
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe he calls 1/10. The problem when you start betting that small is that
check raise?
Yeah, you're kind of like, from a theoretical standpoint, you're in position. You're now you're opening your opponent to action with the check raise when you could just check back. And the only benefit you're getting is winning 10% of what's in the middle when you can just check back and win what's in the middle. So I think you do sometimes see those bets, but they come from the out-of-position player who it's like his opponent can still bet behind them.
Right.
So it's functionally close to a check, but slightly different. Whereas in position on the river, you very rarely see tiny bets like that.
It's more the set the price blocky stuff than it is value out of an in-position player then.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see a smaller bet size would maybe be something like at least quarter pot or more. It needs to be worth the risk of opening the action, kind of.
Joe Chuen, the opener here. Donchev has himself an issue after defending the big blind with this ace-9. He's got second pair versus top pair. Neither player with a heart on this monotone board. In comes the follow-through. 150 into 675.
I mean, it's a very small bet relative to the size of the pot, and Donchev with second pair don't think can go anywhere.
Sure enough, he calls, and there's the action freezer. Fourth heart. Sure enough, it goes check, check. Board pairing 5 on the end. Can you ever seek value with one pair on a monotone board that brings the 4 flush?
It's yes. It's not very common, and I would say in this particular spot, it's actually not the worst spot, but maybe he would need ace-10. Like, you want to at least be able to beat other 10x's, which Joe Chuen can't do, right? So I don't think he should, but you know, you could maybe talk me into ace-10. You know, again, it's one of those things where, I mean, here's the thing. It's when your opponent's out of position, and this ties into the point from the other pot. Just because they check does not mean they don't want to put money into the pot.
Yeah.
Right? Which is one of the things you have to consider when you're in position and deciding whether you bet. Now, in those type of spots, if you were playing against an opponent who their check meant that they don't generally want to put money into the pot, or if they do, it's only a call, it makes spots like value betting ace-10 in this particular hand in position a lot more attractive. Right? So, again, somebody who kind of divvies up their range, will play check raises for value and for bluffs in that spot, you know, you start to make wanting to value bet 2 pair there with a 4 flush not very appetizing, because those hands definitely don't want to see a check raise when you could just check back 10s up and, you know, win the pot some.
That's exactly ultimately what Joe Chuen did, taking down that exchange. Donchev rates to get involved once more here, this time in the face of an open from Kulev. He looks down at a couple of 6s. And he declares all in.
He says, good enough to make my stand and try to win this 500,000 that's in the middle.
King Queen really loses luster in the face of this.
Yeah, it's... Wonder what Joe Chuen would have done had it been folded to him, but that was not the action.
No, and Kulev not providing any further action, of course. And Donchev claws back. looking at his Triton resume, by the way, Donchev first joined us in Monte-Carlo last year. Found himself a second place in a 25K turbo for 300 grand. 30K 7 max follow-up.
250.
13th place. And then closed out that festival with 11th in a 30K PLO bounty. Total Triton earnings 2.7 million across 10 caches. And he did pick up a title in Jeju. That coming in the 40K mystery bounty, where he won 804,000 Rasty and then added 540K to it in bounties.
Wow. It's a big bounty pickup there. Little compression. Orpin's lost at least a pot. He's under 4 million. And now, other than Mueller, who's starting to slip from 10th to 1st, is less than double the chips, 1.6. Oh, sorry, less than triple the chips, 1.6 to 3.9.
Meanwhile, back at the other table, we've got ourselves a jam from Krasimir Nechev and Andy Nee with just north of that stack decides king, queen suited, blocker effects. Let me get it in.
That I know.
The good news is that Paulie V, who had ace queen and Andy in a bad way, found the bin and he immediately hates it because he dominated both players.
I think I'm losing anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna be a.
Paulie's trying to talk himself into the losing anyway moment. We'll find out in a second, but
for now he's breathless. 3.6 million chip pot. Andy covers ever so slightly.
I mean,
I like
Andy Nee with a sort of
I don't know
bold
what to do with
low.
cold call.
Chop.
Effectively,
No,
I mean, he
I
did
folded.
have a
Let
little
someone
bit
win
more
now.
than Nechev, but yeah, they're level almost. And the ace-8-6 board, top pair for Nechev, but real threats courtesy of two
Never
clubs.
easy,
I like this.
Never easy.
Put 10 of clubs.
I mean, a club pretty much just ends it. This is the ace of clubs.
Relax, Krasimir. Although tension still there, looking to fade the club and stay alive, and he's done it. Taking Andy Nee down to just 100,000. You see Andy on his feet, wasn't sure whether or not he had Nechev covered.
I cannot fold.
Yeah, of course. I'm
but-
just happy. Yeah.
We would have had a double elimination if Paulie V called.
Yeah. And a new chip leader. I mean, he would have. There's about 3.3 between them and Paulie. Yeah, he would have had almost. He would have had 7 million in chips. Would have shaken up the landscape.
To put it lightly.
Can I order?
To the lucky. It's a huge one, man. Compared to the one I have.
Can I get salmon with
I mean, he did get pretty lucky, and I'll tell you why. I think most people fold Andy's hand in the big blind, and then Paulie just calls him, ace-queen wins, and he's out. Andy hopped to the fence there and doubled him up instead of having him bust.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're talking like tournament sliding doors moment, this is like a huge one.
Like
With a hand that I don't think everybody plays it the way Andy played his hand there. So, wow. I mean,
I think Krasimir definitely needs to add Andy to the Christmas list after that one.
yeah. Let's see what he does with it. It's the poker god's gift.
cannot.
The moment.
I'm good hand.
Sitting 29 bigs deep is Nechev. Andy, of course, less than one big blind deep. Folded around to his small. He gets it in. King high in front of queen high. $325,000. Hanging in the balance. But more importantly, the fate of Andy Nee. Ace high flop is safe. Five of spades turn is as well. Keep This thing, queen and jack free, the thought on Andy's mind, and a compliant river will provide him the double. Obviously, we don't celebrate given the pot lost is far greater than the pot won here. It's going to take a few more doubles before Andy can play cards. There's Orpin. Still chip leading.
Yeah.
Just south of 4 million, 32 bigs. Mokri, Antonius, and Nechev in that order behind him. Hard 8 here for Krasimir. Announces raise. Nechev's first ever Triton Festival, by the way, was our previous one in Montenegro. Played 4 events, cashed in one of them, 21st in the 25K 8 max. Did play the 25K Global Ultimate Slam, failed to cash. Now he's got Antonius across the way, defending his big. Couple of overs, connected and offsuit, 675 in the middle. King Jack 10 board. Antonius with an ugly gut shot. And Nechev has bought the right to bet this board. Action checked over.
Yeah, 4s between the right to bet the board and the fact that 4s is so low as a pair below the board. It's very motivated.
You played a hand in the World Series of Poker main event during your deep run this past summer, Rast, that I remember just melted my mind. I was in the booth along with Nick Schulman, I think, and you were at one of the outer features. And you almost called the river. You had like an underpair to the entire board. And it was like coordinated as well. And you were trying to figure out, or maybe it was your opponent had an underpair to the entire board, like pocket 5s or something, and you were trying to figure out why all of a sudden he had decided to bet the river. Does this hand come to mind? Do you recall this?
I don't recall the exact hand, unfortunately, but I do remember that it was just this spot where
something smelled wrong to you.
Something smelled wrong, and I was, at first I was like, well, I guess it was a guy, what I do remember, it was a guy who was kind of out of line, and he was very sticky. So he had been sticky on the flop, and I think the turn went check, check, and then the board ran out super bad for my hand, and I'm like sitting there on the river a little frustrated, like, man, what am I like don't really want to fold. I've been trying to get this guy, like, you know, to catch him in a spot like this all day, and I'm like just sitting there thinking, like, what am I beating right here? And I actually came out with like 1 or 2 hands that made sense, like literally, and I'm like, wow, you must have like 5s if I'm good.
And it was maybe 6s or 5s exactly that he had.
And turned out that is what he had. And yeah, honestly, I wish I had kept thinking a little bit longer, but I didn't.
Andy Nee wants to keep playing a little bit longer. Unfortunately, with ace-9 dominated by Orpin, he does not rate to be able to do so unless he can find Nina on the river, which he can't. So GGs are issued.
Yeah.
And we are now down to 10-handed action. Didn't really want to build a whole lot of drama there. It did feel like an unnecessary proposition. And it came undone in a hurry for Andy. Maybe that Rorschach test?
Well, listen, Andy took his shot with King-Queen suited. I mean, he said, I'm trying to build up a big chip stack. So, you know, there's only one way to interpret Andy with that. He wasn't going to sit and wait around.
I mean, he picked a hand that is a reasonable one with which to do that, though, isn't it? In terms of the blocker effects of ace, king, ace, queen, kings, and queens?
Well, I mean, he
Top 5
called.
biggest stacks in this table.
Someone had already
Top
moved. It
5
was
biggest
raised.
stacks on this
The
table.
small blind had moved all in, and he
He
called the
covered
big.
by 100K, but yeah, it was raised jam in front.
Pretty confident that, especially with some ICM, his hand is a fold.
Oh, you mean we should just
One of the things I feel
Or
like
go
I've
for it.
learned looking at little
And
whatever
maybe
sim
Bruce
runouts is that in general, like King Queen probably performs in some of these spots calling off a little worse than you might think, and especially when ICM is factored in. So like I'd be a little surprised if his hand was a call, but again, it probably is at straight chip EV. It's probably pretty close. Maybe it's a call. I mean, they were only 14 or 15 big blinds.
we were not behind, we were not in the front? Oh, really? Okay. Well done to the other table.
Dimitar Donchev has himself a new home.
Yeah. Small
Got
blind.
his number pulled as we rebalance. Did mention earlier that if we were playing 6 and 5 for a while,
Mr. Donchev.
player would be bounced back and forth to create some equilibrium there, but
No collusion. No
instead,
collusion.
He is already
10 remaining.
rolling.
We just play 5 and 5.
Yeah? Oh.
Because
Oh, sure. I don't think that he should jam. Queen, no?
he called. Technically.
Ah, yeah, he called, yeah.
I don't think that he
Tempting.
should. Especially when I ask how much.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you did
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
before, right?
Topic of conversation at the table
was
as
like,
well,
you
the
should be
same one that we were
I mean,
unpacking here
not
at the
that
booth
strong, but
with regard to Andy choosing to effectively call off with the king-queen suit. Table seems to agree with you, Ras, that maybe it wasn't a necessary choice, but an informative one with regard to Andy Nee's attitudes.
Yeah, Andy's not going to sit and wait around and try to ladder up. He's going to try to win this thing.
Well, Patrick going to try to win at least this pot with ace-3 suited as he raises.
Orpin, his hat in the little picture in the left is not, it is black with white letters, but not the exact same thing. His hat that he's wearing right now says success coming soon, but in the picture it says savage. Just pointing that out. I want a
Very different
Savage
font
hat.
size, by the way, on the Savage versus the Success Coming Soon, which is a far more understated typeface.
I actually kind of like that as a poker hat. I want to get a black hat with like white font that just says Savage, and I'm just sitting there. I got my earphones in.
You should get one of those huge gold chain things, you know what I mean? And just it says Savage, diamond encrusted, you know, just.
Bro, you're
like a
really
Flavor
blowing
Flav.
this off the top. Like all of a sudden now I'm just blinging out in some like I've never worn anything like that in my entire life. Like
Which
I
is
do
what
wear
would
hats
make
when
it
I
so
play.
dope, though, right? All of a sudden we're like, damn.
I mean, yeah, in an over the top like absurd kind of way, it would be interesting.
Pocket kings of interest, obviously, for Patrick. Once again.
Up next, the Savage.
If Bitcoin breaks 100,000, Rast, you got to promise me you take like, you know, point whatever coins and just get that thing made, you know, and then just wear it. PPC next year. There you are. Savage.
No promises on that one. But I might find the Savage hat though. That I can maybe do for you, Ali.
Well, let's see if Nechev finds involvement courtesy of Ace-Jack here. He is contemplating. And there is the 3-bet.
Yeah, he's attacking.
Now, if we're Patrick, Rast, we know aces like to slow play. But are kings less inclined?
Yeah, I think if you have kings here, you're pretty happy jamming in for the twofold reason of you can get ahead of some value hands like ace-king, maybe even ace-queen could decide to 3-bet call, ace-queen suited. Queen, certainly. If he 3-bet jacks here, for example, he's not folding. You know, Jacks might not 3-bet, could just flat in order to not 3-bet call. Anyway, my point is you're ahead of some stuff, and when your opponent has some weaker ace-x hands, you're just denying the equity to the overcard. So, especially with ICM pressure and ICM ranges, I just don't think kings flats here. Yeah.
Sure enough, in comes the 4-bet to 1.3. Note that it is a sizing designed to tempt a reasonably broad array of hands. Ace-Jack kind of down in range to continue, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, it's a range that's designed to tempt some hands to 5-bet jam. Because one of the things here is that once you start getting deep into ICM, a lot of players are not calling 3 and 4 bets pre-flop to play just massive contested pots. And your ranges end up getting very polarized to hands that are either very strong and you're going with, or kind of hands with blocker bluff effects like ace-x and king-x. And so this is designed, you 4-bet here instead of jamming, because if your opponent has a really good hand, they go with it, and you might tempt them with one of their bad hands, like the solver bait ace-5 suited, to make a play. And it also allows Patrick the opportunity to do that with a bluff himself on a much cheaper price than if he jams with a bluff, like ace-5 or whatever.
Well, ultimately, temptation is resisted, and granted, Nechev did have the ace, but he had himself a world of problems. And Patrick quietly cobbling together a tidy little stack, 36 bigs, up there toward the top of the current leaderboard. And actually, this is good for the chip lead, as he is nosed in front of Kisachoglu's 34 bigs.
That was a significant pot. I mean, his opponent put in 700K and folded.
Patrick going to open once more. This time it's ace-3.
An ace blocker lets go. And Pauly V does not defend
King-8 off.
King-8 off. Which, we can start to see the effects of, what guys think the risk premium does.
Current payout, $84,000. We are on a pay ladder of $16,000 here on this final table bubble. Everybody that makes the FT will be getting a 6-figure payout at minimum, and of course 7 figures up top. Flipping back over to the other feature. Samuel Muller, 10 big blinds in front of him. Kaihan Mokri has spun it up to a chip leading stack here. More chips at that other feature than we have here.
Yeah, this table is a little light. Mokri's been the table chip leader over here for a while now. Just plying his craft. It's good spot for him to be over here. I mean, at the other table, he would kind of just be an average stack. I mean, it looks like the average stack is over 3 million. So, I mean, definitely a case now of, the haves and the have-nots in terms of the table. A tale of two cities, or tables in this case.
800. 800.
Raised to 800,000.
Kudzmanas, ace-8 on the button. Raising it up
18.
into the chip leader's big. And Mokri looks interested for obvious reasons with this king-10 of spades.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's gonna call probably. I don't think he has any fold equity. I don't think Marius is ever doing this to fold, but I think the decision is, would he call a jam? I don't know that he would, for 15 blinds, but is the fact that he only has to call 6 or 7 blinds or whatever it is right now, is that enough for him to call?
See, what's interesting is that Marius came with 800K as the open sizing.
Yeah.
Mokri does end up jamming. Marius recognizes that he's just committed too much. So he makes the call. And Mokri has suddenly left us playing a 3.7 million chip pot. King 10 versus Ace 8.
Yes.
Can Marius fold the Ace 8 off? Rest?
No, not to the rejam. He's doing that where if like the small blind jams and the big blind calls, then he's out.
Good feeling.
But not you don't put in half your stack and fold there as the dealer button.
For you.
Mokri pre-flop says I have a good feeling and then follows it up with for you on the ace high texture. 9 of spades though. Could make things interesting. The turn does not, however, as Kaihan draws dead. And
1-8, right?
Yep.
that vaults Kuzmanas way up the chip counts. Coming in, he was 9th of 10 runners. He's going to be 3rd overall after that. Do you take any issue with the jam from Mokri there?
You know, I kind of thought he was going to end up just calling. You know, is it a spot where can he end up getting away, like on an ace-high board? Can he fold sometimes? Maybe. I mean, he does have king 10, not even like king queen, for example. So I don't know. I don't know if I want to say issue. But I do think in a lot of those spots, like I feel like we've seen other players just call, and then you see some very weird under 1 SPR pots getting played.
I mean, it is a big open sizing of 800, obviously, from Kuzmanos to flat, but...
Yeah, no, but like if you're going to play, I mean, also it opens up stop and go chances.
Sure.
Like what if on some board you can actually get ace high to fold?
Yeah, if you decide that you were willing to jam anyway, all of a sudden it comes 7-5 deuce, and you just rip.
Because you're not getting the full pre-flop.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. Those two trading places, by the way, on the leaderboard as Mokri careens down to 9th overall. And the bad news for him is the blinds have just gone up to 75, 150,000. Kuzmanos goes to work immediately with the newly minted stack. Min raising with king 7. Sam Muller wakes up with 2 10s in the big, though.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing from him. And he's been getting whittled down, the shortest stack. But
how much?
Ripping it.
Well, this is a pretty gross spot here.
Compared to the 300.
800, he's getting 2 to 1. We can see he would, just for chip EV, he would need 33% equity. Throw a little bit on there for risk premium, but not a lot, because it's only about a quarter of his stack. But his hand is really bad. Yeah. He actually wouldn't be getting odds with his hand versus 2 10s, we could see.
Jam and take it for Samuel, who really has been spectating for the better part of the last few frames, or levels rather.
Yeah, Mokri basically just shifted the chip lead over to the Lithuanian, which is kind of good news for Kulev, who's now in position on the chip leader, but really the table composition is basically the same in terms of the stack distributions. And while some of you just watching the screen aren't going to be able to see what I'm talking about, you know, unless you memorize where the
was
players
not
are or
thinking about
whatnot.
doing all
If you have the Triton Poker Plus app, you're just looking at it. It's very easy to see exactly what I'm talking about. All this information is laid out with, you know, you can have the leaders up on the side and even have the seating chart pulled up, and at this point be watching both tables simultaneously. So very well constructed app. It records all the hands, even how the chips move, exact chip counts from hand to hand.
Well, chip movement here, Rasty, was Paulie V opening to 300,000. Nechev defending his big, ace-7-4 board. Top pair following through for 2 1/4, and no further involvement out of Nechev. He swung and missed.
Ehkä potentiaalinen CEO, niin pystyisikö katsoa, onko tuossa Monte-Carlo base täällä, niin 8 yö.
We're back at the rich kid table.
One way to describe it.
Ooh, I think, though, we're on the final table bubble right now, 5 and 5, so...
Yes.
Just going to try to steal it from the button with a solid and reasonable button open, especially when you cover the blinds. Queen 8 off.
Donchev, offsuit connector.
I think good enough to defend. 10-9, I mean,
No gluten, no?
pretty high cards.
He agrees. 3 black chips submitted to take a peek. And Queen 8-4, gut shot straight draw against top 2.
Yes, sir, Ollie. But a board where Danchev has a little bit of something to continue with. Let's see if I'd assume Orpin will end up betting here. And how Danchev responds. I mean, Orpin's gone small. He's bet 1 big blind, which is into 150 into 825.
Thank you.
I mean, we're talking less than a fifth of the pot. Danchev just takes his immediate equity and calls. Does not try to get fancy and win this with a check raise.
And now he can't win it no matter what comes off, as an 8 gives Orpin the boat on the back of that 150K follow through and call from Donchev.
He could consider leading here, with the idea being that he has a bit more 8x than Danchev. Than Orpin. Decides not to, checks it over. Orpin with the decision whether to just keep betting for value or to slow play. And versus 10-9 off, checking back would definitely be the way you would expect to get more money. Assuming Danchev folds versus a bet, which is not guaranteed but likely.
So Orpin does try to get Donchev to find trouble here. Jack would have done it. And for that matter, maybe this 5 of spades river, in the sense that we have no showdown value, could do it as well. I mean, 1.1 in the middle.
Yeah.
We don't want to hand it over.
I would say if he had a spade, I think a bluff would be almost certain. Without a spade, definitely possible, but not certainty. I do think a bluff is quite likely, though, especially with 10-9 specifically. Part of it's the size, though. I do think in this spot we could end up seeing a bluff that's small, right? The idea being here, we're just trying to get Jack and King high to fold, potentially ace high, but obviously not trying to get a good hand, 2 pair or whatever to fold.
Well, Donchev hopelessly barreling 275K here, and the raise is just a matter of
time.
Yeah, this bet also makes sense for 10-9 off with no spade. Make this one of your bluffs that you're just going small here. You know, you could also have hands such as 5x, queen x, 4x, all potentially do this for value. And Orpin, I mean, zero decision other than what he's going to raise to, because he has effectively the nuts.
Trying to sell it before making it 2 million. I mean, it's all over here for Donchev. Simply posturing at this point. I mean, why the Hollywood out of Dimitar?
I believe it's simply so that Orpin and anyone at the table can't know if he was bluffing or if he had made a light value bet and was now considering bluff catching. I think it's that. So you saw him use his time, not use a time bank, and it's just that like snap folding there implies, hey, I was bluffing and I don't have a decision, and it would, you know, then let the table know that. So that's why I think he used time in that spot.
Well, there he is. Patrick finding some grub. And I know at least one person in the chat, Fluxliner, is going to be relieved to see it, as he was threatening to stop streaming if Patrick didn't eat something soon. Unclear what's on the menu, though. Ace-9 suited on Orpin's menu. Up and over 5 million in chips, by the way, Orpin. Back on top by 5 bigs ahead of Patrick.
Paulie V here with the King 4 off. Is he considering a light and crazy 3-bet?
There's our answer. Well, he may have considered it, but yeah, he certainly didn't do it.
No.
Sam Mueller, shortest stack in the room right now, just 10 big blinds elsewhere. Mokri 11 bigs. After he got tied up with Marius not long ago.
75.
Again, a $16,000 pay jump is upon us, lending here on this final table bubble to some of the caginess.
Yeah, we're starting to enter the part of the tournament where ICM pressure's ramping up. There's a pay jump every spot. And staying alive to not only get that pay jump, but then potentially get further pay jumps just becomes a big deal.
King 8 offsuit, attacking from the small. Patrick with not enough interest. I miss Paulie V's fuzzy bucket hat.
I've seen a few.
Do you remember that thing?
He wore one on day one.
I think he did.
A white fuzzy hat.
Yeah.
In the 25K, but
it's the kind of thing that says, if you're looking for a good time, I've got a Ziploc bag full of it at any given music festival.
I couldn't have said it better, Ali.
Back at the other feature now to soak up what's going on here.
was a red card.
Mayor Marius.
I saw a red card.
Yeah, me too.
But I
6 diamonds, 5 pockets. All in. Play all in.
Jams a king jack.
Just open ripping it. He's got to get through Kulev with 19 bigs, but then the blinds both have about 10 bigs each.
And Mueller wakes up with 2 queens, quite happy to be able to take a spin here as the shortest stack in the room, which we mentioned just moments ago. Note that they're not on their backs quite yet as we wait for action to complete at the other table. And that action involves Patrick Antonius and Orpin Kisachoglu. This one was blind versus blind. Limp from Patrick, check back from Orpin. Second pair has checked over to the Broadway Gutty. Orpin with the check back. 7 on the turn.
We did just see a limp blind versus blind. Rates to be good quite often. You know, and again, 10x, queen x hands for a gutter. We can see Orpin just called with one of them. Now this could be a very interesting river because Patrick has a hand that now doesn't really have too much value in betting. I would say if he does bet, it's going to be 150 again, I would guess. But Orpin is the one who it's more interesting for because he only has 10 high now and has that 5 of clubs, and the club flush just came in. So he definitely has a hand that will consider bluffing either versus a block or versus a check. Wow, and Patrick bets large. So Patrick's going for some solid value here, which might deter Orpin from making a play. We'll see, or maybe not.
425,000, quite a bit meatier than you suspected Patrick would be betting in this spot. And it is a little bit weird. Orpin kind of asking himself what makes sense, but at the end of the day, 10 high is 10 high, and he's not looking to be a hero in this spot.
It's a lot to ask, like Jack and 7X to call on the river. It's not so much that his hand can't be good. It's just, you know, his hand has to be good and your opponent has to call like 2/3 pot bet. But anyways, we have an all in over here.
Yeah, this is the one that we put a pin in moments ago with action complete. Now we can get on our backs, and Mueller does have to fade some things. Now the queen's turning into blockers on an ace-10-4 board where Kuzmanos has the gut shot and is on the hunt for a king to ruin things for Samuel. Oh, and he finds the king on the turn, which is a frosty one. Mueller.
It's not over, but it feels that way.
Looking for the jack. And instead, it's a 9. And just like that, an abrupt
I can go to the bathroom.
breaking of the gridlock on this final table bubble
I want to go
as
now.
Mueller is dispatched
No, I'll wait.
in 10th place. 84K pickup for him.
Alex, tell me. He's King 10 suited. I should just call or fold.
And we're down to just 9 here in event number 2.
Yeah, I should.
Or you can fold. But it's a tough one. King Jack suited for sure.
I mean,
I thought I was dominating.
you just, what are you going to do? You wake up with 2 queens, the chip leader's opening, you rip it, you
A
hope.
lot of times. You dominate.
Yeah,
Oh no,
I think I dominated.
he was he just had to call.
Yeah.
I think I'm rarely
Yeah.
dominated by
Yeah.
ace
The chip
10.
leader ripped
Ace 10
into
just raises.
his big blind. I mean,
point.
Yeah,
what a
but-
spot.
And those are a lot of
You just call, and I guess you hope you hold, and that time he didn't get the hold part.
Yeah, a hard pivot rather, from a dream to a nightmare for Mueller. He'll be all right though. Didn't come all the way to Monaco to to play the first 2 events and bow out. But he will not be playing for a title here today as Kuzmanos ascends to over 5 million in front of him, neck and neck with Orpin Kisachoglu for the chip lead. As Rast and I bring you back to the desk. And boy, it was weird. It wasn't like there was overt violence, but as I reflect upon it, a little bit of bloodshed in that particular frame, and it wasn't exactly kosher.
People just kept flying out, you know, a little bit of here, a little bit there, and we didn't slow down. I didn't feel like sometimes you get these moments playing down to the final table where it's kind of like pauses and we're playing 11-handed for an hour.
Right.
This was just like someone's out.
Yeah.
10 minutes later, next person's out. And here we are at the fun part.
Down to the final table where $100,000 is guaranteed, our remaining 9. Some administrative formalities, of course, to take care of as we assemble everybody into a single feature/final. So Rast and I are going to step aside briefly, but we're going to be back, and we are going to take you down to a champ here on the 3rd day of this Super High Roller Series Monaco Festival. Event number 2, going to crown that winner. Don't go anywhere.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Call that the Patrick rule. That's what that would be. Ace Queen now for Xiwen Hu. And potential problems for Weikin. Ace 10 offsuit.
Yeah, tricky spot. He is up against the under the gun open. Then again, he only has, looks like 8.5 blinds. So
ships it. And a poor time to be doing so.
I guess what this is, they're playing 7-handed. So under the gun 7.
And who does make the call quite comfortably, and that comfort grows when he looks across the way at an ace-10, which he dominates. $1.5 million chip pot and dire straits for Triton co-founder Richard Young's son, Wai Kin. Looking to avoid a 14th place finish. And that is not the flop that brings that any closer to a reality. 8-3 deuce. Well, a board pairing 3 on the turn. Chopportunities now would come courtesy of an 8 or a deuce. Still 3 clean winners in the form of a 10. Can Wai Kin stick around? No.
Okay.
So he'll wrap the table and take his turn, heading over to the payouts desk. 4-time Triton title winner, exiting right there.
Just on the cusp of the FT, but not quite.
Starting the day, we also had Webster Lim, 3-time Triton title winner, in the field, but there will be no added hardware in their trophy cases. Wow, that was a sneeze that was targeted directly into the mic.
Opponent has, you know, a flush draw, maybe ace or queen high flush draw or something. Maybe even queen high flush draw folds, right? Ace high flush draws are flipping with you. So, I don't know. Interesting creative play. I'm not sure I can get behind it 100% theoretically, but I love seeing people take interesting lines and making us think about it.
Well, Saya's going to make Marius Kuzmanas think about ace-7 suited here. Under the gun, she rips 635,000. Granted, it's just north of 6 bigs with the blinds at 50 and 100K. But it could contain some dominant aces and should be a reasonably narrow range, or with 2.5 bigs getting shaved off of her stack, if she goes through those blinds, maybe the range broadens a bit for her?
Yeah, you know, I think it's kind of just a function at this point of she has 6.5 bigs, and she's about to put in a third of her stack next hand. I think King 10 off I think it is just good enough in this spot.
Pocket queens for Mokri. He's just going to flat and see whether or not he can lure Samuel Muller into some trouble. Easy release for Sam, and not a very easy spot for Saya. She needs to find a king. Almost $1.5 million in the middle. Here at her first ever Triton Super High Roller Series.
Anybody follow the king?
No.
Would you really like some?
Looking for a little sweat
It
intel.
doesn't matter. It's not going to change the card's coming out.
I'm feeling like a spade.
7-5.
Maybe it's a bit greedy. Let's give her a 6. 6 is fair.
Not a great spot. Could pick up a straight draw on the turn. Instead, top set rolls off for Mokri, and it ends things abruptly for Saya.
Yeah, good run. I mean, her jam was definitely plus chip EV. You know, throwing in ICM, if she's supposed to jam tighter there or not. You know, the flip side is the big blind ante's about to come, which is extra brutal when you're that short. So tough spot. I think it was pretty close probably with the King 10 off.
Remember Mokri? So the dilution is swift. Now an ace for who? And he's going to ship his chips into the middle. Unfortunately, he's doing it when Paulius looks down at ace-king.
Oh yeah, what a welcome sight with ace-king here.
1.220.
Just performing so well against the open jam range. Here, 12 bigs from the hijack. Just going to see so many ace-x type hands like what who has that we dominate.
What's the call?
Paulius flatting, leaving himself just 190 back. Obviously, tremendously strong is that range. And with nobody else involved, tremendously strong are the prospects of us working our way down to just 11 players here on the precipice of a break. Jack 3 deuce. Heart coverage for Paulius. Very little to be concerned about, as the concerns are very much whose. Can you find a snowman? No, and he doesn't find any opportunities either. The king connecting with Paulius. Jewen Hu drawing dead out of here in 12th place, and that is a very brutal first frame for a man who carried the chip lead in.
Yeah, brutal, and God, just because of the nature of them going to break, just very unceremonious, kind of dispatchal right there.
Yeah, you're so
Orpin
right.
did stick around to give him the pound, but otherwise even Paulie V just pieced out.
And welcome back to Monte-Carlo for continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series event number 2, 30K. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast, and what has been whittled from 20 players to start the day. 23 total were paid, down to our final 9. The moment, of course, for Kuzmanos, quite large. He has himself up to 5.1 million, just shy of Orpin Kisichakoglu, who's performed very well on the day, a little north of him with a 75K chip buffer. Average stack, 3.2 million, 21 big blinds, everybody guaranteed, $100,000 payday, ladders with every single bust out from this point forward, Rasty, $1 million up top, and as you look at things, we have ourselves a little bit of a seat draw situation. I'm going to zoom in on it right now. You see Kuzmanos right there, direct left of Orpin.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the two chip leaders right next to each other, and even Antonius is right over there with only one person, Zhou Shen, in between them. So definite cluster of the big stacks on that side, and that'll be something to look out for.
It's poor for Orpin, isn't it, to be directly to the right of Kuzmanos?
Yeah, I think that's not great for Orpin, certainly.
Conversely for Marius, of course, he likes being directly to the left of Orpin, has some field vision with regards to making his decisions from this point forward. You see Alex Kulev and Krasimir Nechev, the two Bulgarians, seated right next to one another right there, sitting 2.3 and 2.9 respective.
Yeah. In fact, you can see there's those 3 stacks, and 4 if you want to include Danchev, but it's somewhat likely that one of those guys who, you know, if any of them double, they vault right up to being with the chip leaders. So one of them also at some point probably doubles and then has position there and has kind of the best, whichever one of those stacks makes it, kind of has the best seat at that point in terms of position on the chip leaders.
Pretty remarkable that you have 3 Bulgarians out of the final 9 right there. I've teased a lot and talked a lot here on the Triton Super High Roller Series about just how talented those guys are. And you know that they kind of, you know, they migrate, they move together, they discuss poker. So in terms of strategy, they've got that kind of communal support of one another. And it's going to be interesting because that creates layers and levels as far as watching them when they're playing pots against one another.
Certainly. And I'm not as familiar with Nechev as I am with the other two. Clearly, Danchev and Kulev have both been all over Triton for the, you know, this year. But okay, this is his second stop. He was just in Montenegro, and his first final table. So Nechev is starting to make some waves here on the tour.
I talked about that $100,000 min cash. We can take a quick peek here at the overall payout structure before we send it down to the arena where Luca Vivaldi is standing by for the final table intros. It's just a $25,000, let's call it one buy-in jump from 9th up to 8th, and then you see that 1 million and a tickle all the way up at the top of the leaderboard. Average stack at present, 3.2 million, 21 big blinds, 4 players above that watermark, and then you've got 5 below. So, without further ado, We are ready to send it down to Luca and welcome in 9 players to the arena.
We've had 144 entries in this event number 2, the 30K NLH Hold'em event. We're down to a final table of 9. They're gonna compete for the title, this beautiful trophy, and more than $1 million. Please allow me to introduce you to them. You see number 1 from Norway with 1.3 million. Please welcome Kihan Mokri.
Mokri had just 10 big blinds coming into the day, 1.2 million in career Triton earnings, 6 cashes, but his last one came in March of this year in Jeju.
Easy number 2 from Finland with 4.6 million. Please welcome Patrick Antonius.
Antonius, a legend, a poker Hall of Famer, and a man with 9 million in career Triton earnings across 27 cashes. 1 title to his name. Will number 2 come today?
See number 3 from China with 1.9 million. Please put your hand together for Zhou Chuan.
The Chinese delegation continues to grow, and Zhou Chuan, a wily and unsuspecting character. Just 9 cashes, one of them was a title. Looking to add to 2.7 million in earnings here.
Our chip leader is seat number 5 with 5.2 million. Please welcome Orpen Kisachikoglu.
Will things continue to trend in the right direction for the 2-time Triton title winner who's got 7.3 million in career earnings?
RC number 6 is from Lithuania with 5.1 million. Please put your hand together for Marius Kuzmanas.
Well, how about this? For a man playing his 2nd ever Triton event here at his first festival, guaranteed 100K payout.
See number 7 from Bulgaria, 2.3 million. Please welcome Krasimir Nechev.
The first of 3 Bulgarians, 2nd ever Triton festival, 2nd ever cash. Just how big will that cash be? TBD.
RC number 8, also from Bulgaria with 2.9 million. Please put your hand together for Alex Kulev.
The Mischief Maker, 5.5 million in career Triton earnings, 13 cashes, a single title. Will number 2 be his today?
RC number 9 from Lithuania with 3.5 million. Please welcome Paulius Vaitekunas.
You know a man means business when his 2 million in Triton earnings is spread across just 6 cashes, and he already has 1 title to his name.
Last but not least, our 3rd Bulgarian is this final table with 2 million. Please welcome Dimitar Danchev.
Another Triton title winner who's looking to pick up number 2, 2.7 million in career earnings, and 1 cash in event number 1 already under his belt.
We have 30 minutes left of 75,000, 150,000. Button has been drawn on Alex. Shuffle up and deal, please. Best of luck, everyone.
So Mokri, 9 bigs, 1.3 million, the short stack. Orpen Kisachikoglu, company up at the top of the leaderboard in the form of Kuzmanos and Antonius. Those 3 only players with north of 4 million in front of them. Blinds of 75, 150,000. As you get a look at the distribution of the total prize pool of 4.32 million in total. By the way, Patrick, with a pit stop, little refueling there. He has a new plate of... he didn't bring that over, did he?
Yeah, because you're
from his last table.
You know, I'm not sure. You got to start keeping track of these things, Ali. You got to make a little blog and update everyone on Patrick's eating exploits.
I should start a Twitter account called like Patrick's Lunch or Antonius Meal Plan or something. Granted, as soon as I've said this, someone in the stream is clearly going to beat me to it.
He's almost singing now. Yeah, that's how you say it. Right?
I see what you did there, Ali.
Yeah.
Getting things underway, and Kuzmanos gonna do a thing with Ace King.
After Abi?
Yeah, you say like Abi. You know better than me. That's why I'm asking.
You say many things after Abi. I don't know which one.
They would like.
A7 suited found the bin.
See if Danchev wants to just pass this spot here. Defending your big blind while tempting greatly increases your chances here of losing some chips and going out next. So he decides to preserve his stack.
Yep. No fries. Can I get one more table? Thank you.
Okej, först fortsätt ska gå.
Både det.
Do you get the sense, as we look at the stack distribution, that Kuzmanos isn't going to require ace-king once Orpin bows out of a pot to get in there and really see what's what?
Feel the pressure or?
Yeah, I do get that sense.
Pressure off now.
Huh?
Pressure off now.
Did the intro, everything. I think you feel the pressure now. Somebody better check your pulse.
Mokri launching into some psyops.
In service, you get the chance to eat some salt.
He's got a good sense of humor. $1 million up top, though. No laughing matter, and obviously some pressure strangely off of Mokri as a sub-10 big blind stack, where decisions maybe are going to be a little bit more straightforward for him.
Go against Ryan.
Yes and no. I mean, obviously for Chip EV, those decisions aren't too hard, but they do get a lot more difficult sometimes when you factor in ICM considerations.
Well, he's being asked for all of it here by Donchev. 9-6 suited, I don't think is a qualifier.
Just mate.
Sure enough, it's binned.
Little showboating.
Everybody folded. I should have an ace.
I want to play Joe Chuen some heads-up mahjong. And I'm actually being serious. Not because I know whether or not he plays mahjong or think that I play it well. I just want to play against a dude that looks like that.
Yeah, not knowing anything, I feel like I want to bet on Joe Chuen.
I like your side, Raz.
Yeah. You don't strike me as somebody who... I get the feeling you know how to play, but I'm not getting the feeling that you're a great mahjong player. But
I'm going to tell you this. There was one summer I was playing regularly in a 40-80 limit hold'em game, I think it was, up at Lucky Chances in Colma, California, in the States. And then the game would break in the morning quite regularly, and there was a crew that played mahjong with one another, and so I found myself in those streets. After the game would break down, we'd go over to one of these guys' houses, we start playing mahjong, and I quickly grew very addicted to the game, and I put in some 48, 72-hour sessions of mahjong.
oh wow, is it you gamble at it? It's it's
yeah.
for money.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did all right, by the way. It might have been beginner's luck, but in any case, here we have Patrick defending against an Orpin raise. Ace-8 still in front of King-Queen. Legit kit in both camps. It goes check, check, and now Patrick finds a king on the turn to hop in front.
Does Patrick want to bet for value or slip it on over to Orpin?
There is your answer. As he does check, and some of this is a function of Orpin having the covering stack, Patrick being deep himself and not looking for awkward spots.
Yeah, playing some pot control. Also, the idea that this card is better for Orpin, so you will naturally be checking it at a high frequency.
Orpin happy to check back, see whether or not he can hunt free showdown with ace-high. But imagine this is the point at which, with 825 in the middle, Patrick will begin to ask questions.
Yeah, and even if he thinks it's unlikely Orpin has a king, definitely hoping that Orpin hit that jack. Maybe Orpin has some kind of showdown-y type hand, like fives, or that he checked from the flop.
400K half pot bet, drawing the curtain. Modest pickup for Patrick, who, as I mentioned, calls Monaco home.
He spends a lot of time in Vegas, though.
Well, listen, you juice boxes ain't playing mix over here. You do play quite a bit with Patrick, do you not?
I have played over the years quite a bit with him.
In the mixed game cash streets?
Yeah.
You rumble with him in that Poker Players Championship much?
No, I haven't played with him. He doesn't, I don't even know, he doesn't really play tournaments in the U.S. So I wonder if at some point that will change. I think it's because of some tax treaty reasons or whatever, but I'm not even sure he really plays the 50K PPC. But yeah, he doesn't really play tournaments in the U.S.
Well, I am quite sure that Kaihan Mokri is all too happy to get his chips forward as we see him putting 725 out there. 2 10s, no customers, onwards. Mokri, by the way, was incredibly entertaining during his time at the feature table.
I
And
used to like Turkey, Orphan. Then I met you.
event number 1, when he was seated alongside fellow countryman Morton Klein. It was quite clear that the two of them had tremendous amount of history playing pots against one another as they sought to level each other. Kulev. Reasonable open here with the ace-8 suited. And will ace-5 offsuit be deemed a candidate to push back? No. If this had been a suited ace-5, you think Orpin would be more likely, or he's just content to flat?
I actually think he might be slightly more likely to 3-bet offsuit ace-5 here, since you don't expect to be called very much, and you're not like 3-bet calling it off, right? If he makes it like 850 or 900 or something, you're 3-bet folding. So this was definitely a candidate to 3-bet.
Instead, Orpin defends, checks. Kulev got shot straight draw, no spade on board. Not going to leave him shying away from a barrel. 325, and I would imagine this one's over. And there it is. Well, if you want to play at your best, just like the Triton competitors you're watching right now, GTO Wizard offers clear and accurate solutions to every poker scenario you might face. Start analyzing hands today with the industry's most advanced solver and ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check them out today at gtowizard.com. You know, it's interesting, on the topic of GTO, you see Orpin wearing that GTO Lab jacket. Yeah. Jonathan Jaffe has been sporting that as well. I do appreciate when some of these guys who've amassed some bankrolls where they can deploy some of that into other investment and interests, get enterprising and entrepreneurial.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what they come out with. So, as of right now, they have a... Jaffe's been doing a series of YouTube videos where he's been interviewing other top players. I think a Chidwick interview I haven't watched just came out, but they did it with Ike. They've done it with a couple other guys, Nick Petrangelo.
When are they going to do it with you?
I think after this series.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But some of those interviews have been really top quality. I've enjoyed watching them. They're just free on a YouTube channel, so.
Price is right. And it's the same price that we charge you for coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. If you happen to be streaming us live, welcome. Good to have you aboard. And if you're enjoying the content, well, why not let us know, courtesy of clicking the like button or the subscribe button for that matter. Such a small ask in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment.
And if you want out of the videos I've watched, my #1 rec, it would be watch the GTO Lab YouTube discussion with Jaffe and Isaac Haxton with Ike.
Yeah. Front runner so far?
I really, really liked those videos. They were great. It's kind of a pleasure to listen. Ike doesn't actually do that much in the way of podcasts. Like he's not out there doing that stuff all the time, but listening to him actually get in there and talk about poker is kind of a treat if you enjoy the game.
Yeah, he's not thirsty for the spotlight in any way, shape, or form.
But he is a brilliant poker mind, and listening to him talk about poker is awesome. So.
Stop it. Cut it out. There we go. Ooh. Black aces on the button here for Orpin. Min raise. Oh my goodness. Kuzmanos has woken up with 2 jacks. Now, neither of these guys are looking for violence versus one another for reasons that are quite clear, but 2 jacks, certainly a 3-bet is incoming, right?
I think so, and part of the reason why is Orpin didn't open from like early position.
Right.
Right? Like this is button small blind, and so the ranges widen up. And like normally button small blind, for 30 bigs, like you're 3-bet or just jamming like way weaker pairs than jacks, right? But I still think in this spot, 3-betting jacks for value is very natural, and it gets tricky at this point.
Well, the 3-bet is to $1,050,000. Do we take the money and run by jamming, or do we flatten get down the streets, Rast?
I mean, there is a 4th option, I think, at this point of basically clicking it back. Right, making it like 1.7 or 1.8.
Why would we go that direction?
Because it lets you do it with bluffs. So you could do that with like ace-5 off. Or like ace-10 off. Because you don't really want to flat... Like, you're not trying to flat a 3-bet here with ace-10 off. Just all things considered, final table, risk premium, playing a huge pot, or like ace-9 off or ace-5 off. So those hands can kind of bluff back, and it also lets you get max value with aces.
And it's exactly what Orpin comes with, by the way.
Yeah, so I mean, theoretically, like aces is the value hand that really wants to make this play, and then most of all, maybe kings, and then you can kind of like base your weak hands off of that.
Look how annoyed, by the way, sorry to interrupt, Marius is by this development. Really uncomfortable. We don't want to put jacks into the bin, of course, for an extra 700, but are we looking to be induced into a jam? He does jam, and as soon as he gets snapped, he realizes this is stone disaster at the FT.
Oh, yeah. And what a spot for Orpin. I mean, whoever wins this pot is going to be the massive chip leader. In a table where we were saying, the stacks are all running even, it's anyone's game. Well, this is the first separating moment.
9 million in the middle. 7-8-9 texture. Slips 4 extra outs in front of Kuzmanos. He is the covering stack.
Orpin's still a solid favorite.
And even more so courtesy of this board pairing 9, but needs to fade a 10 or jack. And he's done just that. And Marius Kuzmanos is going to be left with a paltry
Turkish
1
delight.
million and change.
So he'll be last in chips now, just under Malcrio's 1.3.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
What a double for Orpen. About 9 million in chips now. I like the way the dealer just ripped the river open super fast. No one was sweating that before the card just appears in the middle.
Well, to be fair, the timing is not hers to come up on, but rather production in her ear, letting her know when she can.
No, I mean the
continue.
speed.
Oh, just once they said green light, she just
rip, like not slow. Like no one on the side or her is seeing the card. It's so.
Oh yeah, the preview, the game
yes.
show. Yeah. You know those dealers that'll sweep the river across the entire board before they put on the thing? That one's always struck me as very game show. That's one of our best right there, by the way, in the box.
Yeah, the fast rip covering no other cards. That's just that's the pinnacle of river dealing.
Do you have any pet peeves when it comes to?
Oh, dealer like self squeezing, like where they like hold it up in front of them and can see the card themselves before they put it down. It's like, dude, like why are you squeezing? Like why are you doing that?
Blinds up, by the way, 100, 200,000. So things really couldn't have been worse for Kuzmanas. Just gets hatcheted, and now sits with just 6 bigs. Malcri's all right with it, by the way, as he hunts a 25K ladder. Now Orpen, newly minted up to 9 million in chips, 45 bigs. Next closest stack belongs to Antonius with 25 bigs. Suited, connected, and taking us up. King 9 being contemplated by Kulev. Ace 10-3, 2 diamonds. Interactions with that 10 of hearts, plus perceived range advantage perhaps, although Orpen should be fairly wide at this point, should he not?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he's the chip leader opening in the cutoff. He can have a lot of hands. Kulev, well, didn't flop a pair. He's getting up there in terms of, you know, king of diamonds, king high, hands without any kind of immediate draws that you might start wanting to defend. It's close. We can see he's really toying with this, right? He's going to let it go, but and part of the reason why is that, again, you want to pass these super close spots with ICM, kind of move on to the next to preserve your chips.
250K follow through, take it down, and really now the situation is so ripe for Orpen to just begin to break away from the pack in a very meaningful way. 9.7 million is good for a third of all chips at the table.
I mean, it illustrates the point as to why guys defend tighter. Not just to conserve chips, but then you're also, you know, your defending range on the flop is also tighter. Like versus quarter pot, you're going to see most guys with the nut diamond card and king high, they're not folding like day one of the tournament, right? In a standard chip EV spot. But because now we're trying to preserve chips, we're folding a little bit tighter on the flop, you just push that to pre-flop.
I mean, Malcri and Kuzmanos are sitting there 7 and 6 big blinds respectively. Joe Chuen not exactly loving things at 8 big blinds, and here you are defending your big blind, looking out at that and thinking, okay, well, I don't need to get into murky water. I can just release here, even though you know Orpen's going to be dancing around a bit.
Exactly.
ICM at its finest. 8-7 offsuit. This time for Orpen. Opens. Paulie V defending. And flopping top pair against second pair. Happy to check over, expecting a high frequency C-bet. Orpin chooses to check back here, Rast, even though he hits the board.
Yeah, it's a curious board to check back, given that he's the chip leader. Now, his range is slightly wide, but, I mean, he can still bet that quite a bit versus the big blind. There's a lot of clearance that a pair of eights can enjoy from getting overcards to fold. So it was a curious check back. And this is kind of a fun turn spot where, theoretically, under chip EV circumstances, Paul EV could check raise here, given the flop went check-check, and on the turn, Orpin has bet so small. But again, with ICM, you just don't see these spots where you're building big pots with kind of like marginally good value hands. And, you know, Paul EV doesn't check raise here, even though he's very confident he has the best hand.
Just keeping things as tidy as Orpin will allow him to is Paulie V. Pot at 1.65 now. Four-liner after the deuce rolls off. Not sure how much 4X is there, but to be fair, if there is a 4 involved in the equation right now, it would rate to be in Orpin's hand, just given the breadth of opening hands that he's going to have, right?
It's close. I mean, Paulie's in the big blind, and he will, well, not as wide as normal, because he's not defending super wide with ICM. He will have some king 4 suited, queen 4 suited, jack 4 suited stuff for sure. Ace 4 off.
Orpin does end up checking back the river, and that'll be just fine by Paulie V, as he takes a bite out of the chip leader.
I made the revenge.
Sick mess.
Paulie V could have led the river.
Yeah, and then Orpin could have gotten real wild, too. I'm not saying that he would have, but that's on Paulie V's mind. You can get stuck in the blender when you pop your head up out of the sand.
So, but yeah, I mean, you can't play the game like there's always monsters under the bed. When the monsters rear themselves, you deal with them. I'm just saying that as played on that river card, I don't think better is really ever betting. I mean, worse is betting for value behind. So, you know, he can have a bunch of 4X himself. Well, he can have some 4X himself. Makes sense to lead. Can also have 2 pairs, or even like a decent ace like that want to find value.
King 10 for Zhou Chuan. He knows this is an above average holding, but respecting some ICM, given other shorter stacks out there. Not by much, granted. He does step aside. Now let's see if Orpin will sit one out. Indeed he does. And that brings us to the small blind of Paulie V. The dirty diaper, deuce 3 off suit.
He's gonna raise it up.
450K. Donchev with queen 8 off.
Wow, an interesting spot for Donchev, who, despite being as short as he is actually 5th in chips, although maybe actually 6th after posting these blinds. Let's see what he comes with. I mean, he has a decent hand against a small blind who's going to be stealing here a lot. He can call and see a flop in position.
See that green chewing gum there?
He could. I mean, moving all in isn't the craziest play. I don't think that's what he's going to do. Or he could just fold and, you know, stay alive, which lends merit to raising it up with the dirty diaper. You know, going back to the chat keeps on talking about the jacks hand, just to bring this up.
Yeah, the aces versus jacks that left Kuzmanos on this
people are
short
kind of
stack.
arguing about it. I mean, my feeling about that hand is that when your opponent 4-bets and they're basically saying, hey, my value range is like aces, kings, who knows whether he's 4-betting small with ace-king or ripping at some, might put it in both buckets. And then some like bluffs. Actually, for that much more, you generally don't want to jam with a hand like jacks. You're kind of either way ahead or way behind, and you have a lot of visibility on your opponent's range. And probably the standard play would be to call, I would say, as opposed to jam. I mean, you could even potentially find a fold if you thought your opponent wasn't doing this with enough bluffy type hands. Wouldn't be absurd either. But I mean, I think small blind versus dealer, I would probably end up calling, personally. But it's a really tough spot.
One more disappointment.
We wouldn't go so far as to call it a blatant mistake by Kuzmanos, would we? You'd hesitate, or?
Yeah, I hesitate. I don't want to be that strong. I'm not certain on that spot, so I'm not going to be that strong. But I would lean towards calling.
Well, Donchev comes strong with the 10-8 offsuit as he rips into Mokri, covering him by about 400K, but Kehan wakes up with an ace and digs in.
How he picks up his cards like he's ready to take the gun out. Very intimidating.
I thought it was aces. It's hard to see.
You looked as happy as you get aces.
Off to the races, 2.5 million in the middle. No 10, no 8, no problem for the covered stack and the ace-4.
Jack. Now it's harder.
King's clean. Fade the 6-outer and enjoy a double, Mr. Mokri. And he does just that.
1.125.
That is a deep wound, by the way.
Good. I'm at my comfort zone.
To Donchev's stack. 10-8 offsuit qualifier as a jam there, covering Mokri.
Yeah, I know.
With 1.6 versus 1.3. Small blind versus big blind.
I mean, I think it's fine, and I think the reason why is that you're going to actually end up jamming probably slightly wider than chip EV because it's such a great spot for you in the small blind to pick up chips, since the big blind will probably be calling tighter than chip EV. So they're going to have to fold some close hands. Like you're not calling like a break-even spot there to gamble when you can stay alive and ladder up a few spots. So I think 10-8 off ends up qualifying in that world as a reasonable jam.
I got it.
No, yeah.
Negative.
Just because it qualifies doesn't mean it always works out. As Donchev experienced, and now he's sitting just 2 bigs. And the presence of Donchev that short, Rast, I would imagine this is where Orpin can really be the warden in ICM jail.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is where Orpin gets to have some fun. And we can see it here. I mean, he's under the gun 8-handed, opening 9-8 off. So he's going for it. No blockers in this hand.
This would be such a litmus test and an illustration of ICM, by the way, if Nechev takes a pass with ace-10 of hearts, which he does. That's a hand that rates to be good against the range of Orpin, but it is irresponsible to get yourself involved when Donchev's out there with 2 bigs.
Well, here's the Rorschach. Someone passed ace-10 suited, the next spot. It goes for it with ace-jack suited and even more chips.
You know, I hopped on the pulpit as though it was something that was just a pillar of truth, and then Kulev promptly shows that there's more than one way to get after it. But we know that range is supposed to be snug from Kulev. Ace-jack suited maybe toward the bottom of range in that respect.
On both sides. How to do it?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I mean, the thing is, though, that he had quite a few more chips than the player before him who mucked ace-10 suited. I mean, if you think someone's opening super wide there, I think you're just making money ripping in ace-10 suited for whatever it is he had,
Remember,
like
Orphan, they are the
13
enemy.
bigs.
We have stand- Do not attack me.
Then I'll direct the weapon towards the...
Yes. And they were laughing after you raised folded. I don't know if you heard. They had some stuff going on back there. But
That's very moral of you, Kay. Huh?
I gotta protect my buddy, you know. We are buddies now. Yeah, unfortunately we. I checked. We have over 50 WhatsApp messages, so we're officially buddies now. Friends is the next though. We can be buddies for now, and we'll see how it evolves.
Some levity being brought
No, thank you.
by Mokri.
One night stand. Yeah, we're like more. Yeah.
Endure.
I don't know why you have to let me down like that. You usually don't let me down, that's the thing.
Joe Chuen enjoying a walk.
When that happens, you build expectations.
What is this final table?
Yeah, it's correct, but enjoyable. Not you.
You are the final.
Yeah,
You're the final table. Yeah, you're showtime. Showtime. Patrick hasn't played a hand yet.
Not doing great.
I mean, you put your on the table, so it has to be your your final table.
Nothing to hide.
I think you're playing very well today, Orphan.
Buddy.
Holding to more than I should.
You should ask the corner, we call it now. The corner.
We're the company, my
Eastern
friend.
European corner. It is like, and it's us. It's us against them.
Us
now.
again. It's Asian. I'm from Asia. He's from Asia.
I think
Finland is like...
Alex, if you would be a chip leader, Kayan would say it's us against them.
Of course, that's how he does it.
1.5 million.
Whoa, we have action here.
Raise 1.5.
Mokri interrupts
This might be the end of the
comedy hour.
Is
As
it
he
finito?
opens
Just say co. No.
Man, he would fold kings in this
for
one.
1.5 million
Yeah, for me.
of his 2.3. Quite content to haul in blinds and antes.
Nice stuff.
I mean, that's what I'm used to. How you show? I never saw such a shallow tournament.
No.
A turbo maybe, but it's still crazy shallow. How many total big?
And then if 3 players bust, 25.
Well, I don't know if you caught that or not, but Paulie V saying, I've never seen such a shallow tournament late stage. It's something that we kind of
other
alluded
than a
to.
turbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. This tournament has just, no one's really been deep at all. It's like 30, 40 blinds this whole way today since we've been covering it. And here's Kulev with the pocket rockets, ready for any and all action.
Heads to the launch pad for 400.
Just raise it and take it, buddy.
No complaints.
It's not really what you want to see, but it could be worse.
That's how you do it. Attacking Lithuania.
With the aces.
The weakest.
I mean, not all of them.
I love the vibe right now out there. Rast, I mean, we're playing for $1 million up top. Got that 25K
Lithuanian humor there. Attacking the Lithuanians.
That was the claim by Paulius when Kulev raised it up in front of him, and he's going to do some attacking of his own here. Not quite aces, but ace-10 off. Baby suited ace for Mokri. He passes. Now, king-queen for Joe Chuen. 8 bigs, Rast, but again, ICM. He's got 2 shorter stacks than his own out there in Kuzmanas and Danchev.
Yeah, and this is Paulie V opening, not the chip leader. From very early position. I mean, we're talking under the gun 8. It's 9-handed right now, so.
Revenge.
Finally, you don't let me down.
Did Kulev just pull a lemon wedge out of his glass and then house it, and he's now chewing on the rind? That's insanity.
No.
I swear to you, Rast, it looked like a squeezed lemon rind, bro.
If it was a lemon rind, he chewed that up too easily and quickly.
Okay. I hear where you're coming from, but have you ever seen a Russian man take a shot of vodka? There's no wincing. There's no, like, oh, puckering. It's as though it's just water in the glass.
No, I see. I know, but from a physics standpoint, a rind has a certain amount of, like, thickness and toughness, and you got to chew through that.
Listen,
like,
I
it's
don't know.
more visibly than, you know.
Maybe Kulev's got jackal fangs at the back. You know, I don't think it's just... I'm just saying, man, it's a non-zero chance.
Well, listen, people watching at home, you know, just go a little rewind. And
yeah, weigh
let
in.
us know.
Did Kulev just house a lemon rind? Meanwhile, Paulie V opens once more pocket 8s, and yet again, Joe Chuen confronted with a decision. King, queen, you just see the pain on his face as he bins it.
He cannot believe how many painted cards he's folding. An Orpin here coming at Paulie V with a little ace-7-0 3-bet.
900 is another $500,000 on request. And this is the one dude you're not trying to pick fights with on the playground.
It had to happen at some point.
Hence, he finds the bin.
Yeah, just gives it up.
Revenge.
Everything's working out for Orpin right now.
Thank you very much.
Well, it just feels like an invincibility cloak of sorts when you're able to enjoy a chip lead with so much buffer between you and the second place stack, and then leverage the presence of not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 sub-10 big blind stack here at this very shallow FT, as Paulie V pointed out.
Danchev has 2 blinds.
Don't rub it in.
No, but I'm just saying sub-10 big blind stacks don't exactly do justice to how short. I mean, Danchev has 450K right now, and Marius only has 700K. I mean, Danchev is about to take the big blind also. I mean, I believe he is taking it next hand.
Here's Mokri, by the way, with ace-queen facing the 3-bet. Joe Chuen's patience rewarded as finally he can activate with something far better than the king-queen spot. And Mokri says, let's run it. And he's not going to be happy with this sight. $3.5 million chip pot. Joe Chuen dominating. Almost a 3-1 favorite. To the flop. Oh no. Queen 9-9. Devastating developments here at the FT for Joe Chuen.
It's pretty dirty.
You know, a 4th 9.
And
we carve it up.
Seems... Nope.
Seems improbable.
as
Mate is like, not
3 outs to a winner don't come in, and Zhou Chuan doesn't need
Can I get service, please?
to hold himself accountable for this outcome whatsoever. You can't ask for a better situation, but unfortunately for Zhou Chuan, it's the end of the road. 9th place finish for the Chinese national. We haven't seen the last of him. That much is for sure. Gonna add $100,000 to his $2.75 million roughly in career Triton earnings coming into this one, but title number 2 will have to wait as he notches his 10th cash and leaves 8 to do battle, all of whom are guaranteed $125,000 now. Next jump is $46,000 up to the 7th place payout, which is $171K. Rast, I hate to tell you this because normally we come to defer to your takes as being spot on. But with respect to the lemon rind controversy, chat has gone back per your instruction and watched it back, and they are quite convinced, even though both you and, for that matter, producer James don't think so, that he housed the lemon rind indeed as Donchev.
I didn't really see. I was just assuming based on his mouth afterwards.
You put a read on it.
I was more scared that you were about to say something about the jacks, but okay, yeah, no, I was wrong about him housing a lemon rind. No big deal.
210s performing well here on a 974 board.
It's
the shortest of all stacks. Hunts a double. Oh, come on now.
Probably, yeah.
This deck wants to have an early day as the turn smashes Orpin and the river seals Donchev's fate.
I think we'll play format.
He did find a little mini ladder courtesy of Zhou Chuan, not able to hold with the ace-king, but that was nasty right there.
Orpin's just swinging a wrecking ball, and Donchev got in the way.
Some days you're the windshield, some days you're the bug. And today, insecticide came in the form of Orpin Kisachikoglu, as we've lost our first member of the Bulgarian delegation who entered this FT 3 players strong. Donchev collecting $125,000.
Only me.
Title number 2 will also have to wait for Donchev.
I think the chips are
11th cash, bringing him up to $2.9 million in career earnings. Blinds going up, by the way. Bad news for the shorties. We play 125, 250, 171,000 the current payout. Next hop.
Ace-5 off here. I wonder if he just open rips it.
60K.
I mean, the second biggest stack has 20 blinds, and it's going to be calling super tight. Yeah, I like this play. Let's go.
Thank God he did that. Because I had GTO nuts.
I wanted to show
You know,
I had GTO nuts.
I don't know about you, Rasty, but on the occasions in which I find myself at a table,
I want my nuts.
or even here in the booth for that matter, and I observe somebody who has just this delightful setup. As Worm from Rounders put it, you have the Lugers, you know, you got everything, it's all beautifully arranged, and they just get to pound and accumulate chips. I'm green with envy. I want to be in that spot. It looks fun.
You got to play more tournaments, Ollie.
Yeah, I got to play more hands to spin my way up to a big stack is what I got to do. Well, producer James has just delivered a couple of lemon rinds to the booth. Now, I'm not sure what he has in mind
Well, you know, when I look at this and I realize it's so thinly cut, it does make it more plausible that he could chew it and swallow it without very much fuss.
Rasty,
That's all.
Yeah.
on 3.
Or what are
We're
we
going
doing?
in.
Okay.
We're going to try to Kulev our way through a couple of lemon rinds. You ready?
So we just swallowing the rind? Is that?
Well, I don't know. I think chewing it is probably a more real. Don't choke in here.
I won't, but okay. Let's
Okay,
go.
ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Oh, that's acrid.
That's nice.
I don't think it is.
It's like sour candy.
Not really.
I could do this more often, actually.
Sickness.
You're sick.
You know it.
I
Mokri,
said 3 million.
getting sick with it with the ace jack, small blind, 3-bet to 3 million. Thank you very much.
Wow, why bother with
okay.
Sour Patch Kids when you can do that and it's like 80 times healthier?
Dude, don't take Sour Patch Kids from me, Rast. You know, I would just life's little pleasures. Don't do that. I'm over here swigging a Fanta. It's a European Fanta, though. It probably doesn't have high fructose corn syrup in it. It's just got to be sugar, right? It's entirely in French. I'm drawn dead. You know what? I don't speak French, Rasty, but sucre, that's got to be sugar. And I don't see any high fructose or whatever anywhere in this ingredients list.
Okay, as long as it doesn't have high fructose corn syrup, you can drink it, Ollie.
Yes!
All right. The sugar's not the end of the world, despite the bad rep it's getting.
Queen 9 of spades, getting the full 700,000 from Marius, and Orpin in a bad way here. Dominated, but looking to finish what he started with aces versus jacks.
I'm dominating. Queen 9. Oh, but this was the 3 big blind stack.
Don't rub it in.
Ace of diamonds.
He had jacks.
Sure.
And now he's got a chance at a double here as long as this river stays 7 free. Deck has been a little violent, though.
Almost.
Not this time. Reparations of a modest nature here being delivered by Orpin to Kuzmanas.
You know, I would never try to justify soda. Sugar content, despite it maybe not being high fructose corn syrup, is very high. But the other issue, dude, is like orange dye. Like
See,
you know,
come
like
on,
the yellow
man.
dye. It's like literally toxic chemicals is used in dye sometimes when they put that yellow, whatever it's called, yellow dye number 5.
Yeah, I will say this, man. I don't need the color. Like, if a Fanta was just clear, I would be fine with that.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be toxic orange.
So I can't say specifically about the orange dye. It's probably not great. I know yellow dye number 5 is like a toxic chemical that was like from, it's like when coal is burnt or something and they're like, what should we do with this? And then they're like, oh, we can put it in food. That's like the wonders of of what happens in America.
What are you gonna tell me Santa's not real now? Easter Bunny?
Santa's very real, but also they put
thank you.
poison in highly processed food, unfortunately. So Santa can give you a toothbrush and help save your life for Christmas.
That'd be the worst Christmas gift ever, as Nachev has a little gift here in the form of Ace Queen.
Actually, this is European Fanta. They probably don't put poison dye in it because
you
they
know
actually
what?
have
Oh.
rules over here.
Yeah, I'm just saying here that their government protects
Like-
them. I don't know. I can't. I'm drawn dead. I can't. Rasty, bad news. Yepanuna in the chat advises that this little healthy alternative to Sour Patch Kids that you think you've unearthed now,
Oh,
courtesy
no.
of this lemon rind,
Yeah.
the pesticide concentration on citrus rinds is through the roof really, really high.
Oh, so you shouldn't eat the rinds. Okay.
Well, I mean, I
keep
guess
that
you
in
just
mind.
wash, you know, make sure you wash.
I'm totally good with just eating the fruit and like leaving the rind behind normally. So that'd be normally the way that I do it. So
Yeah.
I'm going to stick with that then.
Until today.
I'll stick with that. Despite seeing Kulev, he's young. He might not know everything about nutrition yet. So I'll trust the guy in the chat.
Mokri, gonna trust in pocket aces.
I mean, what a time to get pocket aces just at the final table. This is really when you want aces.
Kulev had him and just raised it up and took the blinds and antes, and all of a sudden, I thought maybe Antonius would express some interest in the ace-3 suited. Instead, he lays it down versus the min-raise open. Again, a function of perhaps the ICM pressure, given Patrick sits with 15 bigs. Nechev sits with pocket sixes in the big.
Pocket sixes and not very many blinds here. Yeah.
Whatever. I win.
Wow,
Sure
and
enough.
Marius
I'm not seeing.
has just stayed alive. Being one of the shortest stacks for such a long time, it feels like, in this tournament.
Krasimir.
Should Mokri hold here, he's going to have gone 100,000 for ninth. It's 231,000 for sixth, and he could do better than that even. You know those final tables we cover, Ali, where somebody's just like short the whole way and like gets second? You know?
Yeah, sure. That person is not going to be Nechev, though.
No.
Unfortunately, as he bombed in the 1.8 million, thinking maybe there are worlds in which it gets through against Mokri, but not when the man wakes up top of range with
No
aces.
problem, I've been in this position plenty of times.
I didn't want to say something, but
Wow, look at these stacks. How
Back-to-back Bulgarian bust-outs as the remains of Krasimir Nechev are absorbed by Kayhan Mokri. Nechev forced to collect 7th place money, $171,000, leaving behind 6 to continue to do battle as his early Triton career just getting started. Second ever cash. Quintupling his career Triton earnings total at $39,000 coming into this one. And now just one Bulgarian remains, that being Alex Kulev. He and the rest of the field guaranteed $231,000. As you see the remaining payouts, brought to you by BetACR.
Patrick here with a nice playable one. And the short stacks have been getting smashed, so we now are in a spot where there's only one of them, but Marius does have 5 bigs. That makes an interesting dynamic between the remaining players.
$500,000 to go, says ace-10, ace-7 suited, contemplates on the button. Kuzmanos just enjoyed a double. Wants to think it over here.
I mean, there's an overlay of 625,000 in the main. He's doesn't have any fold equity versus Patrick. He's probably doing okay against Patrick, like maybe flipping against his opening range. Ends up passing. Kind of going to have to try to find a spot before the big blind, though.
I mean, that does rate to likely be the best hand he sees between now and then, but...
True, but someone open... I mean, if it was folded to him in any spot, he's clearly just ripping it in. Versus the... Hijack is the first person here at a 5... Or no, they're 6-handed, so Hijack's the second person. Yeah, it's pretty close. Pretty close.
All eyes on Kuzmanos, by the way, given that he is the only sub-10 big blind stack. And as you mentioned, the pay jump from 6th to 5th. $67,000. Not negligible.
Like, I think here, if Orpin opens, I would definitely not fold a 7 suited. Like, Orpin, I believe Orpin's in the hijack this hand. No. Okay, Orpin's in the cutoff. Oh, so Kuzmanos had the button 2 hands in a row. Yeah, like, I definitely play A7 suited here. I think I'm probably still playing 4s, but it's closer.
Bins it. As Orpin's abusiveness continues. 9-6 suited. The motivating kit this time. Paulie V with dominant hearts.
Roll in.
Is going to rip back over Orpin. You surprised to see this with Kuzmanos out there sitting 5 bigs?
I mean, a little bit, but not too much. He has a hand that probably isn't really dominated much by unpaired hands when he gets called, especially if you think your opponent's folding like ace-jack. And he realizes Orpin's opening super wide there, and he's taking a shot.
Well, in terms of the Rorschach test,
it's a brave play.
I was going to say, it does kind of inform us, not that there were doubts with respect to the manner in which Paulie V is approaching the affair.
It's a brave play. Love to see it.
You know, it feels so good when it gets through, right? But then when Orpin snaps you and just shows a real hand, which of course is going to happen from time to time, it's so deflating because you know that that's the exception with respect to his range, not the rule.
Yeah. You know, I mean, the flip side here is that, yes, we can sit around and wait for this guy to go out and guarantee a ladder up, but it's like there was 1 million chips he just picked up in that pot, right? We're also talking him picking up that pot great kind of increases his chances of, you know, if he gets that fold and it gets through, he's way more likely to keep going and get 3rd or 2nd, maybe even win. But I'm just saying, right, like getting kind of Malkry here as a solid 2nd, but being the guy who's solidly in 3rd, I mean, it's a big move, not just from 6th to 5th, but then from 5th to 3rd.
Yeah, well.
Ace-6 brings all of Kuzmanos' chips forward, and look at Malkry says, let's give him a spin.
I don't have a very good hand, no.
Queen-8 off.
What is that? What? Flip. Gamble, gamble.
It's like 4.5 big blind. Not folding Queen-8. I would fold Queen-6 though.
Kehan defending his decision, but not finding
I don't know.
In every time, just like the ace
He likes you. I think he likes you.
a winner on the flop.
He knows some Lithuanian now.
And it's all over on the turn. Kuzmanos
Take it.
with the double. You have any thoughts on the defense at that price from Malkry?
It was 5 blinds, right?
1.1 and change from Kuzmanos.
Yeah, and we had to call like 800K, basically, 850.
Yeah.
Would you fold Queen-8?
750, I think.
No.
No?
I mean, I think
But
it seems
beat him,
fine.
So that's a bit different. I would beat him. It's a bit different.
Yeah.
You cannot win against him.
No, that's true.
Careful next time. Careful next time.
No, I was wondering if you would fold because he's your friend.
No.
Orpin does it to me.
Yeah, we saw.
So
I mean, Malkry has a lot of chips, so it's not. There's no real ICM considerations for him. He doesn't mind busting a player even, and I mean, you're getting a great price. Yeah, your hand's not very
That's what
good,
matters.
but
Nothing else matters.
I mean, you're going to have 2 overs against smaller, even medium pairs for the most part, and you're doing fine against ace-x as long as you're not dominated. Anyway.
Ace-10 suited now. Fresh off the double.
$2.5 million.
Marius puts most of it out there.
2.5.
Now I had the hand one up than yours.
Yeah?
But
Yeah. He's running good, this guy.
yeah. Wow, Marius, you're so lucky that I'm your friend.
Another pickup.
I know. I'm thankful for it every day.
You're thankful for cake? What did you say?
For my friendship.
For being his friend.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, what you have open? 4, 5, 6, 7.
And Marius
Yeah,
has just
of course, 8.
joined the pack.
You raise, I jam.
No short stack
right?
now, really. Or
For one of you.
4 guys sub 20 blinds, but no separation.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Back to our regularly scheduled programming, perhaps?
Couple of cowboys for Paulie V.
Saddle up. Oh, Ace-6 suited for Patrick in the small, Rasty.
Well, is Patrick going to get in trouble here? It's not the worst rejam type of situation.
I mean, Kuzmanos and Kulev have a few clicks fewer blinds than he does right now.
But again, this is a spot where you can kind of re-steal. You pick up, there's 1.1 million in the pot. You know, you figure your opponent's going to be, you know, he probably has pretty good hands. It's the chip leader's big blind. That said, we're blocking an ace. We got the suited ace. Try to pick up what's in the middle. Patrick really considering pulling the trigger. Ends up passing, and good news for him. Who knows? Wonder if he got some kind of live read. Because that was about the closest I've seen Patrick on a decision so far at this table.
Yeah, make the nuts.
It is possible.
I can call.
Felt like he was close to hopping in there in some shape or form.
You can ask. For a break.
Boy, this is a complete logjam toward the bottom portion of this leaderboard right now. You got 15, 13, and 12 bigs for Antonius, Kuzmanos, and Kulev. And then not a big hop up to Paulie V at 19 bigs. Mokri second with 24 bigs, and Orpin still chip leading, but just 32 bigs for him as we see Kulev activate.
So rips an ace-9 off, and we see eights fold right behind.
Well, it's just a min raise.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Eights still snap folded, though.
It's easy to raise now. You just put a stack forward.
Is that snap fold with the eights straightforward?
I think so. Yeah. We're at the like
Enjoy while you can.
extreme ICM portion of this tournament, and you know, your hijack versus like the low jack open, bunch of ICM pressure. You just eights is just a fold.
It's not so much that you feel as though it's a hand that doesn't perform well against range, but rather
doesn't perform great. I mean, doesn't have any good blocking properties. If anything, slight anti-blocker properties. And, you know, flatting is just not really an option. So, you know, do you 3-bet or rip it in? And it's, again, you prefer to have blockers plus some equity as opposed to that. Although it would be more reasonable, I think, to just jam 8s there than it would be to flat.
Again, the immediate pay ladder from 6th to 5th is $67,000. But of course, can't overlook that $1 million available up top.
Bad fold.
Good fold.
Pocket queens for Kulev. Gets himself a walk. Not a fan of that.
Thank you.
Situations like this, Rast, is where the study, the homework pays off for these guys. And if you want to get paid off as a sports bettor or maybe a Triton fan who's looking to get action down on some of these tournaments, well, check out the all-new BetACR Sportsbook, your exclusive live betting destination to wager on players and Triton events. Receive a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. It all happens exclusively at BetACR. Sign up today. Are we allowed, you know, to open up some BetACR accounts and get and get some action down? You know, I mean, we live in the past. It's not like we have some. Pete Rose got banned from baseball. You know what I mean? Betting on his own game. Something. Does this feels unkosher? Maybe we should mess with it, Rast.
Yeah, I don't know. I disagree.
All right, well, listen. I'll buy a piece of your fund.
So
you know what I mean?
Maybe I'm going to fire. I was just thinking about firing. I have in the past before, but
Orpin fires it all in and takes it, by the way. You have in the past before what, Rast?
Bet.
On a Triton?
Yeah.
Like day 3 or something.
And? Do you remember the bet?
And I'm pretty sure I'm down lifetime.
Stop robbing the game.
Most of it actually wasn't from ACR. It was this random dude who booked a bunch of bets in Vegas for the big Triton London extravaganza a few years ago, where it was the million. Yeah. He was a great fellow. He booked a bunch of bets. I lost. I paid him over 100 dimes.
Oh wow!
And then I actually kind of smashed him in this fantasy basketball league we were in 7 months later, and he owed me, 60% of what I won.
And he stiffed you.
And I still haven't been paid.
Wow. So he was a good fellow, but now he's not such a good fellow.
Well, I think he was a blaster. I think he went broke, and I think he owed me and a bunch of other people at that point. So.
Bye-bye 5.
Bye-bye. So say his name and get it over with, Raz.
No, gambling world is a tough one.
Ace King, a tough one too. To go up against.
You got to win your bet, and you've got to get paid.
Yeah, it's a parlay.
Parlay.
First time was aces.
All the more reason why you should get your action down at BetACR, Raz. Take the vig on the chin, but at least you know you're getting paid.
Oh, you had aces too?
I had to show.
Yeah.
Gray market sports better, Rast. Cut it out.
I have bet on ACR before, actually, but much smaller than that. And I'm going to, if they're doing it, one time I looked up at the last stop and the ACR wasn't booking bets.
Oh, hang on.
They're doing it for this spot I'm in. A lot of aces at this final table, huh?
Yeah, a really insane number of them, if we're being honest. This time, Kuzmanas, who lost most of his chips to aces with pocket jacks against the man who's just opened the pot, has revenge on his mind. fives. Min raised.
Will he small 3-bet it here or just rip it? I mean, he doesn't have that many blinds. Might not really be enough to come small 3-bet. I mean, I guess he could make it like 900K.
1.4. 1.4.
Now this is just a bit over half of his chips deployed as a 3-bet. Another 900 atop the open.
So yeah, this is like the functional rip. Like he's not folding to Orpin, but where if like, let's say he didn't have aces and multiple people went all in behind him, he could fold a hand that wasn't so good, like potentially ace-queen or whatever. But, and if you're going to do that with hands like ace-queen, you might as well do it with when you have aces as well. So he did not choose small 3-bet sizing. He chose a committal 3-bet, but one where he could potentially get away from the hand, but which is not what he would do with aces. And Orpin, I don't know, fives. Is fives really what you want? Get under the gun versus hijack here to get involved with?
Can we just step aside?
I think so.
Yep. Orpin flicks it into the monkey. Looks a little bit unsure about the decision, but as we can see...
I made a mistake somewhere in that hand. I made a mistake somewhere in that hand, but I'm not sure where.
You concur, Rast, or is the open with the fives okay? Because that's the only mistake on my mind. If it is one, potentially.
I do think the other shorter stacks should definitely not be opening fives from the low jack, but I think maybe he can.
Yeah. No, just look at the stream, and if Marius had better hand, it's okay.
Paulie V suggesting results orientation is the way to decide.
We're even on the corner now. We're like 3-3. So.
Kula, by the way, was saying just text Nick Petrangelo. He'll tell you. I don't think it was a needle. Nicky P's sound. Queen Jack now.
Raise.
Raising it up.
Last opportunity to do this.
Queen 7 dominated in the big. Let's see if Orpin wants to flick in a blind in C3.
It is a pretty tight opening range here. Flip side is Orpin has the reverse advantage of not being afraid to play a pot, not going to be denied equity post flop because he's worried about ICM.
Both players find a queen on an ace-high board. Advantage Kulev with the jack kicker. Orpin checking over.
Versus a stack such as Kulev's, Orpin probably even over-realizes his equity some. But this is quite the flop for Kulev, who has a dominating kicker versus Orpin. A hand which rates to remain a small pot where both players try to get to showdown without putting in too many chips. Unless something crazy happens with the run out. I think Queen 7 is too good to fold here. The 7's also a clean out.
Granted, you'd prefer for it to arrive in non-club form. If it does, which it doesn't on the turn. 2 flush draws on board now. Pot growing to almost 2 million. Orpin checking once more. Now, if we're Kulev, options to check back and play pot control. He sits 2.8 million back, Rast.
seems like pot control is the more likely option at this point for Kulev, especially with his particular hand. I mean, in general, his stack wants to play pot control, and so does his hand. Even though he does have quite the range advantage on this board, that would be the thing that would pull you in the other direction of just betting a bunch with a lot of hands.
But does a barrel here on the turn then allow us to experience the check back on the river as opposed to checking back here and then maybe getting something uncomfortable thrown in our face by Orpin on the end?
Sure, but then you have a chance on the river to either pick up a bluff or fold to a better hand, or do the opposite. But
well, Kulev does come with a barrel. It's just 375K.
And so he went for kind of a weird middle option, which is I'm not going to do a natural large bet sizing on this turn. I'm going to make kind of a small exploit bet and then very likely check back river. So Kulev is leaning towards I just have such a big range advantage. I'm going to want to bet this a lot. And he is trying to avoid exactly the situation you're talking about. And he's going to take advantage of that by betting small in position here on the turn. And potentially here get 375K more value out of Queen 7 if Orpin decides to call. I mean, if you think about this, Orpin is getting 6-1.
He can well afford to make this call, but he is chewing on it pretty hard. And he's going to bin it, Rast, and you kind of understand that Kulev's setting himself up in terms of SPR on the river to potentially ask for much more, and really the queen the only comfortable direction in which to head for Orpin.
Yeah, certainly. And if Kulev is not asking for more on the river, it's probably because he has a showdown hand which just beats us, like a bad ace or a good queen.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Hey, we'll wait.
We will wait.
Blinds up now to 150, 300. Orpin chip leading just 25 bigs deep with 6 players remaining. And the gap between the short stack of Patrick Antonius and Orpin is just 15 bigs as we see Paulie V looking down at a couple of kings. The deck continuing to run rich with big pairs. Come and get it. Is the thought on Paulie V's mind, and might Marius with 2 6s do just that?
Looks like he started this pot with about 12 big blinds, right? He has 3.2 plus the 300, not counting the ante. So will he reshove or just call and defend? Wow, he's reshoving, and yet again 6s runs into the goods in this same type of spot.
Yikes.
You need help.
Antonius loves to see it as the short stack as he's poised for a 67K pay jump.
Yeah, it's
Lithuanian cannibalism here at this final table. 7.5 million chip pot. No 6 on board. Spade coverage for Paulie V. Can Marius pick up a straight draw? No. And he's left with just 2 outs once. Not there. As it's his turn to wrap the rail. And bump knuckles.
You can con, but I think I cover.
Kuzmanos. 6th place finisher here in the 30K, $231,000. will head his way, and his remaining stack gonna head to Paulie V. Did he go too hard at sixes, Rast?
It's a tough spot. You know, depends what he thinks about his opponent's opening range. Is he getting it through often enough? You know, how wide is Paulie V opening there? So if Paulie V's opening's tight, then yes, and if not, then no.
So Kuzmanas, the newcomer to the Triton Super High Roller Series, batting 500 at his first ever festival. Didn't cash in the 25K, but turned that around here today. And not at all anything to hang his head about. Ultimately, 231,000 as a first cash.
Usually no.
Is a healthy one.
What do you say? Depends on the day.
On the day. Depends on the day.
Queen Jack off for Mokri.
600.
Clicks. Patrick bowing out with the ace. Take it, sir.
No, he's small one.
But thank you, though. I do appreciate it.
Don't worry, I was fast to make sure you paid.
Of course, yeah.
Well, let's get an updated breakdown of the landscape here. Paulie V, now your chip leader, Rast. 27 big blinds. 8.2 million. Orpin, just behind him in second. Kaihan Mokri, third with 20 bigs. Has perhaps thoughts of hoisting that trophy on their minds. Fourth in chips is Kulev with 14 bigs, 4.2 million. Antonia still the shorty. 3 million in front of him. He'll sit this one out.
No, it's sweet. I know the word. But it means like, yeah, exactly. I can't remember, believe you know that word.
Oh, we're cooking there.
You talk, right? You talk Swedish. Like, yeah.
Cooking.
Yeah? You have the accent. Yeah, you have the foreigner accent. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
What do you expect?
A man as...
That would be sick if he says.
No, but I mean,
if I get that, I'll show you.
Turkish kind of accent.
No, but I mean, I mean, like, I don't have that much of an accent.
Like even the Turks that were born there, they have accent.
No.
I mean, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Come on. If you went, no. Well, maybe a little bit, not like very. Yeah, of course you have an accent, yeah. But you're such a professional guy. I was just assuming you would. Make it perfect.
Accent coach.
Yeah, like you make it perfect, you know. Yeah, you're sick enough to do it.
Paulie V just got a walk. Now it's his turn to decide if he wants to repay that favor. With a king in the small. Decides no. And he'll snack
Double down versus 6.
on some Mokri bucks.
I had stay. I had stay.
You had straight?
Stay. You said double down.
Versus...
Stand. Okay, stay. Stand.
Versus 8. Oh, you had stay. Oh, wow. You had aces?
Ace 6.
Split.
King 7. Right? Something like that. King 6.
Something like that.
Or like...
Not a happy stand.
Or like king, king. Queen, queen. Jack, jack. 10, 10. 9, 9. So.
Sure.
Well, 9s you split. So.
You split 9s? I don't think so.
Versus 6.
Ah, versus 6.
Versus 6, yeah.
Yeah.
Five
Pocket 10s here for Kulev.
That would be
700,000.
Makes it 700 to go. 4-5 for Patrick. Dusty.
Yeah, not going to defend this.
No. And you can feel kind of how annoyed a lot of these guys who are such competitors, you know what I mean, can be by not being allowed to get involved, you know, just
whatever happens now, I'm fine.
handcuffed sort of by
Before
the
you weren't fine?
particular holdings that they're being
like,
dealt in or out with.
But now you're more fine.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't know what we're talking about.
About the crossbow guys.
No, something else.
Orpen, I didn't know you two were so close.
Man, we have more than 50 messages.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
King, queen suited now for Kulev.
$650.
Just north of the min.
It's Orpen's big blind.
What does that do in terms of everybody assessing range? Makes it more narrow, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Orpen with king deuce off, dominated. And he lets it go. Kulev doing his thing. Alex, the only remaining Bulgarian of the three who began this final table. His last cash was a win. In the 100K 8 max back in Montenegro, $2.5 million. $5.5 million plus in career Triton earnings. Ace King suited now for Mokri.
How much do you have? Like 5 something?
Yeah, I think a bit under 5.
Okay. 650?
Just north of the min, and sixes have been not exactly a profitable holding here at this final table. It punched Kuzmanis out moments ago. Of course, Orpen does cover. And from the small blind, he will ask for the rest of Mokri, who, of course, is all too happy to call and spin the wheel. Patrick loves to see this stuff develop. Might he find another ladder?
And sixes finally gets it in, not against a pair. It was aces, kings, now ace king.
Just a 4% advantage for Orpen. This is an 11 million chip pot, Rast.
In a friendly world.
And it's king high on the flop. Mokri could decimate Orpen's chip lead here.
Okay. Oh,
hang on a second. Add 4 outs.
It's coming. I think it's coming too.
It's coming, right?
Why is it always with this corner?
Oh my God.
It was close.
5 or 6 would have spoiled the fun for the Norwegian, and instead, he's now going to be the chip leader, and he's going to do it with the biggest stack assembled thus far in the event.
Yeah, wow. That was likely the pivotal hand of the tournament.
That's 4.
Make sure you count his stacks.
5.
Orpen going to be left with just 5 bigs.
There's the 5. Looked like a 5 as well.
That would not be good. That would be like a triple bad beat or something.
So you can still max out.
I can, yeah, you can max.
Still cap.
Yeah. It's a 300K difference is the cap.
You're big.
Yeah, you can get mad. But I had that not long ago.
At least I have money to pay you.
Hmm?
At least I have money to pay you.
I had last longer with Fedor, and he asked me if I wanted to buy out, and we had even stacks. He busted 2 hands after.
Mood stays light in spite of the drama.
30 blinds. So
Malkery with a little dig there. You catch that?
I didn't. What
He
did
had
you say?
a last longer with Fedor, who they had even stacks. Fedor asked him if he wanted to buy out. I guess he said no. Fedor busted 2 hands later. And by the way, here's Malkery.
Yeah.
Definitely winning that last longer and potentially most to all of the bonuses that would be involved at this point.
Unclear whether or not such things are associated with the last longer.
Usually, yeah, it's like last longer, then it's like FT bonus, top this, or like first place. So it's not just pure.
Pocket fives.
You want the
10
last longer
million.
reward accumulating chips is kind of why you do it. But yeah.
Antonius ace queen suited. Surely this is the time.
Yeah, this is coming. He's just actually, I mean.
Well, look, the problem is that Orpin now sits with 5 big blinds to his left, so there is a little ICM consideration. But
there is, but here's the thing is, ace-queen suited is going to be dominating a lot of hands that Malkery can have. Like, if he knows Malkery has 5s, he passes, but Malkery never has queens, kings, or aces doing this, or even like jacks. And he's going to have a lot of just ace-x or even some queen-x stuff that we dominate.
With that I agree.
Didn't work last time.
With that I agree.
Is this one sings? Keep it.
Give it back.
After the 5+5 common, it's not looking good for you, Patrick.
5.3 in the middle. No ace, no queen.
Kind of honest guy.
Patrick.
With the 8, it would be 8. It would be 1.6 million.
6 outs twice.
Nope.
Can't find it on the turn. Will it come in on the end and keep him intact, or will we be down to 4-handed? Answer moments away, and we're down to 4-handed as the Finn did find some ladders. Rast didn't really find a lot of opportunities to hop in and show off his talents, but printed $298,000 when it was all said and done, courtesy of this 5th place finish. And on the topic of printing, the absorption of his tokens by Malkery now sends Kaihan up to 47 bigs, 14 million, as a Hall of Famer comes to the end of the road.
Great player, good run. GG, Patrick.
Look at that stack. That's obscene.
And Orpin, once upon a time the chip leader, is now decidedly in 4th. Some things haven't worked out for him, but he's still alive.
Double down.
Surrender.
Sorry.
Ace king now for Paulie V. Second biggest stack.
Seven.
And now's the moment where he's definitely hoping Malkery tries to play back at him. More than happy to take chances with ace-king in this kind of button small blind scenario.
700K open.
Call.
Mokri just going to play it as a flat. Deuce 4 off for Orpin, so dusty. But does he want to take 5-1?
I don't think so.
Neither does he. So he'll leave Mokri and Paulie V to it. Jack 9-8, advantage Mokri here. Gutter plus middle pair. $600K follow through here from Paulie V.
Two overs in a hand, he's worried about checking back.
Mokri happy to flat another 1.2 million into the pot, bringing it to 3.2 total. 6 on the turn. Doesn't appear consequential.
Nice card for Mokri, who picks up diamonds, which gives him even more power to fight for this pot, in addition to his middle pair and gut shot.
Yes, we can see the consequential nature of it for Mokri is the flush draw. Happy to see Paulie V check back, and not at all unhappy to see running 6s here. Doesn't complicate texture whatsoever.
Pretty nice run out from Mokri. He rates to have the best hand pretty often, although Paulius can definitely play better hands, pot controlling. And because of that, I don't think Mokri can bet large here. If he does decide to bet for value as opposed to checking, and it looks like Mokri agrees and finds quarter pot, which is a pretty appropriately sized bet for his hand. Generally, he's going to be very comfortable and have the best hand quite a bit when he's called, but not when he's raised.
There's a good bit of busted draws out there, but I'm not sure how often Paulie V thinks Kaihan's going to be getting after it. Granted, it is just 1/4 pot.
There's some, but not a ton. Some hands like King Queen, King 10. But those are really the only two natural ones on the flop.
How much are you? 2?
And Paulie having a king actually is probably a pretty bad card given that, right? Because King, Queen, King 10, the common card in both those hands is a king. I'm struggling to find too many other natural bluffs here.
I mean, that check call on the flop could very well be attached to one pair in any form on the flop that decides that it's safe to pursue value here on the river, given the check back from Paulie V on the turn. But he's asking himself whether or not Mokri would really allow the action to be reopened for those sorts of hands that might be more content to check and then decide.
Yeah, I mean, maybe ace 10 or ace 7 suited, potentially. Again, all these hands, are when they don't 3-bet and just flat. Remember, Mokri flatted out of the small blind. I think he's going to end up folding.
And ace high does have some showdown value, so maybe it'd be less inclined to barrel here and turn itself into a bluff is the thought. But ultimately, Paulie V does correctly find the fold. And in doing so, will leave Mokri all the way up and over 16 million in chips, Rast, and it happened in a hurry. 54 big blinds deep will be the Norwegian as they head to a break here in the final table of the 30K. Orpin, quite a different experience for the time being, down to just 2 bigs. Back here at the desk, Ali Najad, Brian Rast with you. And I got to say, Blinken, you would have missed it in terms of the spin up for Mokri, and he was lingering out there with, you know, to start the day with 20 left, I think 10 or 11 big blinds. And then even here at the final table, found himself in that sort of situation. Patience rewarded, activated at the right time, it would seem, and here he is, poised for perhaps a title.
Yeah, I mean, what a commanding position he has right now, more than the rest of the table combined, right? 16 million. It looks like the rest of the table has roughly 12.5. So that's pretty strong. He's going to have a lot of good spots where he can apply pressure, take advantage of, you know, extreme ICM situations for the other guys where they're trying to ladder to make, you know, 100,000, hundreds of thousands just moving up one spot at this point. So
yeah, the next ladder is $83,000 on tap payout, $371K third, $454K, but of course a title, and $1 million awaits one of these 4 players. Who will it be? We're going to have to take a break before we take steps closer to finding out. So don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of event number 2 from here in Monaco comes your way after this.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Attention MTT players. We're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes. Get ready to dominate with GTO Wizard AI.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
I mean, Danchev is about to take the big blind also. I mean, I believe he is taking it next hand.
Here's Mokri, by the way, with ace-queen facing the 3-bet. Zhou Chuan's patience rewarded as finally he can activate with something far better than the king-queen spot. And Mokri says, let's run it. And he's not going to be happy with this sight. $3.5 million chip pot. Zhou Chuan dominating. Almost a 3-1 favorite. To the flop. Oh no. Queen 9-9. Devastating developments here at the FT for Zhou Chuan.
It's pretty dirty.
You know, a fourth 9.
Why
And we carve it up.
Seems... Nope.
Seems improbable. As
Like
3 outs to a winner don't come in, and Zhou Chuan doesn't need
Can I get service, please?
to hold himself accountable for this outcome whatsoever. You can't ask for a better situation. But unfortunately, for Zhou Chuan, it's the end of the road. 9th place finish for the Chinese national. We haven't seen the last of him. That much is for sure. Gonna add $100,000 to his $2.75 million roughly in career Triton earnings coming into this one, but title number 2 will have to wait as he notches his 10th cash and leaves 8 to do battle. Rast, I hate to tell you this because normally we come to defer to your takes as being spot on. But with respect to the lemon rind controversy, chat has gone back per your instruction and watched it back, and they are quite convinced, even though both you and, for that matter, producer James don't think so, that he housed the lemon rind indeed as Donchev.
I didn't really see. I was just assuming based on his mouth afterwards.
You put a read on it.
I was more scared that you were about to say something about the jacks, but okay, yeah, no, I was wrong about him housing a lemon rind. No big deal.
210s performing well here on a 974 board. It's the shortest of all stacks. Hunts a double. Oh, come on now.
Probably, yeah.
This deck wants to have an early day as the turn smashes Orpin and the river seals Donchev's fate.
I think we'll play normal format.
He did find a little mini ladder courtesy of Zhou Chuan, not able to hold with the ace-king, but that was nasty right there.
Orpin's just swinging a wrecking ball, and Donchev got in the way.
Some days you're the windshield, some days you're the bug. And today, insecticide came in the form of Orpin Kisachikoglu as we've lost our first member of the Bulgarian delegation who entered this FT 3 players strong. Donchev collecting $125,000. And welcome back to Sporting Monte-Carlo, the venue for the Triton Super High Roller Series here in the Principality of Monaco. Ali Najad alongside Brian Ras, continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, event number 230K, where the blinds are 200, 400,000 with a 400K big blind ante. 1 million in chips in orbit is the price of poker. And when we're playing four-handed, that cannot be overstated in terms of the impact. It was always sensed that this particular affair was one of a very shallow nature, Ras, something that was discussed openly at the final table, given that this is not a turbo or super turbo format, and yet here we are. The one guy who isn't shallow, of course, Norway's Keihan Mokri. As you take a peek, 16.2 million in front of him, the only man up and over the average stack of 7.2 million, and really the setup is beautiful for him.
Yes, you know, he has a huge chip stack. He has the shortest stack right to his left. He's going to really have a lot of opportunities to wield the big stack, use the ICM pressure, and try to collect chips. Certainly, Ollie.
Barring spins, we could find ourselves three-handed in a hurry. Why? That is, of course, because that short stack of Orpin Kisachoglu, who held the chip lead for the bulk of this FT, is just 2 big blinds deep. Really not a lot of playability, not a lot of decision-making. It's going to be a game of roulette for him, which, of course, here in Monaco, very famously, Bond-like moments at the roulette wheel have taken place, but it is going to take something special for him to get his way back and up and into a playable stack. Kulev, third in chips, 12 big blinds, the only Bulgarian remaining of the original 3 that were at this FT. Then you have the Lithuanian Paulie V, who's tasted victory at Triton before, one-time title winner, as is Kulev. So let's just see how this thing shakes out. Do want to take a look at Orpin's profile. I believe he had 2 titles, and indeed he does. Taking a look here, 7.3 million. Mokri, I think, is the only one who does not. As we take a look, and sure enough, the opportunity here for him, perhaps one that he's relishing even more so in consideration of the fact that it would be breaking that seal. And he's just got 1.2 million in career Triton earnings. He got shut out in Montenegro, only popped in for a couple of events, those being the 100K 8 max and the 125K main. And then in Jeju, it was a painful finish to that particular festival. He went 0 for 6. So glory here would be that much sweeter for Keihan Mokri, who's been impressive as we've observed him, Rast.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 4th is 371,000 and 2nd is 680,000 with a million up top. So, I mean, I think the most interesting thing to keep our eyes on right now is that race for 2nd place. Right, we have a runaway chip leader. Nobody's even close. And how will the other 3 players, assuming Mokri probably keeps adding to his stack and accumulating, how will it shift out? Like, who will kind of end up playing him heads up, most likely?
We're moments away from finding out as the players make their way back into the arena on the back end of a break. Just 4 of the original 9 remaining in this field. 9th was Zhou Chuen, Dimitar Danchev 8th, Krasimir Nechev in 7th, Marius Kuzmanas in 6th, Patrick Antonius, the most recent elimination, 298K for a 5th place finish. And here we are with what rates to be a first title for Keihan Mokri. Not looking to jinx anything, but obviously the setup is nice, as we discussed, as is the guaranteed payout of $371,000. Brought to you by BetACR, the ladder, 83 dimes to slide into the podium finish. Then you got over $230,000, 226 to be specific, between 3rd and 2nd. So here we go. Cards moments away from getting back in the air. Glad to have you with us here on the Triton Super High Roller Series, whether you're on Twitch, the Triton Poker Plus app, or YouTube.
4.7.
Welcome aboard. Let us know who you're rooting for. And if you're enjoying what you're watching, of course, let us know by clicking like and subscribe, ensuring that you don't miss any of what we have on offer. There's a wealth of content that we're putting together in between Triton festivals, namely cash game festivals. That's a new advent. More of those to come. Working on a docu-series as well. Ensure that you're in the know by clicking subscribe and, of course, clicking like and helping us to continue to bring you the finest in streaming poker entertainment. Now, on the order of the finest in pre-flop holdings, ace-queen offsuit, four-handed, plus the button equals raise.
Interesting decision because Orpin's so short, he's going to really probably be able to jam just about anything because Kulev's going to be so tight. And I'd figure even your good offsuit aces you'd want to have as some of your best hands in that range. as opposed to your min-raise range, which allows Kulev to defend the big blind some. But
frustrating for Paulie V, of course, 17 big blinds deep for the time being, just inappropriate for him to get involved. But we did see earlier, Rasty, him jamming at the time.
800?
I believe it was in the face of Orpin, who was still the chip leader, pushing back from the big blind versus an open. Perhaps it was against Mokri. I can't recall specifically, but it did kind of give us a glimpse into his mind and how he's thinking about things, because there were shorter stacks than his own out there, and he sort of pushed variance.
that's right. He rejammed the Jack 8 of Hearts, right? Is that the hand you're thinking of? Yes. Yeah, I mean, Paulie V's been largely patient, playing very reasonable hands, but that was a hand where he picked a spot and took it, which I think you have to do. And here's Orpin with a great hand, all things considered. I mean,
oh my goodness. How unfortunate is this? Mokri welcomes ace-queen once more and dominates Orpin, who can do nothing more than smile at the misfortune.
Without even joking.
Whatever. What's CV?
It would be. It would look too stupid. But I'm actually rooting for you, so I don't know what to say.
Jam and a call and a king-free flop.
Not good.
As the light begins to flicker for the Turk.
Maybe on the river. Maybe on the river.
Maybe on the river.
Didn't appear confident about getting there on the turn. He says maybe on the river. Will the king reveal itself? No.
GG open. Good luck. Again. Yeah.
GG's.
Just take this with you as well.
Issued.
Yeah, we don't want to look at it anymore.
Can you put it over at Poland as a stack?
Always rated to be finishing in fourth,
Amen.
given how extremely shallow he was, but didn't rate to finish in that position for the bulk of this FT, where he held a chip lead for quite some time.
I tried.
Fourth place finish will earn him $371,000. That's what he's going to be slipping atop the over $7 million in career Triton earnings that he brought forward. But title number 3 is going to have to wait as he notches his 14th career Triton cash. Played well, Rast.
indeed, Orpin, GG. Nice run.
Well, you want to talk about a nice run. Just consider Mokri now 19 million, jamming from the small, ace high, and just continuing to feast on pot after pot. Paulie V's in prison now, right? 15 bigs versus Kulev's 7.
Yeah, I mean, yes, he's definitely a bit in prison waiting.
6 million, is that correct? Or
this is
$226,000 jump from third to second. What business does he have for the time being
okay,
looking for confrontations? I mean, maybe if for some reason Mokri lets off the gas, he finds himself calling Kulev, but it does feel like the only spot. Mokri min raises Kulev, Queen Jack. He knows time is running out.
Knows time's running out, and Mokri is going to be very wide here. And might fold versus the jam. Mokri doesn't hate Kulev doubling up. That just makes the stacks, brings those other two stacks to even. And then
now, why is that good, though?
Because then they're both waiting on the other one. Now that, yeah, see Say he folds here. Now Kulev has 4 million, 4.5 million or whatever. Now they're both pretty close, and one outweighting the other. See, Kulev doesn't have much incentive to wait right now. He has half as many chips as Pauly V. He's not going to be able to outweight Pauly V.
The jam of almost 3 million being considered.
Yeah, he's letting this go.
Yeah.
He's not going to make anything like a break-even call here to try to bust Kulev. I'm not saying that was break, but if it's worse than break-even, then he's folding anyway. But so yeah, these two guys are 5.1 and 4.5 million. It looks like. Still a great spot for Mokri. In some ways, I think this spot's actually better. When you have a massive chip lead, it's better if the other two stacks in a three-handed situation are close to each other.
Well, what's better than 2 red aces for Kulev on the button as his stack does draw closer to Pauly V, but he's looking to fix that in a hurry with a double potentially. Sitting
800.
14 bigs to 12 bigs after this raise and take. So Pauly V becomes the short stack. But as you alluded to, the landscape in terms of Mokri, preferable.
If we get there.
If you get there.
With Kulev and Pauly V closer to one another as they kind of incur a war of attrition.
Yes.
We'll see if we are survivors.
Pocket sixes now for Pauly V.
$3 million.
This is a commitment.
Am I missing? Oh no, small blind.
Open to 3 million, nothing interesting taking shape behind. Now he nabs second place back from Kulev. The thing that I wonder though, Rast, and I'm not questioning, is for Kulev, the clarity of understanding that one player out of these two is most definitely going to be deferring versus the setup when Pauly V and Kulev have roughly level stacks and either of them can elect to go up against us at any given moment. Isn't that more of a challenge to deal with?
Yes, when the rules aren't as defined in some ways, it might be more challenging, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's worse.
King 10 jams and takes it. There's the rare pass from Mokri on the button. But it's like you just never expect to have to play a pot against a clear second place stack, provided that third place is very short.
Yes, and I mean the second place stack can also take advantage of that. I'm not saying it's not something you abuse, but it's just like the Pauly V Jack 8 suited jam. Like the guy's opening the button all the time, and you have the second place stack, and you're just like, I'm okay, I'm all in. Like, what are you going to, you have 100% of hands, like, you're not calling me this time.
Right.
10-9 suited, take it.
Risky business, though. I mean,
sure, but I'm just saying it's like they can still do unpredictable things, even though the rules are a bit more clearly defined. There's just more overall ICM pressure in the case where the two shorter stacks are even. And you just have to take that.
Well, look at this. Pauly V taking Queen 9 suited and jamming into Mokri, who with Ace 8 has made the call. We're going to play for 10.5 milli.
Okay, I deserve it.
Who do you think Kulev's rooting for, Rast?
It's a tough one. Think about that for a minute.
Oh, look
Wow.
at this board. Paulie V open-ended with a flush draw against the ace high.
He's a 2-to-1 favorite. Look at this. That's wild.
Yeah. Oh, and now he's drawn dead as the 8 pairs Mokri, but gives Paulie V the straight.
Oh, I figured it out. That wasn't who Kulev was rooting for. I got it.
What gave it away?
I wasn't sure, but then I saw the look on Kulev's face and used my live reads.
Dead giveaway.
Okay.
Well, now walk me through how things have changed. With Mokri down to 32 bigs, still chip leading, but only by 6 bigs over Paulie V, who just doubled through him, and Kulev sitting 14 bigs in third.
Well, yeah, now it's become a situation where Kulev really has very little pressure in the sense of he's just way behind the other two guys and just needs to win chips to stay alive and try to come in second or win. And it's more of a battle of how are the two big stacks going to play versus each other. Normally, they do a bit of a waiting game where you don't try to play a big pot against the other guy and you do try to lean on the short stack.
Kind of boring giving the 8 first.
Depending on who
ace first and then the 8.
the players are, sometimes
At least flop was
it doesn't
okay.
always work out so neatly.
Not like against Mars. Ace 9 deuce, Ace 8 deuce or something. Dead.
By the way, that's the first real hiccup that I can remember that disrupts this sort of northbound trajectory from Mokri in any sort of significant way. Pocket kings now for Paulie V, welcoming anyone to find trouble. Little baby suited connector for Kulev. He'll flick in a call.
Yeah, but the baseline strategy is the two big stacks avoid playing big pots with each other, hoping the short stack goes out next.
10-9 deuce.
Baseline.
Swing and a miss for Kulev. Mercifully, as it were.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get in trouble as Kulev here.
Straightforward check fold to the C-bet. With that, Mokri and Paulie V are roughly level in stacks, with Kulev, the clear third, sitting now 11 bigs.
800?
So really a changing of the tide here at this final table. Raise and take for the ace-10 of Mokri. And as we change dealers, we don't change our opinion. When it comes to the official timekeepers of the Triton Poker Series, we hitch our wagons to the good folks over at Jacob & Co. Genève, who are responsible for not just the incredible timepieces on your screen, but also the collaborative, commemorative special timepieces that are given out to our main event champions, the Triton Epic X Watch. Just feast your eyes on the museum quality work being done by the artisans back in Switzerland at Jacob & Co. Suited king now. for Kulev on the button. He's going to open. Nobody gives him any action.
A lot of button raise it and take it so far, where the buttons just had the clearly best hand of the three and no one else has anything. Some honest, if not exciting, poker thus far, but cards haven't really given too many opportunities. Since it's been three-handed, at least.
Offsuit Doyle takes us up to 9 1/4 here and dominating the 9 deuce. Kulev cannot fight. A Kulev double, by the way, through either of these guys makes things interesting.
It certainly does. Then it becomes a three-way race.
Ace queen for Mokri.
800.
Opens. Kulev bows out and hopes that Paulie V will look for trouble. Which he won't. Put the Jack-5 off. Again, the war of attrition very much on display. Things have shaken up a bit back into sort of the prior setup that we had with a first, second, and third clearly. Mokri putting 11 blinds of runway between himself and Paulie V. Kulev down to 10 bigs. But 15 bigs removed from that second place stack of the Lithuanian.
Ten blinds, ace 7 off. It's a very natural jam candidate, but again, when you want to jam in these spots, yeah, putting out like half your chips in the situation where it goes all in behind and we can fold.
You know, it's such a rare occurrence, but it's only when you don't put just half of your chips out there and instead you jam and that happens that you realize in retrospect, oh, there was another path.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very rare, but play enough or watch enough, it comes up, it happens.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, once upon a time, it wasn't a consideration, you know, leaving a chip back, opening for half your stack. These ideas are more recent advents.
I think there are times when people do it where it doesn't make a ton of sense, like, but this is not one of those times. I mean, three-handed where you get the all-in, and it's very clear you get the last ladder of the tournament for the biggest, other than the second to first one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the time you do it, for sure.
Hell yeah.
You know, some of these final table ladder spots are for real. Like, you know, you see people doing this sometimes when there's like 3 tables left, and you're kind of like, all right, I mean.
Okay, now Paulie V.
Knock yourself out.
Clear second in chips with 25 bigs, has been given ace-queen on the button.
Yes.
And he decides to put in 8 million of his 10 million. Why so serious?
I mean, if you're a Mokri here, I think you just got to pass this.
He does too.
Yeah.
Oh, but Kulev has an ace as well. And he too lets it go. But walk me through this 8 of 10 million open.
It's a I mean, I don't know. They got 20 something odd blinds. I mean, I guess he's trying to develop a jamming range. I would assume that's towards the top of it.
No.
Right? I mean, once you start getting hands that are much better than ace queen, you start inducing.
This is the combo.
So I
can do this.
don't know. I think that's what he's thinking.
Well, he does manage to get it through without any further commotion.
And there they are again.
Aces surfacing once more.
800.
Mulcree. Min raise open.
Feel like I've seen aces more at this final table, especially given the number of hands, or just on today's broadcast.
Well, we're seeing 3 of them here.
Yeah, the ratio is...
Unfortunately for Kulev, his comes with a 7 of clubs attached. As he jams, Paulie B steps aside, and Mulcree shows Alex the bad news. I think he can live with his decision, albeit he may have to live with a third-place finish, barring 12% equity coming in for a W here.
Sick miss.
This is a big ask.
Sick miss for you, Cosmet for you.
And I win if you say Cosmet.
Okay.
Cosmet is
The ask just got bigger.
It's doable.
Yeah, 10 of clubs.
On a Queen Jack 6 board.
I mean, we are on TV. It has to be drama, not like 6 of...
Good game, gentlemen.
Drawn dead on the turn
nice playing with you.
is Kulev, who pops up, issues the GGs.
Good luck, buddy.
Title number 2 will not be his here today. Nothing wrong with the way he took that line. He just ran into it.
Yeah. Took his shot.
And guess who is hauling in another one, Rasty? Mulcree, who now sits 19 million.
At ace-9. Off.
That's why I jammed.
Kulev and his gal will head out. $454,000 richer. You can put a dent in the Monaco shopping circuit with that haul. But unfortunately for Kulev, it is the end of the road. Fought hard, splashed around, got in there a little bit. Ultimately, didn't do a thing wrong. And that will set the stage for a heads-up battle between the Norwegian and the Lithuanian. Mulcree, 47 bigs deep, almost a 2-1 chip lead over Paulie V, who sits with 10 million and change. We're going to bring you back to the desk in just a moment. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast, and I got to tell you, this has been, as you alluded to, one of the most big pocket pair rich final tables I can ever remember seeing. Aces specifically.
Yeah, aces specifically.
6 times at least.
Yeah, and it's not, this final table hasn't been super long either. So, you know, I mean, it's not saying it's been fast, but it's gone by relatively quickly and a lot of aces. It's just interesting.
Kulev had the aces as well on one occasion, and he raised and everyone folded. So obviously it didn't go quite as well for some as it did for others. He has bowed out, as we showed you, $471,000, or $454 rather, for his efforts. $680,000 now locked up for the two guys who are going to collide. $1 million going to the champ along with a trophy. We touched on the fact that Paulie V has a title already across just 6 caches, if I'm not mistaken, whereas Kaihan Mulcree does not have a title. That said, he is set up rather nicely here with that almost 2-1 chip lead to take title number 1. Any pressure you think that some of these guys feel when, you know, just that added layer beyond just, hey, I want to win a tournament, but I want to win my first Triton title?
I mean, I don't think at the point where Mulcree's at, really. I mean, you know, there's $325K, the title, sure. A lot of these guys play high stakes. It is what it is. Another day at the office. But I don't think the pressure might start to creep in until it starts to get like, we're in the booth talking about, hey, like this guy hasn't won a title yet. and, you know, Ike or something like that, and it becomes like a conversation piece.
Interesting.
But if it's just, you know, you've played some tournaments, you've had some runs, and you're not one of the guys mentioned as, you know, best player without a Triton title who comes on the tour, not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, we're going to set things up here now as 6 minutes from right now. I'm told we are going to get things underway, so grab a snack, grab a drink, do what you need to do. You've come this far. Don't walk away now. Event number 2 will crown a champ, and it's going to happen on the backside of this break, so come back and see us in a few.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
There, you catch that?
I didn't. What
He
did
had
you say?
a last longer with Fedor, who they had even stacks. Fedor asked him if he wanted to buy out. I guess he said no. Fedor busted 2 hands later. And by the way, here's Mokri.
Yeah.
Definitely winning that last longer, and potentially most to all of the bonuses that would be involved at this point.
Unclear whether or not such things are associated with the last longer.
Usually, yeah, it's like last longer, then it's like FT bonus, top this, or like first place. So it's not just pure.
Pocket fives.
You want the
10
last longer
million.
reward accumulating chips is kind of why you do it. But yeah.
Antonius, ace queen suited. Surely this is the time.
Yeah, this is coming. He's just actually, I mean.
Well, look, the problem is that Orpin now sits with 5 big blinds to his left, so
sure.
there is a little ICM consideration. But
there is, but here's the thing is, ace-queen suited is going to be dominating a lot of hands that Mokri can have. Like, if he knows Mokri has 5s, he passes, but Mokri never has queens, kings, or aces doing this, or even like jacks. And he's going to have a lot of just ace-x or even some queen-x stuff that we dominate.
With that I agree. With that I agree.
Is this one sings? Keep it.
Give it back.
After the 5+5 common, it's not looking good for you, Patrick.
5.3 in the middle. No ace, no queen.
Kind of honest guy.
Patrick.
With the 8, it would be 8. It would be 1.6 million.
6 outs twice.
Nope.
Can't find it on the turn. Will it come in on the end and keep him intact, or will we be down to four-handed? Answer moments away, and we're down to four-handed. As the Finn did find some ladders, Rast. Didn't really find a lot of opportunities to hop in and show off his talents, but printed $298,000 when it was all said and done, courtesy of this 5th place finish. And on the topic of printing, the absorption of his tokens by Mokri now sends Kaihan up to 47 bigs, 14 million, as a Hall of Famer comes to the end of the road.
Great player, good run. GG, Patrick.
And welcome back for the conclusion of event number 2, the 30K, from right here at the kickoff event of Season 4 of the Triton Super High Roller Series from Monte-Carlo. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast, and the two men that will be playing for a trophy. One of them has one already, the other does not. I'm talking, of course, about Kaihan Mokri, who is the chip leader right now, yet to earn a Triton title, squaring off against Paulie V, who is playing for his second. It's going to be Norway against Lithuania here for the second trophy of this particular series. And surely right now, if you're handicapping this thing, Rast, strictly based on a 2-1 chip lead, a huge favorite is Mokri. Yeah. I love it when Rast does this.
Yeah. Yes, certainly. What I was going to ask you, though, is we don't know if the one guy, maybe he has a Little League trophy or something, you know. I mean, you didn't specify, but let's not call him totally trophyless. You know what I'm saying?
Fair.
Gonna hurt his feelings.
I don't know if
like
my
maybe he won speech and debate in high school, like Lincoln Douglas, something like that. You know?
Listen, his Hendon shows us that he's definitely won some poker tournaments.
There we go.
Unclear
So
whether or not hardware was associated with those victories, but
probably not the 3 prongs, but
no,
yeah.
the 3 prongs to Triton Trident.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a big favorite, obviously. Just never mind, you know, making any assessments of talent, but just 2-1 chip lead, you got to give the nod.
Of course, yes. I mean, you would never get even money on this. So, but at even money, I'm taking Mokri. I'm betting the farm.
With that said, if Paulie V finds a double through Mokri, guess what? Roll reversal, and all of a sudden, you've got yourself a different horse. So, just about set to get things kicked off, and we'll be doing it with the blinds at 2, 4, and 4 still.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost 2-1, like you said. We're talking 25 to 47 blinds. That's a very significant difference.
Blind levels are shortened when we get down to heads up. We began at 30 minutes.
Well, card distributions like this is one of the ways you overcome this kind of chip deficit.
Ace, King, opening.
2.7.
Oh, and Mokri.
Just hand number 1.
Just 3-betting and choosing some violence here. To 2.7 we go. Of course, Paulie V can just absolutely pile it in, right?
Yeah, he just has the goods here firsthand. So happy his opponent 3-bet.
Rolling.
Unhappy, of course, is Mokri to hear those 2 words. And this is a delightful start, automatically changing things significantly. Mokri 39 bigs to 33 bigs, and we're playing ball.
Yeah, that tightened the race considerably.
You take any issue with Mokri's choice to 3-bet? Jack
No.
6 off?
No. You know what's interesting? He just came out first hand. You know how normally it starts and guys are feeling each other out and you wait a little bit and then Mokri was like, no, first hand, I'm just coming for it.
Okay, listen, obviously it's very limited data. But is there a chance that that is the sort of haste that's affixed to this sort of, I want to get it on with, I want to get this first trophy. I want to win this thing right here, right now. I don't want to
say
grind.
that. You know what? I would ascribe it to more the like, oh, wow, he's 3-betting me on the very first hand. Maybe he kind of has to have it. Like if Mokri's thinking he's going to think I just have it a lot here.
Right. Because
people don't do this normally.
yeah, Paulie V doesn't expect that reaction.
Yeah.
So range should be narrow, but of course, Paulie V just had it.
Yeah, I think that's more of like the rock, paper, scissors strategy of, you know, than haste to win the trophy. That would be my guess.
No 2 or 3-bet in this one as we look up a 10, 10, 8 and a couple of hearts. Not connecting with either party. Paulie V, no diamond on board, but the raw might of King High heads up, that which he will contemplate facing this 400K. And a spot that's just so tempting for a hand that limp button to just barrel.
Yeah, I think continuing here makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
The 7 also, you know, can pick up some straight draws, make straights.
Not on that turn. And the straight draw acquired is for Mokri.
Now, Mokri might decide to bet again. He's picked up a gutter. The 9's an overcard to the 8. The queen interaction does potentially give an 8 a pause, especially if you choose a large sizing like pot. Like it really puts 8x in. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense and very well played hand. And I mean, King 7 just can't continue at this point. I mean, even 8 to this sizing is like really puking. I'm not saying you fold an 8, but you might. King 7 is just in the muck.
Well done. Kaihan Mokri as he sees his initiative.
So far, Mokri has definitely seized the initiative. How about 2 hands where he's just been blasting away? One has worked out, one hasn't with Squadoosh.
Blinds going up. 250, 500. You know, it was Paulie V that openly brought up just how shallow this final table was in terms of stack depth. And that level up in blinds not helping create any relief as the dilution is immediate here. Just 2 hands into the heads up altercation. Mokri, King 9 off. Limp pot pre. He checks over the gut shot straight draw. Looking for that 10 that's hiding in Paulie V's hand. Now Paulie V picks up a gutter of his own. Looking for the 9 that's snuggled up against the king.
Yeah, I don't think Mokri, given these super wide ranges, I mean, his hand is too good to be bluffing with. So he's just trying to get to showdown with King High, and we can see it is the best hand. The question is, will Paulie V bluff at some point in this hand?
Not on the turn. Just goes check, check.
I mean, 10 high could potentially be good.
Snap check back from Paulie V. And Mokri will haul this one in.
Nervous?
Mokri looks relaxed out there. Forgive what maybe would feel like an obvious sentiment given the chip lead and his experience, but there is something different about playing for a Triton title. You know, there are those who have them and those who don't, and more people don't have them than do. Even in these fields, which include so many regs. It's a relatively small fraternity, but one that grows every single festival as this pot grows, courtesy of Paulie V jamming in the face of the Mokri button limp. Queen 10 offsuit for Kaihan. I don't think it's a candidate. Right?
No, he's not going to call.
He's going to wait for the count, though. But why not a standard raise out of Paulie V? Why jam the whole thing? He just really doesn't want to play a pot and recognizes that Mokri has to be so high up in range in order to call?
You'll find if you start looking at pre-flop kind of shoving ranges, a lot of these offsuit ace X and kind of smallish pairs like playing this way and can jam even up to relatively large in these heads-up spots like 20 big blinds and whatever with a big blind ante. So I think Paulie is just taking a hand that likes playing that way and doing that. I mean, imagine in that hand, if Paulie makes it 4x, right? Queen 10 is just calling. Queen 10 has tons of equity against ace 4 off, right? But he just denied that equity by jamming, and you know, and you have an ace in your hand, so it's just I think part of why solvers like playing some of these offsuit ace-x hands in pairs that way. They're like pretty good hands that accomplish a lot by taking the pot down.
Well, interestingly enough, we now have an opportunity to watch Mokri perform with ace 4, and he does the same exact thing after a limp from Paulie V.
Thank you.
Well, Triton fans, have you checked out the latest Triton poker merchandise? From stylish apparel to exclusive accessories, you can show your support in style. Plus, we're offering a 10% discount off the whole store with promo code Triton during the Monte-Carlo festival period only. Head over to the merch shop at the Triton Poker website today and get yourself decked out in top quality Triton swag.
I'll finish you up by then. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see.
It's okay.
Jack deuce
1 million
on the button. And Mokri plays it as a raise. Haven't seen a whole lot of this. Queen 9-7 board. Paulie V defends and flops the gut shot. Knuckles over.
Neither player with a pair. Mokri might check this one back and at some point on the turn or the river decide to just bluff at the pot. Or just get the showdown with Jack High. I don't think Paulie will let him showdown Jack High this time, is my feeling. Not with a gutter. I think the turn is a pretty natural place to bet. Yeah, again, when you have drawing equity, you find players betting the turn more often than waiting and doing delayed river bluffs.
750K. The lead from Paulie V, earning him that one.
You mind just having this orange in 10? No, in 20?
20, yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't have enough, and I need always to take some. This is my play stack.
Ace Jack. Choosing to limp.
Check.
Mokri keeps it tidy with a check back. Eight, 6 deuce. Flops himself top pair. More than we can say for this ace high.
Doesn't lead at the board. Definitely could have with top pair.
And now some chips that could have been deployed in the form of a pre-flop min raise get sent forward in position on the flop.
Mokri's hand is good enough to check raise here. See if he decides to play the hand that way, especially versus only betting third pot. Yeah. And this check raise, beyond just pushing equity versus smaller pairs, is also designed to try to clear out overcards. Ace Jack off with a diamond might be good enough and kind of clean and separated enough from the board that Paulie peels, and he does. So now this pot's ballooned up to 5 million. An interesting turn card in that it kind of improves both players' hands. Mokri now has 2 pair, and Paulie V, while it's kind of be hard for him to find many hands where he has the best hand anymore. With ace high, he does pick up a flush draw.
Are there a decent number of suited combos that would limp button and then bet the flush draw on the flop, call the check raise over here that Mokri needs to be concerned about, as we see him not demonstrating any concern, betting 1.7?
Certainly. Yeah. Paulius can definitely have flushes. And Mokri is going to be concerned about that. But, I mean, you know, he also has 2 pair heads up, so.
And for Paulie V, he's now invested a significant amount into this one, but what he hasn't done is make the best hand on the end, which would have required a 4th diamond on board. 8.4 in the middle. And is Mokri going to hunt more value on the end?
Well, it's an interesting if he does value bet, because Paulius, he can't really bluff catch with his hand. I mean, that 7 of diamonds just not only make, you know, you're already losing to any pair plus, but kind of almost all the straight draws or flush draws improved in some way, either making a flush, a straight, or a pair. So, I mean, you can come out with some hands you're beating, such as like 3-4, but there aren't very many of them. So,
all in?
Yeah.
All in.
Jamming is Mokri, and of course, the ace jack shrivels, as does the stack. Now, Paulie V just 8.6 million, out chip better than 2-1. Seven to 3, the deficit. $20 million plus now for Mokri, who bounced back nicely after that ill-timed 3-bet versus ace-king on the first hand of heads-up play that got jammed on.
Call.
Call.
King-queen suited. Limping in. Failing to connect on this board. Can't say the same for Paulius. Open-ender. Checking over. Pre-flop, it's been a little bit of cat and mouse here.
Jack of spades. Ali.
The guys have been a bit balanced in terms of limping with dusty ones as well as good ones. And Rast looking for a card that's going to create trouble. And how about the 6 of spades? A straight for Paulie V. Mokri picks up the spade draw with the 2 overs.
Yeah, this card will still cause some trouble for sure.
Oh, check, check. And on the river, right color, wrong suit. I thought perhaps a little sprinkle there from Paulie V.
He was looking for the check raise, I would imagine.
Sure. I mean, he's got so many hands drawing dead. You can understand why he would want to keep Mokri involved. And now he leads for 1 million, 2/3 pot.
Paulie has a straight, but the way this hand played, I mean, he can be value betting down to small pairs here. I mean, definitely, maybe even a 3. It's kind of big sizing for a 3, but it's not too big, 2/3 pot.
Wow, Mokri kept him honest here, Rast.
Very, very insanely good. That is very good.
I guess just felt that with 2 checks in front of him, this river barrel was going to contain a decent number of bluffs.
Yeah.
That had
Exactly.
no showdown.
Exactly, exactly. Believe it or not, I was not dead. I was not even dead.
That could have been a
For
much
flop or
bigger
for
pot.
win? Because if for win, I missed value.
Huh?
Because if you're going for the win on the turn, then I missed value.
Well, you'll find out, I guess.
Yeah. Nah, I'm not gonna rewatch it.
Ouch.
Really?
Raise to 1 million.
That's pretty strong. He's not going to try to find out what
I'll
any
keep
of
this
his...
in 10, because I don't have enough.
Yeah, keep it intense, yeah, that's fine.
For now.
Raise and take
as
it.
soon as you get 20.
After I play a final table, I'm always pretty curious on at least a couple hands. Like, oh, I remember this hand. Like, what did my opponent have? Just not watching
That's
at
an
all.
achievement then.
You're gonna think, who is this idiot?
Who's this idiot checking nuts on the turn?
You have 10 million, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 11, yeah.
11.
Call.
Jack 3 and 6-2 squaring off. Advantage Mokri with top pair.
Check.
Not shaping up to be too interesting.
Mokri bets when he has nothing, so he figures let's bet when we have top pair as well. So far, it's a little bit of a lull. We've got small pots, but don't let it lull you to sleep out there, because I feel like with these guys, action is liable at any moment.
Not in that one. Six, 3 and 5-4 this time around.
There's 2 hands that interact with each other pretty closely. Definitely get some flops that hit them both.
Treading fairly lightly pre-flop ever since that first hand, and uh-oh. We've got 6s and 3s for Mokri, but middle pair and an open-ender for Paulie V. They've managed to avoid bloodshed in spots where it was available thus far. I don't know if this will be one of them, as we see Paulie V in position, firing. Mokri not going anywhere.
No, he's probably check raising. I mean, 2 pair here. And Paulie has too big of a hand to fold versus a check raise.
Raise to 2,200,000.
As prophesized, in comes 2.2, 4.5x.
I mean, the question is, Paulie, are we ever folding to anything on the turn? If not, maybe we just raise here in order to get some weird goofball hands that have equity versus us, like Jack 7 to fold.
Fair.
The jam to 9.6. Let's call it 10 million. Snapped by Mokri, a 20.7 million chip pot. The turn is a safe one. Mokri has diamond coverage, and now Paulie V needs a deuce, 5, or a 7 to keep this one going, and he doesn't find it as Mokri's 2 pair turns into a diamond, and this final table turns into his first Triton title. Paulie V congratulating the Norwegian, who will earn himself $1 million and change, while Paulie V is left to wait on title number 2. He'll collect $680,000 for his efforts. There's Marianella getting set up for a winner's interview. Never far away. And title number 2 eludes the Lithuanian. Oh, careful there, producer James. I'd hate to see you twist an ankle. Final breakdown of the payouts brought to you by BetACR. Lion's share of the 4.32 million claimed by Mokri, who gets the monkey off his back. Title number 1 is his. Ran well, played well, and ultimately emerged victorious. Paulie V did well as well. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali and Rasty over here. I mean, relatively straightforward affair, I want to say, not to take away anything from either of those two guys when it came to heads up, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the only thing that really stood out to me in the heads up was just right off the bat.
Yeah.
Mokri kind of went for it in a couple pots. A 3-bet that didn't work out, but then the very next hand with his double barrel. But those were sort of the only unconventional parts of the heads up. Everything else was, you know, reasonable, a little, if not vanilla, and didn't last too long.
Yeah, and nothing wrong with it. Never mind our thoughts. We're just moments away from getting Mokri's thoughts on the matter, but do want to let you know that we are going to bring you more coverage, extended in nature, the 40K mystery bounty going on right over our shoulders right now. Henry Kilbane's going to pop in with Randy Lou to walk you through some of the later stages of that one here. Day 1 of that event. It's going to be a 2-day affair. So we're going to send it down to Marianello. Don't go anywhere there. We're going to come back. Not only are we going to tag out, but before that, we've got a special treat for you that you're not going to want to miss. It was a very emotional and touching moment here in Monte-Carlo. But before that, let's send it down to Marianella for Kaihan Mokri's thoughts on his first title.
I'm here standing alongside our champion, Kaihan Mokri. Congratulerer. Is that right in Norwegian?
Gratulerer, but yeah.
Gratulerer. Okay, I'm going to work on that, Kaihan. So you first joined us, Triton 2023, Vietnam. Early on, deep runs. You final tabled the Luxon Invitational in London, making a big cash. And here you are, your 7th cash. You've amassed over $6 million in Triton earnings, and you're already holding some Triton hardware.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing Tritons for a year now, and now I finally won one. It's been like a monkey on my, what do you call it?
You got the monkey off your back?
Yeah, exactly. And now I can relax a bit more. And honestly, it was a great experience and a lot of good players. And today I was just running very good, and today was my day.
Yeah, and at this final table, there was a moment where you were second in starting chips, and you had 2 flips that you won back-to-back. And then you became chip leader, and I feel like at that moment, did you feel that you were going to bring it home?
You know, I always like to say it's a momentum thing, and when you win flips and get good cards and it's a bit more shallow, it's easy to play poker. But honestly, today everybody gave me big competition, and I had the best cards today, and that's how it is sometimes.
And I do have to say, you also are very lax. Like, you feel like you looked very relaxed at the table. It's been a stellar year for you, a stellar 2024. Does that play into it at all when you step into an arena here at Triton, when you kick off this new season at Triton? Does that help, already having had such an amazing year?
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing in all fronts, and honestly, I'm getting more and more relaxed. In the beginning, I was shaking a bit, but now I'm getting more used to the intensity and all of that stuff, and the money, of course, and trophies, and yeah, I mean, I feel at home, and I like to play.
And speaking of money, a wonderful payday for you, amassing now a little over $1 million. And let's not delay this moment any further. Tournament director Luca Vivaldi, come on out here. Give this man what he's been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, your 30K champ, Keihan Mokri.
So congratulations to Keihan Mokri on his first ever trophy. But as impressive as any given Triton title and trophy for that matter is, we unveiled perhaps the most impressive piece of hardware. In fact, it is, period, point blank, the most impressive hardware we have ever issued at a Triton Super High Roller Series. I had the privilege of being a part of the process. It happened last night right here in the Salle d'Étoiles, and it was, of course, the crowning of our most recent Player of the Year, Danny Tang. Let's take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to present the prestigious Ivan Liao Player of the Year Award for Season 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Over the past 12 months, we've witnessed poker's undisputed elite battle fiercely on the felt, and tonight we come together to crown the one player whose performances were the most consistently brilliant. In line with that brilliance, we are proud to unveil our all-new, iconic Player of the Year trophy, designed to inspire the best of the best and to embody the tenacity and the spirit of the man whose name it wears with honor. Tonight we pay tribute not only to skill and to resilience, but also to the relentless pursuit of excellence that defines a true Triton champion, and the heart and the dedication that those champions bring to the game, rising to every challenge and embodying the spirit of the late Ivan Liao himself. So please, settle in and prepare to celebrate a legacy that lives on. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in the crowning of our new Player of the Year.
My name's Richard Fox. I'm a designer silversmith and we make beautiful trophies, and we're quite small but we pack a big punch here at Fox Silver. So Triton first contacted me around about 3 months ago, and you were intrigued in my work, and normally we need maybe even up to 6 months to take something from the word go, but it was a challenge and I like a challenge. Well, there's a lot of references certainly to Triton and to Ivan, who obviously sadly is no longer with us. The trophy was basically an eagle. We wanted to have that bird of prey. It's very fast, it's very sleek, but also with Ivan it was really important to include some of the elements of him from his last game that he played, so it features the last deck he had, the position he sat in, which was 22 I think. You've got his favourite clothing in there with the stripes, and of course you've got the logo, and then the eagle encapsulates that. So in fact it was a really difficult trophy to design, to make it look graceful and make it have impact. But I think when you see that design, you'll feel that we've managed to fit that bill. We're now in our 40th year, so 4 decades. The first major trophy I designed was for Bernie Ecclestone for Formula 1, and I seem to fit the bill. Seeing the trophy coming together really shows a testament to the achievements of the craftsmen that work with Fox Silver. They really are quite remarkable people. It's an iconic trophy because of course what it stands for, it's powerful, it represents success. You can't get any better than that, you're the world champion, and I think he'll feel, or she will feel, elated to have received it and truly honoured.
I've never had this kind of determination in almost anything in poker before. I have never wanted anything more other than this Player of the Year.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Triton Super High Roller Series Season 3 Player of the Year, Danny Tank.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Triton Poker Series founders, Mr. Paul and Mr. Richie Young. Without them, a regular guy like me without them, a regular guy like me wouldn't be able to come here and chase my dreams, you know? My Triton journey started 5 years ago in Montenegro, and it's always been part of my dreams to, you know, come compete at the highest level against all these superstars, and never did I thought I would come stand in front of you all claiming this, you know, in my opinion, the most prestige title in all of world poker right now. And yeah, it's just dreams come true. I would like to say thank you to my parents, my family, who are sadly not here with me right now, but yeah, it's not easy having a child that decides to take poker as a professional, you know, having a professional gambler child. It's not easy for them, but also poker, it's sometimes a very selfish sport, but I'm very thankful. I got to meet my crew, you know, very important to me. Some of the best people in my life right now, you know. We all share the same passion for this wonderful game. I want to say thank you to my girlfriend. It's not easy having a boyfriend that plays poker full time. We have to move around a lot, you know. She deals with the downswing like I do, you know. I want to say thank you to people who's always support me from day one, you know, buying action, even from very beginning of my career, very early on, $1,000 buy-ins, you know, and up to now. I want to give a special mention to Mr. Paul, who literally gave me unwavering support since the day I stepped my foot through the Triton doors. He's welcomed me with literally open arms. The trust, the advice, I'm forever thankful to you. Thank you. I just want to make you proud, you know. Also, I would like to dedicate this award to our late brothers, Ivan Liao. It was never easy, this, you know, competing against all these just superstars of the game. I had a great start in London and also Montenegro, very blessed. But in Jeju, I faced adversity. It was very tough, but I remember how Ivan would teach me, you know, having the fighting spirit and just keep going. And at the end, I managed to cross the line. We miss you, bro. Thank you for looking after us and all of our brothers. And last, but definitely not least, I would like to thank the Triton family and all the staffs for even making this possible. Let's keep promoting this beautiful sport that we all love. Thank you, everyone.
Whoa. Well, hello. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a truly touching ceremony there. I mean, goosebumps we were reading in the YouTube chat as well. And obviously, yeah, respects being paid to Ivan Liao. And we're continuing to keep the game growing, like you said.
Yeah, very well said by Danny. And, you know, I remember he told me, like, he really wants to win Player of the Year. He worked very hard for it. You know, Ivan told him that, you know, you just need to have that determination, and he got it done. He played against the very best for a whole season, and, you know, performed in both PLO, No Limit Hold'em, and Short Deck, and he just really knocked it out of the park.
And I think the biggest thing for me is the mutual respect that a lot of the players here have for Danny. Like, I've had conversations behind closed doors, and they respect his game, man. Like, he's a tough guy to play against. So to see him close it out, congratulations to Danny. And of course, I guess race is back on now. Season 4, let's go.
Yes, it is.
Event number 3 about to kick off here with Randy and myself jumping in for Ali and Brian. It's the 40K Mystery Bounty, my favorite event of every stop, because people start getting after it, Randy. We see people getting loosey-goosey, going for those bounties, but for now, Obviously, no bounties in play. It's the Bulgarian Faradin Mustafov out in pole position. The 120 runners in this one as we throw it down to the main floor once more. 85 players still remain in this one. And yeah, top 3, Artur Martirosyan, Punat Punsri, just to name a few. As we see lines at 2.5k, 5k. Speaking of which, Danny Tang in the mix.
Perfect timing.
I probably have lead. Like I snap checked, but yeah, like
All right, so what we got here? We got Tang, we got Kravitz, we got Lin, we got Boivin, we got Ponokovs, who, and
well, I mean, Boivin. We do have Boivin, but he just has 2 big blinds and is immediately all in.
Hold on, Randy. Hold on. He's got more equity than the Ace Queen for now. C3 is who opts to defend multi-way. Oh boy. Well,
it's not too bad for the 4s though. 6 outs.
I can think of more favorable flops than the Ace High one, but hey, here
I've seen worse.
Does have himself a gut shot. 2 cards to come. Obviously, just before we jumped into the action, Boivin had just been involved in a big pot. Changes nothing. 403 still needed for the Belgian. No dice. Showered early in this coverage. Salle on who? Up to 5th in chips. I always try to be mindful, Randy, to not get too carried away this early into a tournament. Obviously, level 8, day 1, we're so far away from making the money and bounties coming to play, but being able to build a stack nice and early allows us to just, you know, pick and choose our spots, bully people later on in the day.
So, in a bounty tournament, it's actually pretty important, you know, get in there early, register on time to build a stack, because you want to get to the bounty portion of the tournament with a stack, because you can cover everyone where you can collect the bounties. If you get there with like 2-3 blinds, it doesn't do you any good.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, that's where most of the EV is, right?
Correct, that's half of the EV, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever the bounty percentage is.
Well, we'll be figuring that out with some back of napkin math, as we always do. In fact, no, I'll tell you what we normally do. We wait for Ike to calculate it. He then says it to a couple of people. It then spreads like Chinese whispers around the room. It eventually gets back to us. And then when we're on air, we're like, hey guys, we managed to calculate it. Each bounty is actually worth around 81k. Danny gets out flopped on the Ace King 5.
I'm sorry.
Wow, you're so bad.
No, he doesn't want to kill it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, makes sense.
I don't want to kill it. I feel bad.
I love Brent, bro.
Not at the TV table.
He's one of my favorite people. He doesn't want to kill the fly that's currently buzzing around the TV table. He's just trying to shoo it away.
Shoo it away, and everyone else doesn't seem to agree with that. C-bet and call. Oh, what is that turn card? 1 out?
Ace 10? Is this how you win Ivan Liao Player of the Year back to back? I mean, Danny Tang. Teach me.
And not only does he hit it, it's like the perfect card for him to get stacks in against Ace 10. I can't see Ace 10 going anywhere against another bet and a huge bet on the river.
100% agree with you on that one, Randy. And the thing is Danny's going to have worse value in his range that is comfortable betting as he comes for the B150. He's going, I was going to say he's going Geo. He's not actually. He's just setting up a nice little 2/3 pot river jam.
I'll tell you this. There's no way this Ace 10 is laying down, I would think. 114k back.
I'm curious how it's meant to react to B150, though. It wouldn't surprise me if it's meant to play as call, as Danny does retain aces, kings, ace-king, as well as queen-jack, pocket tens.
It looks like she is going to come in with call.
There we go. Just don't think she gets to jam that much against that size. As the four-liner rolls off diamonds, brick.
That's a terrible river card for Danny.
I mean, it is, and it isn't, right? Like, other than queen, jack of diamonds, queen, 10 of diamonds, which we block.
It's good that you're blocking the queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, like, what queen X does Sire have here? Unless, you know, ace, queen, O, I think is definitely in there. But other than that, we're folding queen 10, king, queen, queen high diamonds. As mentioned, you know, queen 10,
Yes.
Danny blocks.
Yeah, you're right. Queen jack diamonds for sure. Ace queen at some frequency that didn't 3-bet. Looks like he's still going to jam.
Yeah, I can really get behind this jam. I think Danny knows exactly where he's at. Like with this combo, I wonder if like 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs is supposed to check. But then when you have the 10 of diamonds, you just get to jam.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because definitely 10x of diamonds would be calling that turn. And she lays it down correctly. Nicely done. Danny tried to get the value.
Love the overbet on the turn, by the way. Big fan of
I
that.
use a hand bank as well. Okay.
Back on over for the first time to table 9, the red feature table. Got Jan, Ido, Ivanov, Mulocker, Danchev, and Nagy.
Nagy's going to open up queen 10 off. Ido, 7s. It always seems like a little bit of a tricky spot with, you know, a player opening off of 20 under gun. I suppose it's 6-handed, so it's not as late, not as early of a position. Seems like he's willing to commit. Ideally, just take it down pre. Oh.
Bob Ivanov with his 7 bigs in the small. Going to be flipping against the Spaniard. Sergio Ido ahead equity-wise. As things stand, 54%.
They got a decent overlay in there from the big blind ante, and Nagy's open too. So here we go.
6-6 deuce. No help to the man from Vanuatu. Does pick up an additional out on the turn. Ace, king, or a 6 needed to bounce back up to just shy of 19 bigs. Can he find it? No. Queen of clubs completes the run out, and Sergio holds with the 7s. Late reg is still open until the end of level 11. So he does have a good 2 hours or so. About an hour and a half to decide whether he wants to fire one more. Randy, at the risk of coming across as one of the most uneducated people in the broadcast booth, do you know where Vanuatu is? I've personally never heard of it. I'm looking at the flag.
Yeah, no, I've never heard of the country in my life.
I'm just gonna shower us.
Thank you.
I'm going Africa. I mean, let me have a look. The flag.
That was my read.
Let's see how bad we are at this. Can we at least get the continent right? No. No, we can't.
It's in Europe somewhere? Or
no, it's no. Randy, just stop talking. Randy,
it's in South America.
Randy, stop. No, stop talking.
What do you mean? How many other countries is it?
It's not countries.
I mean, it's continents.
Please, for the sake of all of us here in the booth.
No, I need to know now.
So it is if it would pop up. Trying to get directions from Monte-Carlo, but it's not working. Wow. Dude, look where it is, man. It's off the east coast of Australia, north of New Zealand.
Really?
Yeah. West coast of Fiji. Do you know where the Solomon Islands are?
No.
Papua New Guinea? That's your way, mate. That's up there, northeast Australia. Wow, I didn't know that.
Okay, so now I've got a place that maybe I can visit one day close by. Cool.
I mean, in your defense, and in my defense, in fact, you know, there's nothing to say. I think the YouTube chat will let us off with that one. That was a tough one. That was a tough one.
I dare not look.
Bet there's a lot of sharks there.
This is interesting. So Mullocker limped. Nagy raises 6x off of the 80k stack, and Mullocker actually limp called. King 8 off. 53k back. Seems odd to me.
I mean,
he must think that Nagy is just blasting random cards, I suppose.
Which is going to be the case. I mean, Nagy's certainly going to have a lot of random hands that want to like 3.5x, 4x, and he's just gone a bit bigger.
He made it 6x
yeah, exactly.
off of his stack. Yeah.
I won the... There's the delayed C-bet as he turns top pair. Quarter pot. You look at no nonsense, does just pitch it. Nice little pickup there for Nagy with that pre-flop 6x.
Yeah, I think that Nagy didn't really expect that to take it post-flop, but he'll take it.
Alright, I'm going to open the YouTube chat just for a couple of minutes, just to see us get roasted, because it's been a while.
You're a real great partner, by the way.
I mean,
we open that and get destroyed.
Firstly, I don't think anyone's going to roast us for that. Yeah, see, there's no roasting in the chat.
Because they didn't know either.
Yeah. Australasia, there are a couple of people that knew. The Kiwi Cats at Pacific Islands. Yeah. Yeah, they got it. I mean, some people in the chat got it. Well done, chat.
I mean, they also have Google at the fingertips.
I'm one of those guys that just believes in humankind, and I think that it was just general knowledge from the likes of Kiwi Cat and other people over on YouTube. Shout out to you guys. Those of you are just joining us. Just picked up the coverage of the 40k 7 Max Mystery Bounty, this being the third event of the series, as Kyan Mockery picked up his first piece of gold at a Triton event in the 30k for $1 million and change, as Mullocker activates with the kings. Potential trouble for Ido, by the way. Cut off the button. Oh, go on, Ido.
Yeah, nice discipline there, despite the positions cut off versus button, where you're most suspicious of your opponent who's 3-betting you. Definitely could have been a spot where he even 4-bet bluffs.
Didn't even take that much time. I mean, playing 5-handed right now. Cut off the button.
Yeah, obviously the playability is a little bit tricky. Suited, of course, I believe he would always be at least seeing a flop. The ace-10 off. Didn't feel interested. Right back at it, though.
I've got a lot of love for Sergio Ido. I think he's definitely in the conversation for one of the best.
He just does his business quietly and just takes the money home, you know?
He really does, yeah. I mean, in terms of No Limit Hold'em, tournament crushers over the last decade, his name gets thrown in the arena. Flops best. Jan, fortunately, doesn't see diamonds. It would have been showered.
It's a little piece for Ido.
It's close to jamming, like when it was first to me, it was close hand to jam.
Oh yeah. I think I would have called. I think I would have called.
We will never know. Maybe we will.
Discussing some spot from earlier on, perhaps.
Maybe they're talking about the King 8,
Yes, sure.
King Jack one.
Well, that makes sense.
Like he was considering just open ripping small blind versus big.
Mikolaitis joining the feature table, fresh off that FT in the 25K. Great final table performance from him. Unfortunately, couldn't get it done.
I was pretty impressed with how he maneuvered the final table. When things were very handcuffy, he kind of was still getting in there and staying out of the way properly against the chip leader.
Yeah, he navigated it very well. Jan with the interesting one up against an under the gun open. This is now UTG 7, I believe. I stand corrected. Still 6 max.
Yeah, 6 players it seems. So he takes it as a flat from the small. We go 3?
We go 3. Let's see 3. 35k out there. There's Ido and Jan connecting with that Jack of Diamonds. The form of middle pair. There's that pesky overcard though. Yeah, he's just going to check around. That allows Mikolaitis to pick up a piece.
Yeah, everyone with that little piece. Doesn't seem like they're going to be betting this turn.
It feels like all 3 of these hands just want to try and get to showdown as cheaply as possible.
I would think the 6 has the worst possibility of just winning this, but in terms of like checking it down and winning.
Well, yeah, now losing to hands like King Queen, King 10. He was already behind with his kicker problems. Nothing to write home about in that one, boys. Sergio with the better kicker. Happy to just knock it down. Little chuckle.
He looks a little pleased.
I mean, it's one of those where it's just like, did we really just have to do all of that?
But he raised like, what, 3 pots in a row?
A couple of big names in the top 10. Chris Brewer, Punat Punsri, Artur Martiroshin, Juan Pardo, Faradin Mustafov. All bossing it about at the moment. Still very early doors here. Late reg still open.
Sixes. First position.
Don't forget, by the way, ladies and gents, you can watch this over on the Triton Poker Plus app. I know we're giving a shout out to the YouTube viewers, but shout out to the people over on the app as well, sweating along. Some of the people that aren't at the feature tables, some of your favorite players, you can just click into their name, open up their table and view all of the hands that they're playing out there on those outer tables, if you so wish.
So a quick tiny c-bet. Good enough to win it against the Queen 8. Always nice to deny equity for that price.
Yeah, I think one more. 1 pip higher. He peels one off there. Queen 9, Queen 10, backdoor.
extra.
Yeah.
Having that straightness.
Exactly. I think so. What did you get up to today, Randy?
I took a nap actually. I napped for a few hours.
I could have laid money on that actually.
Anything special for you?
Nothing much, man. I went for breakfast with Espen and Chris Brewer. We then went out for a little stroll around Monaco. Did some cliff diving. I'm a fan of.
Oh, did you?
I'm a fan of scaring my mum. Yeah, we went for some walks. Talked about poker, obviously. Talking about some fun spots that they've been in since being here. They're obviously very pleased with that BK victory last night. Both friends with Brian Kim. Obviously going to be incredibly happy today. Kyan Mockery taking his first one down, rocking that Norwegian flag.
Yeah, you were telling me you had a little chat with Kyan before he won, right? Like the other day?
Yeah, we were literally at breakfast as he was on his way to reg the 30K. And it's funny because he got heads up against Swaggy P, Paulius. We were at breakfast together with Paulius and Kyan. And before they went to play the 30K, Kyan tried getting Paulius to play 5-card PLO against him. Just low stakes, 5-10.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, let's get some 5-10 action. Paulius was like, bruv, we got a 30K No Limit Hold'em tournament to play. And then fast forward 2 days, they both get to heads up as Mulocker turns trips, unfortunately for him. Michaelitis with just ace high, although, you know, some value to be extracted here. It is a rainbow turn texture.
Yeah, he's opting to lead and actually lead quite large. Oftentimes we see players lead small on these board pairing cards that favor the big blind.
I think I can't fold.
But before we finish that, what's happening here? See all in and a call. Jaw win who? Pocket fives against ace nine. Nice flip.
Yeah, we just heard Ponakov say before making the call that he doesn't think he can fold this one. Just giving Jarwin Hu credit for some suited broadways, weaker ace X. 250k out there. That's a fun flop.
Interference.
8-7-6. Ponakov's looking for an ace 10 or a 5, and he just finds it immediately.
Yeah, just a chance to drop for 9. GG.
GG's indeed. Ponakov's up to north of 90 bigs. Back on over here, Michaelitis did keep Mulocker honest for one street. Understandably so. Did go check, check. Check, check, flop. Lead pot turn from Mulocker, call. And now
full pot
once more.
The idea that Michaelitis called the turn was to pick off straight draws. 3, 4, 6, 7, 7, 8. But now that his opponent is betting once more for full pot with no flush draws present at any point, I would think this ace 10 is done. Maybe if it wasn't the 6, you can find ways to continue.
There's a little stare down there from Michaelitis before eventually pitching it. Mulocker, of course, part of Fedor's and Mario's crew. Where do you get that Triton zip up, by the way? I've never seen that. Was that Montenegro?
No, I think it was before that.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him. I need to...
Maybe it was when you missed the stop, or it was when they probably released it.
So they waited for me to stop coming, and they're like, okay.
Yeah, now we're gonna release the new one.
Yeah, no, I missed 2 stops. I went to Jeju to play. Don't know if you heard. Actually cashed my first ever Triton event earlier this year.
Is this all about you, Henry?
And then I didn't go to Montenegro, but I heard you guys had a lot of fun, and that there was apparently not only all of the incredibly high stakes tournaments, but then a few weeks later, just some ridiculously high stakes cash games as well. You were in the booth for that, right?
I was in the booth for the first one. Ras was in the second one. But yes, that was good footage. I've seen every hour of both of them. I actually watched the one I wasn't even commentating because the action was so good.
Did you mute Rast and Utley though when you watched the one that you?
No, because I need to listen to
okay.
the players. They always chatting. You know, what I mean, it's a
true.
lively event.
That is true. Yeah, I'm looking forward to more of those. I hope, that we just continue to film them.
I promise you they're doing more. There's no chance they're not.
Jan opening from the hijack, the 9-8 of diamonds. Nagy still with the best piece.
It's a decent piece, too. Pocket fives, nice back doors. Just one over.
Jan now turning a pair of eights, vaulting into the lead. 95% equity in this one. Let's see if Nagy wants to get stubborn with the fives. Should Jan bet, that is?
I think a lot of players actually do check back in this spot. How much did he bet then? He said something. 12, so actually quite small. Charging, wheel draws. Like ace 4, ace 3, ace 5, ace deuce.
Yeah, as well as 4x, 3x. Nagy's not going anywhere. Less than pot back for Jan. 65k out there. Another overcard to Nagy's fives, although shouldn't be too concerned.
Curious to see if Jan would go for even more thin value. He might think a Jack X would check jam him on the turn, possibly, based on how much is behind.
This is sick.
Yeah.
Jan knows exactly where he's at. He knows exactly where he's at.
Yeah, he expected a Jack to always raise at some point, based on how short he is to start this hand.
Nagy pained by the bet in front of him. Single raise pot, hijack open from Jan. Continued for small on the Jack 4-3. Nagy called, turn. Bet small again. Round quarter pot, now effectively jamming.
I would be pretty concerned if I was Nagy. Yeah, I don't really see... I mean, the small bet on the turn, I kind of feel like he should have expected the river jam at a pretty high frequency, whether it be value or bluff, you know?
I think having five of diamonds is really bad as well, right? Like blocking hands like ace-5, king-5 suited. Yeah, just having a 5 of diamonds feels bad. Nice little pick up there for Jan. Hello, Big Slick. Is that a Lithuanian jacket? The green, yellow, and red.
Was there some red on his jacket?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. Under the sleeves, you'll see.
Well, has to be.
Oh, here we go. Ido's been getting put in these really tough spots, by the way.
Well, it won't be too tough for him because there should be a action in front of him, but he's lost the minimum in this spot, right? Maybe he puts in the 3-bet and he loses a little bit more.
Yeah, and he just snap mucked the ace-10, cut off versus button.
Yeah, just loses 2.2 big blinds.
Ido seems to have a strategy, and it's been working out for him.
Going to be a pretty good spot for Nagy with, especially one ace gone.
This is close because for the reasons you mentioned earlier on, Randy, when we were at the break desk, and we came to the first feature table, you're talking about the importance of building up that stack early on in these mystery bounties so that towards the end of the day, you can push people around that end of day 2 kind of bubble, and you can come back tomorrow and try and claim bounties. Is this one of those spots for Ido? If he thinks that Mikolaitis just has like, you know, king, queen, ace 10, ace 5, jack 10.
For him to think about this, wow, he's making a huge call. I didn't really expect that given how deep he was.
All I got to do is hold.
All you got to do is hold, my man.
Yeah, huge, great spot for Nagy.
Just pass the chips this way. Well, I don't have to think anyway.
Looks stunned, by the way. Do you see that reaction on his face?
He'll take it. Ido misread on the situation. Felt that Mikolaitis was just trying to isolate Nagy's short stack shove. Reshove, that is. Here we go. 3-way all in.
Ace 10-3 and a disastrous start for Nagy.
We didn't get lucky.
9 needed for Nagy. Ido fishing for a hook. Don't you dare. He doesn't. 10 of spades, pairing the board, and a huge pickup for Mikolaitis. Not only does he eliminate Nagy with the 9s, he doubles up through Ido. Effectively the same stacks, Ido with just 7k left. And just as we were singing the praises of the Spaniard, he's showered.
Yeah, that was a pretty big misstep. He felt that Mikolaitis was going to reshove, you know, like you said, ace 10, ace 9 suited, king queen, and figuring that the flat was very weak and it rarely calls in that spot. So Ido felt he needed to kind of protect his flatting range.
That's fair. I can get behind that.
But it was a lot of blinds, you know, 52 blinds he called off there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you just saw the reaction from Mikolaitis, the expressions on his face just telling a story.
Yeah, like, we have different ranges, perhaps, in this spot.
Oh, it is a Lithuanian jacket. It's got the Lithuanian flag.
I see it there.
Yeah, it's got the flag. Okay. I respect it, right? Do you want to rock up with a American one tomorrow? I'll rock up with an English one. Union Jack and the American flag. We might get in trouble, actually.
Yeah, I don't really want to do that. Can you just leave us?
We'll
You're welcome to. Just leave me out of it.
Well, not if we get Mikolaitis in the booth with us. With the red, yellow, and green. A nice little pickup there for the Lithuanian. He vaults up the leaderboard.
He's definitely in a good spot in terms of building stacks for the later portion now.
Yeah, he's up to 5th in chips after that one.
42.
Someone slapped Danchev on the wrist.
Yeah, ace-8 offsuit, by no means standard. Stacks are deep, so Mulacher could take this one in position.
I think so, Randy. Does cover. Like you said, all of these sharks out in these waters looking to build a stack early. So much EV in playing big pots. As the 3 of diamonds window card rolls off, Mulacher with bottom set. In this inflated pot. See how Danchev proceeds.
It's often a board where the pre-flop 3-better will fire a c-bet, just given the dry texture of the board. And I would like to see Mulacher just slow play this one with no flush draw present too. It's,
yeah,
you know, if your opponent has a big pair, you're going to get value from turn and river anyways. If they're bluffing, you don't want them to fold such little equity.
Yeah, and when they have like 6 outs in the form of 2 overcards. Just let them drill it on the turn, you know. Let a king roll off, let an ace roll off.
Exactly. There's lots of cards where they're just multi-barrel. So call he goes.
A beautiful turn card for Mulocker, completing the rainbow. 1, 4, 6 out there.
This ace-8, I would imagine, is just done. That 9 is... It's a tough one to multi-barrel on. Also, like, sometimes you get floated on the flop by, like, hands like Queen-Jack suited and stuff, and they're not looking to fold to a double barrel. It's hard to kind of check this one back with 3s because you kind of want to keep building that pot and get all the chips in by the river. So he probably will throw in a small bet here, like a 3rd pot or less.
Yeah, around 40%, not too far off.
Yeah, just pretty much setting up a river jam.
Unfortunately for Mulocker, Danchev was up to no good pre. Just going to take a few seconds before pitching it. Thomas cruising along up to 550 now, good for 110 bigs. So once again, late reg open until the end of level 11. So the blinds go up to 3K, 6K. This being level 9. And then once late reg is closed, we'll be able to calculate the prize pool and the bounties as well. $135 entries so far, 75 players left. What do we think? I'm going to go with 155. I'm going with 155. That's my guess. Am I right in saying that in these mystery bounties, the EV of max late regging isn't the same as like your standard tournament? Cause
yeah, you're completely right about that. Yeah,
that's kind of why
because
I
you're
went
missing out on part of the prize pool portion.
You're missing out on part
because you don't have, if you don't have access to that prize pool, because you don't have a big, you're not likely to build a big stack when you get to that portion of the tournament.
That makes sense. I thought so, because I feel like in the past when late reg has been getting close to the end, we haven't had as many re-entries because people don't want to like max late reg compared to, let's say, the 30K or the 25K.
Yep.
Ido's all in for his tournament life, looking for a 4 or 3. I think he's going to be heading to the re-entry desk. Still has time, unless he can spike it. No.
Yeah, he's instantly out there. He was so fast.
So fast. It just like...
Oh, I got to return the mic first. But yeah, he wants to register immediately and give himself maximum time.
Oh, well. Maybe not that fast.
No.
That's,
he's still thinking about the hand?
With the ace-jack one?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it is... Maybe there's a lot of calculation that goes into it. You know, you bust level 9, so you've got almost all of level 9 left, level 10 and level 11. And like you said, you know, average stack now in this tournament is 320k, 53 bigs.
I think now is still all right.
It's still okay?
Yeah. The last level's where it gets really dicey.
That makes sense. Starting stack is 200k, so... Yeah, it's tough when average stack is 320k to just give up that EV.
So back to the main feature.
Oh, hello.
You know what it is.
Mystery hand time. The WPT Global Mystery Hand, Danny Tang.
No gamble.
Redland, man. Oh, this guy. Danny raising it to 12K. AP. Gonna defend the ace-5. $33K out there. Ace-4 deuce.
Double up.
Ponakov's top pair and a wheel draw.
Pretty sweet flop for Ponakov's.
You double me. If I cover you.
Cut off open. So still decently wide range.
Go small, by the way, Randy.
Yeah, you tend to see small bets, especially on ace-high textures like this.
Quarter pot. See how Ponakov's proceeds.
Likely with a check call. I don't think you come in with check
19.
raise too much, but really he does. That's interesting. I suppose Ponakov's must check raise bluff this flop at a pretty high frequency, so he wants to have some value besides 2-pair plus. So going mergey, pair of aces, expects to get called by some pocket pairs, especially with the small sizing he goes for where they're going to feel inclined to continue.
And the reason for that being the wide range open from the cutoff that's going to overstab on this board, and also the 3x and 5x gut shots that Ponakov's going to have that want to...
I assume that he's check raising those at a pretty high frequency for him to check raise an ace in this spot, like a weak ace.
Oh, here we go. A 3-bet on the flop as DT
45.
takes it upstairs to 45 to check the temperature in the room.
Well, Ponakov's has check raised an ace that actually has that clean out, right? The 3, so he can continue. Maybe he wouldn't check raise like ace 7, ace 8, which is a bit uncomfortable if you do get 3-bet on the flop. Makes the call.
And what about the range of hands for Danny that are 3-betting both the value side? Are we talking just exclusively hands like ace king, ace queen? Mixing in maybe some deuces and 4s?
Yeah, he's definitely strongly considering 3-betting, of course, the 2-pair plus. Ace king, ace queen, I could see off of the stack he's playing. If he was more deep, he probably wouldn't 3-bet the flop. For him to fire again,
How much is that?
it really feels like he's got at least ace, big ace. I don't think he's doing this with a flush draw. The reason I say that is I think most of the time flush draws are just going to call in position, not looking to try to get in on the flop. Because a lot of times if you do get on a flop, like the opponent in the big blind is pretty nutted.
I'm going with 5-6 of hearts.
You think he would 3-bet the flop with 5-6 of hearts?
Yeah. I'm going with 5-6 of hearts.
I think Danny's...
I think he's sick enough to do it.
I mean, of course he's sick enough. I'm thinking more in the camp he's got like...
I just don't see why a hand like ace king, ace queen would want to stack off on this board when Ponakov's has all of the wheels, all of the sets, all of the 2-pairs.
I'm feeling it's more set of deuces, 4s or ace, 4 ace deuce, I would think. But no, maybe he... Yeah, I just don't think a lot of players would 3-bet the flop with 5-6 of hearts.
So you're leaning value, yeah?
I'm leaning value.
Okay.
I definitely think if it's a flush... I wouldn't think it's like a naked, like just a regular flush draw. I'd be pretty surprised. Like... I don't know. I just don't really see it.
So it would have to be a flush draw with a gut shot like a king 3 of hearts.
Like a combo draw.
Sure. Okay, I can get behind it.
It just would be odd, I'm just saying, if he was to 3-bet back the flop like Jack 10 of hearts or 8, 9 of hearts, something like this.
Is the Ivan Liao Player of the Year winner, 5-time Triton champion. We know he's capable of mixing it up here, having both value and bluffs in his range. And don't forget, this all started because of the Ponakov's small check raise on the flop. Danny continued for 25%. Ponakov's clicked it to 19k. Danny 3-bet to 45. And jammed turn.
Lays it down. What's he got? Ace Jack.
Wow.
So he was willing to get it in with just an ace on the flop.
Danny with the soul read, just aware of exactly where he was in the hand.
And to be fair, Ace Jack, I think, is pretty similar to Ace Queen and Ace King in that spot because he raised off the cutoff, and he must expect Ponakov to always 3-bet Ace Queen plus from the big blind.
I agree.
Right, if he had opened, say, middle position +1, then I doubt he would 3-bet the Ace Jack on the flop because he could be up against Ace Queen.
High fold. Low man. I just like to play with slow man. I only
Ren's an
got
absolute
one good
weapon.
playing table. Low man.
Absolute weapon. Saw him in the gym this morning. He was absolutely bombing it on the treadmill.
Yeah?
Yeah, the man's got some legs on him, bro. Very healthy pace.
Oh. Ace 10 for Saya Ono. Defends. Not quite the flop she was looking for. See what kind of bet size comes in, though. Maybe she considers peeling if it's small enough. The sevens takes the free card.
You surprised by the choice to check back the sevens?
Technically, this board texture doesn't really hit the under the gun range. They have a lot of unpaired broadways. Some players are pretty c-bet the flop quite a bit, but this is actually an interesting turn bet from Saya.
In the sense that Ace 10 has a ton of showdown, often the best hand, can kind of check call.
I'm kind of thinking she doesn't get many folds against check back on the flop for this size. Like, better aces are sticking around, you know? I suppose she's just looking to take it down. But once you get called, there should be some kind of alarm bells that you're up against some showdown.
Could be up against weaker ace-x or maybe some king-high floats that are getting a bit out of line.
I think sevens can go for value in this spot. I would expect if my opponent was leading on this 4 with like a 9, they would just still kind of go for some value. It kind of really feels like you're up against a 6x a lot, and you can really get some value out of that.
Yeah, there it is. 30 into 49. It's not that small, you know. 60%. And Saya's had a rough stint of it. The last few orbits was up to like 600k while we were focused on the other table. She actually doubled rabbits up. Blind v blind. 2 pair against nut straight. Oh, she's going to pay him off.
Curious.
She's going to pay him off, and rabbits.
Great value bet.
Just getting the better of her. And a couple of crucial pots. Up to 500k now.
Felt like he got the maximum.
Well played, sir. Quick dealer change. As rabbits chips up. Showing us how it's done.
I win.
If you haven't already heard, ladies and gentlemen, WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. It's the best place to qualify for Triton events You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Download WPT Global with code Triton for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. We better see you at the next Triton stop. You know there's going to be some nice juicy guarantees and maybe even some overlays on those qualifiers. Do love me some value. 133 runners. Bulgarian still out in front, by the way, Mustafov.
My friend, Kiwi table, hard to pull up. You need to keep your image, you know. Don't play like a low man, no future.
Call, no look.
To me again. Thank you.
Now I look, now I look.
Only one good friend table is low man.
Rabbit's claiming to have not looked at his cards before defending.
He definitely looked, alright.
Definitely looked.
There's no way he's not looking.
Ren has him crushed on the Queen Jack 10. Top pair open-ender against the naked open-ender.
Yeah, it's a decent open-ender. It's always tricky because these Queen Jack 10 boards, they tend to get bet on the turn at a very high frequency.
The sick thing about Ren is he's balanced enough to talk mid-hand with both his value and bluffs, as he said to Roman. Good call. After he called on the flop.
I mean,
I'm trying to find the hand where Danny bet the flop, ace king high, turn 10, river jack.
Yeah.
What did you have?
Good fold too.
He says the river might save her some chips. I saw some comments, but I couldn't find the hand.
Oh, you didn't see my hand?
I didn't. I'm trying to find the hand.
oh my, I did not see this coming. So the turn bet is pretty small, roughly half the pot, and he feels that Renlin, if he was
Well, so far I probably should
strong,
have folded every hand.
would bet bigger, I suppose. But to check raise against an when you're capped, right? You can't have ace king. You're not supposed to, at least. He's repping king 989.
I guess the king X that
it's there.
don't hate check raising is exactly king 8 because it blocks
That's
both
insane bluff.
ace king, king 9 and 9-8.
What? Is it bluff?
Like, he's not supposed to check raise, I think, even like 2-pair on
I
this
agree.
turn.
I think it's straights only, right?
Yeah.
9-8 and king 9 that he's allowed to check
But also,
Yeah, that's what I
if
was
you
thinking.
had
It says, whoa, good jam.
even a straight, you might just keep checking to let your opponent press on
You had ace 10.
the range advantage.
Oh my god, I hit a one outer.
So it's actually really confusing.
I swear to God, I did not like the fucking turn card.
Oh, let's go, Rennie boy.
Yeah, he figured it out.
Improved, but I wish I didn't.
Get in the bin.
Like, that's what I was thinking.
Good bluff, good bluff, good bluff. Keep it. It's a bluff, it's a bluff. I know it's a bluff.
No.
Red one. Why would you jam if you have the nuts?
I shock you.
Not a good hand,
I
man.
suck you.
Huh?
Should I
Bluff draw?
shock his hand?
I know you bluff. But,
Bluff. Amigo. Never bluff.
It's
I
great.
saw.
Huh?
I saw your hand.
Ace king, right?
No.
Very bowling hand. Very, very.
I tell you later. I can't. Maybe bad penalty, no penalty.
I only one good friend this table. It's low man.
I always give you all my chips, what can I do? This is the play that
Okay, now I do.
Waiting to get it back from me one day.
Flush draw and a straight draw. You got so many draw. You fold that hand. Red was bad for 8-9 diamond. Oh no, 7-9 diamond. 7-9. Is that? I better just call. But I was wonder you hit the river and the diamond, you know.
He's actually drawing dead, Ren.
Make it sense. Yes?
Drawn to a chop.
Yes or no? River he hit the diamond, I'm a GG. He 100%
play so
get a
fast.
flush also.
Really good. Ren wanted to slap Broman's wrist after he mocked the bluff. Oh,
Yeah, Renlin loves to do that move.
Beautiful flop for Salle. Unfortunately for her, DT. With nothing but king high. She just found out that the stream's caught up. And that Danny spiked that one outer. She did make a good fold.
I don't know how they saw the hand. There was no hands showing.
Oh, there was. Like roughly 24 minutes before real time.
24 minutes?
Roughly.
I thought 24 minutes ago, I thought they were showing the frigging heads up.
No, it was right after heads up.
Yeah, it was one of the first hands we picked up.
That's right.
Low man, good try, low man. Ace king, ace king. Very balling hand.
Benjamin.
Diamond
Shallow.
safe for you. Even though diamond, I just call. But the diamond, I don't want to give free hit the flush.
36.
Right, 36.
Came 18th in the 25k WPT Global Ultimate Slam for 51,000. And facing a 3-bet from Ponakov's. Deep enough to float, or, I mean, out of position after opening from under the gun?
I think some players have different opinions about this. It's kind of rare for you to actually always stack off every time you hit a set, just because Ponakov's has a loose range. He's not only playing nutted hands. It is pretty hard to play out of position, but he's still going to try and hit that set.
Well, that's all Ponakov's, the King, Queen, 10 rainbow.
Not the greatest texture for him. It's nice that he did pair up the 10, though.
You're not really thrilled.
There's a lot of check back, actually, I feel like, on this flop.
Your opponent opens and calls from under the gun.
Even when you're holding, like, ace-king, you're not, like, looking to get 340k, and he's gonna just bet to keep the initiative, so I suppose not put himself in a tricky spot against random hands that might just blast.
Such a bully.
He should be pretty happy to take that down on the flop.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's not looking for calls like, oh man, like I'm trying to pick off. Usually when you get called there on a flop, you're behind.
Look at that backdrop, man. What an incredible venue to play poker in.
I think most players say this is the nicest venue they've played in.
It's up there, man. I'm struggling to think of...
For me, I think it's the nicest, personally.
You've played in a lot of places as well. I mean, dude, you're old. You've been playing poker since when?
12.
I like the backhand slap at the end of that comment.
07, 08?
Yeah, it's been a long time, buddy. Wow.
I remember when you started touring the like EPTs and that.
Are you allowed to go to the casino?
No, mate. I was still in school. I was still in school, mate. But I used to listen to you and Jay Carver in the booth. Every now and then you jump in, do some guest commentary.
The first time I played here in this room, pretty sure I like practically stone bubbled the tournament.
Yeah.
And it was like 10k buy-in, and the euro was like extremely strong. Yeah, it was a bad memory.
Oh, it's 10,000 euros.
Yeah, it was like a 20-something thousand bubble. It was pretty bad.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I try not to remember. Let's get back to the action.
I'm sorry for you. It sounds like you got PTSD over there, Randy.
Because I got it in good Pair versus pair. Damn it. All right, 10-7. I like 10-7 in this spot, right? Two-way. Double gutter.
How'd you like it now? Ponikov's going to check behind. Queen of Hearts does complete the front door heart draw. And now, I don't know, this 10-7 feels a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, it'll be great. I think if he had a heart, he definitely will be betting. He might still bet just because his range is still really strong. He doesn't necessarily need to have a flush to bet, even in terms of value, you know. He could still bet 2 pairs straights. He's going to check, though.
Knuckles all around once more as the Frenchman gets the 100% check mark next to his name after rivering a pair of 10s.
Yeah, no need for the 10s to turn into a bluff. It's got enough showdown value in this spot.
What about Ponikov's? Is he going to try and fold out 1 pair hands here?
He needs to bet in a way where he would still go thin with non-nutted hearts on 4 flushes. So like Jack of Hearts, King of Hearts. What sides would he use to still bet those?
It does feel like Ponikov's retains all of the offsuit high heart combos. Just got to check it down. Ren tabling the nuts.
He got rivered.
Oh,
Ren.
man.
You got rivered on this great board.
Bro. We need some petitions for Ren, Kyan Mokri, Nacho Barbero.
What happened to your chips?
My chips.
Danny Tang likes to talk as well. Those are the 4 people.
Final table.
I thought like you won a lot of pots.
No.
Those are the 4 people we need at every feature. So good.
我给你贡献了不少筹码啊。
没有啊。
当然有了。
Translate, please, Randy.
She said no.
Oh, I bluffed him.
But I didn't catch the early parts. I tried. Oh no, it's going to be our mystery hand.
He lost it.
Here we go.
But it wasn't that
WPT
much.
Global Mystery Hand.
I'm going to
was
take
like
the non-mystery
30,
hand here.
30K.
Ace is looking pretty good.
Not only is it looking pretty good, Randy, it's an
I
under-the-gun
never had more than
open
30.
from Salle, which is going to be a pretty strong range. She's opening off of just shy of 60.
Yeah. Pretty deep. Roughly 3x opens. She plays fast. Snap call.
Then you cover me, right?
85k out there. Jack 8-3, all clubs.
What a flop. This is amazing for Renlin.
No, I don't think I cover you anymore. I used to cover you for a long time, and I stopped.
Nut over pair with the nut flush draw.
I like coming in kind of small here. You still want to get value from hands, but you want some random club, you know, to not just hero fold if you bet big, like, you know, 7s with a club. You don't want those hands to fold because you don't mind if it goes flush over flush. So I like this small bet of 20k, roughly 25%, just under.
See what Salle comes with. Oh, she's gonna
check raise min.
She's gonna min click this. Can we remove kings and queens from her range here, Randy? Like kings and queens with a club.
A kings for sure, I would imagine, would have considered 4-betting pre. Queen, even the speed, I don't know, I would expect someone, if they had queens, they would at least think about whether they need to 4-bet or just call pre. Maybe a little bit.
So
but
maybe something like king 10, queen 10, king queen of clubs.
Yeah, she can definitely have
sets,
flop flushes, flop sets. I mean, the thing is, I would expect flop sets to actually check raise a little bit bigger, just because it is vulnerable and you want to get value out of aces and kings and queens.
Where do the bluffs come from?
I don't really feel like she's got pure bluffs. If she's quote-unquote bluffing, it's more like a hand that's seen what's up. Maybe like nines, red nines or something. To bet again, it's unclear. You know, it really is.
Well, she's setting up a river jam for around 2/3 pot. There was that little conversation pre-flop where Ren asked if Salle had him covered, and she said not anymore.
When you need it.
Oh, she's double checking.
Double check the cards. They're still the same.
Feels like a jam is incoming.
What do you read too much into this double check of the cards?
It means something to some players, others not so much. Obviously, I don't have any data points on this. I'm gonna guess that Renlin doesn't have much data points against Salle as well.
To me, it seems pretty nutted. My read is that it's a pretty nutted
King 10 club.
down.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's value, it's a flop flush. I don't necessarily expect it to be like jacks, eights, and threes. I kind of think they check raise the flop a little bit bigger than check raise min.
哇，这个牌真的是。
We did see 9-4 of clubs folded out of the big blind. So we can remove 9-10.
Yeah, king queen of clubs, queen 10 of clubs.
Makes a lot of sense, right?
King queen, yeah, king queen makes the most sense.
It's like Ren knows it as well, given the way the hand played out. Feels like having the ace of clubs is bad here, like blocking like an ace queen o, ace of clubs, ace jack o.
Pocket 8.
Pocket eights does make sense as well.
Yeah, bluffs are.
King 10 club, huh?
I'm really struggling.
I don't think I can fold that hand. But I don't know why you bluff that hand. No way bluff that hand. 没有任何牌你能 bluff. 9-10 club.
Could see that.
9-10 club, King 10 club. King Queen club.
There's a lot of flushes here.
哇，这不会吧？这个这么巧。
I can't find a bluff, man. Like king queen o.
Flush.
Yeah, king 10 of clubs.
Called it. Renlin called it exactly. That was the first hand he said, king 10 of clubs.
只有这手了，没有牌了。
Yeah.
Classic case of his gut being in the right spot, dialed in, like you said. Snap called out king 10 of clubs, but
only that hand.
Maybe overthinking it a little bit. Making the call.
One more hand.
It just feels nasty because you know aces is supposed to be a monster on that board texture. Whew. Well, great one for Salle.
Yeah, she had lost quite a bit actually, but she's managed to bounce back courtesy of that double up there. So here we go. Oi oi. Nachito. Next red table.
The red table looks really juicy.
Wow, we got Linus, Mateus, Roland.
Nacho.
Got Vladimir Korzanin.
Whenever Nacho's at the table, I'm like, all right, put it on the feature. He keeps it fun.
Note how he was quiet
He just
when
lost
the
the,
cameras
you know, he
weren't
just
on.
lost the pot, right?
True, maybe.
Or he's been getting buried.
He came in, I think he arrived this morning, he was saying. Saw him in the gym, he looked absolutely shattered. He's been out in Ibiza partying for 25 days. And it's like, fair enough, bro.
Yeah. You can take a couple of days of non-speaking. Robic,
he's
king
gonna be
5.
chatty.
Hadouken! Might be in here. Ace 9. He's pretty short. There we go.
Come on, Lome.
Come, please.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
I help you. I help you.
Only one good player at this table.
Do you want a color fold? Do you want a color fold?
Under gun open, and say count.
48.5.
6-2 soft shoe?
No, a bit better.
A bit better.
You might give him some gamble.
You want color fold?
Are we moving off? Yeah?
I mean, at this point, I'm asking for a call. I mean,
Only because it's you.
Only because it's you. Definitely not a standard call, I'll tell you that.
Oh, live.
I'm alive.
Ren's reaction when Travis asked for a count.
I need some chips back. I gave you too much. Re-enter, fresh stack.
Okay.
It's gonna be tough.
Good luck
for him to lose this one.
Yeah.
Four
is fair. Four in clubs.
How about the ace of clubs? How about dead
I
on
only
the
one
turn?
good player in this table. Low man, how can I play without you?
Lin bouncing back a little bit to 19
没办法，你
bigs.
那个牌是没有鸡，但是我长发 A 在手上，
对啊，
进不了，打得很好。
Although we know
没有，就是
lines
cooler
are about to go up after this break, of course. We've got ourselves 2 new feature tables. It is Saya Onu out in front. This table will be going out to the main floor as she cooled Ren Lin. That flopped flush against aces with the nut flush blocker. Great end to the feature table for her, and of course made that fantastic fold against Danny Tang. As we welcome you back to the break desk, you can see behind us everything going on here, the 40k mystery bounty. Randy, a lot of fun hands, a lot of chattiness. It's like a kind of just chill vibe out there, I guess.
It's the earlier stages of the tournament. It's just the bounty that always makes it extra fun. We're not at the serious business end of it yet, but right now the goal is to build stacks.
So we've got 2 more levels until the end of late reg. It's the Bulgarian Faradin Mustafov who's been out in front since we picked up coverage of event number 3 here, the 40k mystery bounty. But as Randy said, a long way to go until we get to the bounty stage of the tournament, rather. So we're going to take a quick break. 2 more levels of play until the end of late reg, and yeah, more continuing coverage of the 40k mystery bounty here from the Triton Super High Roller Series in Monaco. We'll see you very shortly.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Oh, hello.
You know what it is.
Mystery hand time. The WPT Global Mystery Hand, Danny Tang.
No gamble.
Redlin, man. Oh, this guy. Danny raising it to 12K. AP gonna defend the ace-5. $33K out there. Ace-4 deuce.
Double up.
Ponakov's top pair and a wheel draw.
Pretty sweet flop for Ponakov's.
You double me. If I cover you.
Cut off open. So still decently wide range.
Go small, by the way, Randy.
Yeah, you tend to see small bets, especially on ace-high textures like this.
Quarter pot. See how Ponakov's proceeds.
Likely with a check call. I don't think you come in with check
19.
raise too much, but really he does. That's interesting. I suppose Ponakov's must check raise bluff this flop at a pretty high frequency, so he wants to have some value besides 2 pair plus. So going mergey, pair of aces, expects to get called by some pocket pairs, especially with the small sizing he goes for where they're going to feel inclined to continue.
And the reason for that being the wide range open from the cutoff that's going to overstab on this board, and also the 3x and 5x gut shots that Ponakov's going to have that want to...
Yeah, I assume that he's check raising those at a pretty high frequency for him to check raise an ace in this spot, like a weak ace.
Oh, here we go. A 3-bet on the flop as DT
45.
takes it upstairs to 45 to check the temperature in the room.
Well, Ponakov's has check raised an ace that actually has that clean out, right? The 3, so he can continue. Maybe he wouldn't check raise like ace 7, ace 8, which is a bit uncomfortable if you do get 3-bet on the flop. Makes the call.
And what about the range of hands for Danny that are 3-betting both the value side? Are we talking just exclusively hands like ace-king, ace-queen? Mixing in maybe some deuces and 4s?
Yeah, he's definitely strongly considering 3-betting, of course, the 2-pair plus. Ace-king, ace-queen, I could see off of the stack he's playing. If he was more deep, he probably wouldn't 3-bet the flop. For him to fire again,
How much is that?
it really feels like he's got at least ace, no big ace. I don't think he's doing this with a flush draw. The reason I say that is I think most of the time flush draws are just going to call in position, not looking to try to get in on the flop. Because a lot of times if you do get on a flop, like the opponent in the big blind is pretty nutted.
I'm going with 5-6 of hearts.
You think he would 3-bet the flop with 5-6 of hearts?
Yeah. I'm going with 5-6 of hearts.
I think Danny's...
I think he's sick enough to do it.
I mean, of course he's sick enough. I'm thinking more in the camp he's got like...
I just don't see why a hand like ace-king, ace-queen would want to stack off on this board when Ponakov's has all of the wheels, all of the sets, all of the 2 pairs.
I'm feeling it's more set of deuces, 4s or ace, 4 ace deuce, I would think. But no, maybe he... Yeah, I just don't think a lot of players would 3-bet the flop with 5-6 of hearts.
So you're leaning value, yeah?
I'm leaning value.
Okay.
I definitely think if it's a flush... I wouldn't think it's like a naked, like just a regular flush draw. I'd be pretty surprised. You know, like... I don't know. I just don't really see it.
So it would have to be a flush draw with a gut shot like a king 3 of hearts.
Like a combo draw.
Sure. Okay, I can get behind it.
It just would be odd. I'm just saying if he was to 3-bet back the flop like Jack 10 of hearts or 8, 9 of hearts, something like this.
Is the Ivan Liao Player of the Year winner, 5-time Triton champion. We know he's capable of mixing it up here, having both value and bluffs in his range. And don't forget, this all started because of the Ponakov's small check raise on the flop. Danny continued for 25%. Ponakov's clicked it to 19k. Danny 3-bet to 45. And jammed turn.
Lays it down. What's he got? Ace Jack.
Wow.
So he was willing to get it in with just an ace on the flop.
Danny with the soul read, just aware of exactly where he was in the hand.
And to be fair, Ace Jack, I think, is pretty similar to Ace Queen and Ace King in that spot because he raised off.
A warm welcome back to the Sporting in Monte-Carlo for continuing coverage of event number 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monaco. It is the 40k Mystery Bounty, my favorite event, Randy's third favorite event of this.
It's a fun event for everyone.
It's
so
a fun
let's be
event.
honest.
It really
Even
is.
the players, you know, they love it.
We're a ways away from the bounty stage of the tournament, but regardless of that, because that is one of the most fun parts, can we just talk about Table 3, this fresh feature table we've got coming up? I mean, dude, how about it? We got Mateos, Rokita, Linus Love, Barbero, Kozinin, and Wakil. Pick your poison, Randy. I mean, how do you find an edge against this kind of lineup?
You know, it's hard to find. Hence, when you go into the Triton, you got to expect to play against the best. You know, it's tough, but it's going to be a good watch for us.
It is, especially when you throw the Estonian Kozinin in the mix. First time out to a Triton event for him, someone that I'm not too familiar with, but he's over there, you know, against Barbero, Lolager, Mateos, all of these crushers, and he's bossing it with a stack of 850, and I wonder if that has an impact on the way that these guys play when it is a relatively unknown kind of player.
Well, he likes to build stacks, and certainly he's built a huge stack, 850k, 142 big blinds. You know, against unknowns, you tend to approach it with a little bit of caution. You get data points as you play more and more hands against that player, and then, you know, adjust accordingly. But it's always fun to have some unknowns in there in the mix. And
this is the man.
Yeah, just he's played 2 events so far. No cash just yet, but
no
small
cashes,
data.
But in great shape here to build up a stack and just run away with it if you can once the bounties come into play. Blue feature table, a ton of fun. Same story. I mean, look at this. We've got Savannah, Lonis, Win, Mockery, fresh off that maiden title. The Norwegian defeating Swaggy P, heads up for his piece of gold for $1 million and change earlier on today in the 30k. Kuzmanos and Alex Theologus, who also off to a great start here. So these guys coming in confident, although Alex with 140 bigs, Mockery with work to do on the other end of the spectrum with just 17 bigs. I mean, another fun table. I'm looking forward to this. Maybe some chattiness on both tables with Barbero on the red feature and Mockery on the blue feature table.
Well, you know Mockery, he loves to chat, and obviously he's in good spirits after shipping the last tournament. You know, Theologus had a deep run, of course, you know, getting 3rd, and I'm pretty sure he's a bounty specialist.
Okay.
So we're not at the bounty portion yet, where you need to kind of calculate how much a bounty is worth. So it'll be really fun to see how he navigates when we get to that portion. But he's definitely built a good stack to cover everyone. So if he can maintain that and get to the bounty portion, he's going to accrue tons of EV.
Just quickly, Randy, how does one become a bounty specialist? Do you have to like coconut and milk chocolate, or? Sorry, that one went straight over his head.
The candy bar. Got it. Okay, jeez.
So late.
I was ready for give you a serious answer. You came up with chocolate.
I'm sorry, dude. You know, that one came out of left field. Red and a blue table. Kozinin pole position over on the red. Theologus pole position on the blue as we kick things off
If you always lose a
on the main stage.
Yeah, but odds are so good and can never say never.
You know what you got? Yeah. 125 then?
Jesse, of course.
That's 3 whites, right? 150.
Brutal hand. Late on day 1 of the 25k.
Yes.
Ended up folding and then ended up busting
The
before
Americans with these live tricks, huh? How much
end
you
of the day.
have? Triple question about the same thing.
Yeah.
He's trying with some voodoo shit. Yeah,
It's the only way to beat you.
Man, he knows how much I have. He knew.
What on earth is going on?
First day or?
Nervous which has to deal to the champion.
Yeah. Alex won 2 yesterday. No, yes.
No, close, but no. Maybe today.
Maybe tomorrow, I guess. No, I don't think you're gonna win it today.
I don't think I'm gonna win it tomorrow either.
Not with that attitude.
That's a spirit.
16.
I'm just going to kick my legs up, Randy, and let these guys do the talking.
They'll do it. Gonna give good action too, these players.
There's been some good needles already. We're only 2 minutes in. I mean, Mockery needling Jesse. Apparently the American live regs trying to use all sorts of voodoo. And we also found time to needle the dealer. Look at this from Jesse, by the way.
Extremely out of line. Ace 4 offsuit against under the gun.
Borderline disrespectful, Randy.
No, it's just pure disrespect.
Well, you know, if Randy Lou says it, ladies and gentlemen, it's true. This is out of line on the blue feature. People using the spotlight perhaps to image build. I can get behind it.
I mean, Lone is naturally aggressive, and I know he does get very out of line and does get looked up. And I think Theola just knows this, hence calling out of position of ace 10 offsuit. Wow, decent flop for ace 4.
Jesse spiking the 3 outer to go along with the wheel draw, which he shares with Alex, who came third in that WPT Global Ultimate Slam, the opening event. He's got a very healthy stack here, but currently crushed by this ace 4. Little 44k sprinkler north of third pot.
And this is just really good board for Lonis, where he can get called by worse. You know, ace queen, ace jack. Ace 10 is getting quite borderline, it kind of feels. He's going to peel one.
Well, we saw pocket 5s mucked, so the chances of a 5 rolling off are very unlikely. The 6 of clubs finds its way to the turn. Does put a 4-liner out there. But one could argue that Jesse's going to retain more 5x combos than Alex, as he's going to be 3-betting the hands like ace 5. I mean, if he's 3-betting ace 4-0, maybe even throw him in a hand like king 5 suited, ace 5-0.
Yeah, I agree.
Alex is thinking of leading here. 55k. This is a precarious bet from Theologus. To me, the story doesn't check out. But fortunately for him, Jesse's just got a pair of 4s and
wow, muscles that one. What a play. Jesse doesn't expect Theologus to ever lead there without the goods. Like, it's rare to see someone bet there with like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. I would think they would just kind of play the river. And plus, he expected Broadway floats like king, queen, these things to just fold, outright fold on the flop. They don't really exist out of position with that sizing. That was bold. That was nice.
Oh, yeah. Just for people's viewing pleasure, about to ASMR the greatest sound ever. Oh, yeah.
That's actually pretty good. I was
Oh, yeah.
ready to roast it, but I enjoyed it. Can you open another can?
That wasn't a tinny, boys and girls, unfortunately. Would have been a nice old Foster's, but it's in fact just Coke Zero.
No.
We enjoy the show. Alex getting that ace-10 through, by the way, I mean, that threw me off a little bit. I respect it. Maybe he is a mystery bounty master, or bounty master as you like to call him.
Yeah, because he's an expert in all formats of bounty, whether it be progressive, mystery, regular, etc. But yeah, it definitely threw me off, and I mean, I don't think that master portion is related to the hand, just given that we're not at the bounty phase yet. But still, he's tough to play against, especially deep stacked.
The Bulgarian, who's been holding the chip lead throughout our coverage. Faradin Mustafov is the first player to cross the million chip mark.
16.
139 runners in this one now. As we work our way down to 25% of the field before we end the day.
Yeah. Change. That's one more. Just trying to scam them. I don't know.
Oh, Santosh. Bro, what's this cap you're wearing?
Why are you so grumpy today?
I'm grumpy. I'm so smiley. What are you talking about?
You're very grumpy today. Is it because Enrico bluffed you? Just say it.
I will never smile again.
I mean, just say it. It's because he bluffed you in front of
And
tens
left
of
after.
thousands of people? Or
Hundreds of thousands.
Oh.
Everyone knows I fold Queen 9.
I would be grumpy too.
You missed that hand, Henry. It
Oh,
was
man. I
amazing.
was in bed watching it. Fantastic.
You saw it, though?
And then he asked Alex, is it rude to celebrate?
That was amazing.
It was so good, man. And it's one of those spots as well where it's tough to have bluffs. Like, Enrico is just dialed in.
And he was so excited, right? And he showed the 8. The whole hand was amazing. That whole final table,
I agree.
Absolutely loved it.
I agree. Enrico, of course, ended up coming second to Brian Kim. Shout out BK, by the way. Do you remember early in that FT, he came in second, then found himself like 6 of 8. Things weren't going his way.
He basically just folded, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, you know,
Just so you know.
he made it count when it was shorthanded. Phenomenal tournament. When you got time after this coverage ends, go ahead and watch it, guys. Ace-8 suited is looking pretty sweet here. Also, the Queen 9 making top pair for Santosh in the small, huh?
Yeah, a bit of out of line flat from Savannah. Does cover both players.
Look, Santosh is willing to get in there and play post.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah,
we know that.
We'll make looser calls pre and try to attempt to make up for it post.
18?
It's also nice to shout at these young online kids and send them to the rebuy desk.
You're like, huh? And then he just adjusts at the right time, and bam.
He definitely gets a kick out of that. So Marius with the stab wants
You
check
order?
2.
Yes, sir.
Not flush
Thank
draw.
You, Alex. You're not grumpy anymore.
Turn changes nothing. Don't expect to see Savannah do anything but check it on
I
over.
have 3 here, but
And then the question for the Lithuanian
what a
is,
fake bluffer.
do we just try and check and realize our equity here?
Should be a lot of check back here. Small blind flat that still check calls this flop contains a lot of these king, queen, queen, jacks. If you're betting, I guess you're trying to fold out like 8s
You know it's...
Which he blocks.
Yeah. It's not too much you really fold out.
longer to process for
Now
the
there
body
is
'cause it
some
has to,
value
like,
to be had for Suvarna. He can definitely try to rep a busted heart draw and get looked up by
If you drink
some
room
kind of
temperature,
pocket
it's
pair. Unless he thinks his
digest.
kicker's too weak and he value owns himself against like Queen Jack. But Queen Jack might just bet when check two anyways. I like this bet. Quarter pot.
I can barely drink warm water. I really want it to be cold. Like the colder the better.
I mean, room temperature is fine. It's like I'm very neutral. It's very neutral. Cold water I enjoy. So, and my mother told me to enjoy life. I win.
I imagine. With what?
What did I have? If I say I win.
I don't know, King 10. Too good, huh?
This guy is talking. 8-9 of diamonds. You don't believe it, do you?
That should be a lesson for you.
What?
Fold free.
I'm not folding 8-9.
I know. You just want a tournament like this hand. There's no way that's ever folded.
I'm not folding. 8-9 of diamonds. Are you crazy?
Having said that, 10-9 suited now up front. Off of
Six-handed.
15 bigs.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how much I have. 16.
All right, 16,000.
Oh man, Mockery's fantastic. He told me next time he sees me, he's not going to say hello to me. I don't know why, but
It's a decent cover. Him saying that was like, I think he generally was deciding, am I deep enough to open or, you know, he got the king queen out.
wow. Marius just pitching it.
Yeah, it was kind of odd for him to say that, I would think, you know, like just counting my chips. Because it is an awkward situation with that hand, with this stack size under the gun.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, I mean, okay. Jesse with ace king.
This is amazing.
59.
Mockery with the raise fold off of 14 as the 10 high hits the mark. As will this from Win, and perhaps that's what
Yeah, you can't be telling them
Marius
about
was,
8-9 of diamonds and they always squeeze.
that's what Marius was worried about. You know, if he flats with the king queen o, opens the door
I
for a
believe
squeeze
you,
behind.
But see? And you were probably winning again.
Winner's tilt, they call it.
See a flop.
So close to call
I know you were very tempted.
I always have ace king. Let's see if I can hit some.
Just like maybe 50k more for you. Use a flop.
Yeah. Of course. Real men take flops, you know. Right? Real people take flops.
Sure. $16.
Alex with the snowman, gonna activate into Mockery's shallow stack in the big. Oh, Jesse, another.
You know Jesse's coming with a 3-bet, especially with him losing a 3-bet pot earlier against Alex. Ace 4 versus Ace 10. This is a pretty good value hand. In the small blind too, where you tend to play this as 3-bet rather than flat anyways, to kind of push out the big blind. Very nutted when you get called.
Well,
when
we
you
know
flop
Alex.
ace or queen.
Alex not going to be going anywhere.
No, these 8s are definitely at least calling. Most likely of call. Position, deepish stacks. History, of course.
Well, as things stand, from what Randy and I have seen along with you viewers, for those that are keeping track, it's 1-0 Theologus after bluffing with the ace-10. And how about this for a fantastic flop for Jesse? Not only does he have top-top, there's only one overcard to Alex's 8s on the queen-6 deuce. Perhaps more importantly, Alex has that 8 of spades. That might keep him interested.
He should be definitely calling this flop with 2 8s. If he's not calling this flop, I don't really see why he's calling pre. You know, like, you gotta try and show down your hand cheaply when you can. It's not like Jesse's just gonna blast anything on the turn. His call looks reasonably strong.
214 out there. 10 of clubs on the turn. Does now lose to queen 10 of diamonds, pocket 10s, but that's it.
No, I think Jesse's just mainly thinking, how do I get all the chips in there? Bet, bet, jam. Probably goes pretty smallish.
Yeah, Geo. Bang on. Bang on, Geo. Setting up a little B40 river. Surely this sheds the 8s now. Even if you think Jesse's up to no good, a hand like ace king, ace jack does get out of the way. Back-to-back hands for the American. Looking to get his vengeance here in this mystery bounty.
Say that again.
First joined us back in March earlier this year in Jeju. Cashed 3 of the 5 events that he played, including a 7th place finish in the 25K, 253,000. 0 for 2 so far here in MC, but we know this man brings the heat.
I feel like Theologist and Lonus, one of them's going to stack one another
I can
by
see the it.
end of the day.
Yeah, I can see it, dude.
Like, someone's going to have like 1.5 million.
Who is it that keeps breathing into that mic? I think that's Jesse. I'm not trying to throw shade his way, but dude.
Yeah, I mean, he's in here with Jack 8 suited in position. He wants to play with Alex.
So the American live reg squaring off for a 3rd time against the Greek online crusher. And both players are flop top pair. And I tell you what, Randy, Jesse might be in trouble here. Unless he can improve.
I think Alex would check this flop, yeah, at a very high frequency. It's a board where it's not favorable to his undergun range. He can induce bluffs and stabs, and Jack 8 doesn't lose anything and turns 2 pair. Dicey board, but still great for him. Now Alex has to continue to check. I don't necessarily think he's looking to check fold for 1 street, though, just because this board texture is very... Your opponent often attacks here, like just random cards, just because you have a lot of check folds.
And am I right in saying that a lot of the 10x on the flop will perhaps start trying to build a pot and start bluffing?
That's hard to say. I mean, like Queen 10 for sure would bet the flop. 10-9, maybe not so much. I think it's unclear. This is a pretty meaty bet. 2 pair on this board, and it's polarizing. And if you're up against a polarized range, even though Jesse is actually being quite mergy with his 2 pair, it makes you want to call more. Right? If you don't think your opponent's betting like 2 pair for this size. So really nice bet from Jesse to kind of confuse Alex with that sizing, having more value than perceived.
Beautiful river card for Jesse. 128k in the middle. Bet around 70% on the turn.
Man, if he can bet this one again, that would be nice. It's a hard one to do, but man, Jesse he's sick. It's not small.
2/3, 2/3. Grim spot for Alex, who checked the flop with his top pair, king kicker. Under-repped, hearts do brick.
I mean, he's playing a guessing game at this point.
He's giving it a little nod. He's figured it out, Randy, and I tell you what, even though he ended up losing that hand and the pots being shipped Jesse's way,
but I
has to be pretty happy with himself when he sees that one back.
Yep. Did you bluff him on TV?
Jesse doesn't talk much, does he?
Yeah, I wasn't.
I mean, he chats a little bit.
No, but I feel like he's intentionally not playing into
Sorry, what did you say?
No, he
the
wants
trap of mockery.
He doesn't want friendly vibes. He wants someone to lose their stacks to him. You know,
There we go again.
like he's here to play.
It'd be a good day.
I am not grumpy.
I feel like for sure him and Theologists are
Like
going to
big
just
lines.
keep
I
playing
love
more and more big pots.
It's your comfort zone.
My comfort.
This is your table, though.
These cheap the whole day.
You and I have both had roller coaster days.
Yeah, over to the red feature table. Linus Love, Nacho Barbero, Korzinin, Adrian Mateos, Roland Rakita.
You're welcome.
Of course, Jamil Wakil.
Yeah, heavy hitters here, but they are pretty short stack. Barbero, Linus, Mateos. Two of them 10 blinds, one of 20. It's Korzinin who's got all the chips. Korzinin currently sitting in third place amongst the leaderboard.
Double L.
Queen 4 suited, ripping it on the button. 11 blinds. Nacho going to take the spot. This is as good as it gets for Linus, isn't it, with Queen 4 suited when you get called?
Yeah, don't forget.
Maybe.
We're 11 minutes away until late reg closes, so perhaps a higher variance approach here from double L to either kind of double up or hit the re-entry desk for a fresh stack of 200k. That's Korzinin. Gets out of there. Barbero said he has a big pair.
That.
8-6 diamonds.
Is Barbero rocking the messy AP? Fair play, bro. Jack 6-5.
You sure?
No,
Threes.
no, I joked. It was 8-7
Still
diamonds.
ahead.
Good fold. Put a 3. So we got a sweat.
There's your sweat.
You make 2 pairs.
Queen 7 or a 4 needed.
It was 8-7.
You're an open-ended.
Barbero's going to hold with the threes.
You have more.
Minus down to 2 bigs. We know they're going to be going in the next 10 minutes.
You think Linus is thinking, bust this stack so I can rebuy before registration close?
I had 12 minutes to rebuy. You called?
Oh, if you wouldn't jam, I would call him.
Yeah?
8-7 is okay.
10 blinds?
Huh?
You called? Oh, richer. You.
8-7?
Oh, richer.
No, 8-7 is not good. I don't know.
Oh my God.
You know everything. I know
Yeah,
nothing.
he
I know you're
He's rocking the
insanely rich.
Leo Messi AP Royal Oak. Some of the watches you see,
have
man.
-6?
These trips.
Money line.
Makes sense. He's from Argentina.
I'm peeking on the day.
Right.
Oh, that's good. I'm gonna break even. Gonna just pay the shoes. Like a fish.
At least you got to sweat all day for the juice. You might win the night game.
Feels like enough hand.
We won.
Yeah, feels
Money
that
line, boom,
way.
baby.
Field goal.
Wow.
5 seconds.
Place it down.
Well, I'm happy. Sorry you lost
Yeah.
your bet.
Whatever. No, I'm gonna break even.
Yeah. Could be worse.
I mean, at least. No, I'm breaking even. So far. Because I bet a bit more. I bet a bit more on the.
I'm really surprised to see Queen 10 hit the muck there.
Man, I had 2 games pending. I could have fucking go.
Yeah,
4-0.
myself included. Especially you can see that the big blind is right around the corner.
Instead, I lose them both. Push.
And
What's the
you
Arizona
might get that heads
photographer?
up,
You
so
lost it?
you get some blinds and antes in there too.
It's still going.
Because Mateos just had like Jack
Yeah.
Deuce off.
Linus isn't one of those guys that I plan on questioning
Also,
anytime soon.
We'll say
he's a nit.
He doesn't really study 2 big blind poker, so there's a chance he actually doesn't know. You know what I mean? Like, I know he's one of the greatest, right? But, like, I don't think he's checking out the 2 big blind MTT charts out, you know.
Are you not studying those, Randy?
No.
That's why we're in here. And they're all out there.
Yeah, like 130 now.
Jamil Wakil's got
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Jack 7.
$150.
Oh, I thought he had raised there for a second.
No, he's counting Nacho stack, which is about 150. Can you imagine 3-bet? That'd be strong.
Well, that's all Barbero, who's managed to bounce back close to starting after he takes this one down. And unless Jamil wants to go absolutely ape styles, catches the jack high. Barbero celebrating that he's back to starting.
What a life I'm living in. Almost starting start.
You can't win the tournament on day 1, pal.
And I'm here playing with Vlad. And a conquistador.
Is indeed. Vlad and El Conquistador. Linus just looks like he'd rather be somewhere else, like contemplating life.
Well, he's definitely going to be playing the next hand. Eight-7 off for Korzinen.
I want to see how this man built a stack, you know, and so far it's striking me as if it was just through solid poker, you know? I don't think he's been out here getting super out of line or anything like that.
We will see.
Mockery just got really lucky on the other table, by the way, to double up through Lonis. Mockery's Queen Jack against Jesse's Ace Queen. Flop came Jack high and he held back up to 400k. What a day for the Norwegian.
Interesting spot here. 3x open from the small blind off of 20 big blinds or so. Looks like he's going to call it off. Ace-5 versus King-Queen. This is not too bad once you get snapped off of Ace-5. Actually ahead.
$60-40. Jamil, the all-in player, at risk. Just giving Roland credit for jamming hands that he has dominated as it comes. King high. King 8-6 Rainbow, and now Double R looking for an ace across 2 streets. Barry gonna need to make an appearance, Randy.
Is it coming?
No, it's not. Deuce of Spades completes the run out, and Wakil up to 350. Playing around average now. More importantly, building a healthy stack, as we've touched on just how important that is, these mystery bounties.
And also because registration is going to close soon, so I want to have something.
Yeah, you would have had to re-register. And I'll tell you what you guys and girls at home can do. You can register over on WPT Gold. Club WPT is bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the US and Canada to celebrate. Club WPT Gold is hosting a $5 million, that's right, $5 million invitational in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter, and the winner of that is going to be getting $1 million. It's just absolutely insane. Sign up at clubwptgold.com with the promo code Triton to win your seat today. No purchase
Tomorrow almost no games
necessary.
So tomorrow is 2 games. So there is Champions League actually. It's, Tuesday.
There is always something to bet.
No, not always something.
You watch any sports, Randy, or
No, I don't.
no
Sorry.
Champions League or anything?
I don't really know what that is.
Any esports?
No, not really.
Really? Wow, dude.
Yeah, no.
You not been watching any like the CS:GO majors or anything?
Nope, I can't really point and shoot. I'm not really good at those games. Not interested. I'm interested in poker though. Is that all right? Is that enough?
Do you watch poker?
I do. At Monte-Carlo in Montenegro.
Keita going to defend. Linus is all in.
Practically forced.
Had to put in 16 of his 18K. Still live, by the way, on the Queen Jack Deuce. Rainbow, Barbera with backdoor spades. There is a very small side pot.
The smaller the side pot, the less inclined you're looking to stab.
Rainbow turn, all 3 players remain pairless. Yeah, Rokita not interested in taking a stab at this one.
You're just not getting good odds on the bluff, given you still have to showdown and win against the all-in player.
Well, it's going to check through, and Rokita's going to win this one at showdown. He's going to be back up to 150,000, and Linus is going to be out the tournament with 30 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have to go and max slate reg.
Yeah, if he wants to get back into it. Not sure if he will. We'll find out.
Fresh stack. I think they're going to allow him to.
Yeah, he's allowed to if he wants to, if he calls. Tells the floor.
There we go. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000.
You can still register, right?
Yeah, there we go. Linus is going to be the last man to re-enter. So we have ourselves 155 runners, which means it's going to be, what, 25% of the field until we bag and tag for day 2. So that's 37. Yeah. Around 39 bounties in this one. Let's go. So we've got 155 runners. What do you think? Top bounty prize of around 400k, thereabouts?
That's what we had before, roughly, yeah. Who knows? We'll find out tomorrow. Snowman for Lonis, sitting on a 545k stack. Once again, these two.
155. 6.2 million prize pool. 3.1 bounty prize pool. 3.1 main prize pool. Slowness still has the best of it. Do you know this kind of storyline you've been alluding to, Randy, because it feels like every hand we cover over here is Jesse squaring off against Alex. The prediction from us is one of them's going to get showered.
One of them's going to get showered.
In these spots. And I've got a funny feeling it's not going to need to take a massive cooler with these two. I think maybe it's just going to be someone getting a bit OOL, if you know what I mean, and getting caught with a hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, I completely agree because there have been two pots where other players might not even, they wouldn't be playing the hand. Like when Jesse had ace-4, obviously 3-betting position, definitely not standard, and flatting jack-8 suited against undergun open isn't as well. So you can tell that Jesse is looking to play.
25%?
I think that's what he said, yeah. But should be at the start of V2, 25%.
Oh, okay, so they're just going to end the day?
Yeah, we're going to start at 25%. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Santos, extremely short. Takes free flop of ace-6 off of 10 bigs.
Somewhat surprised to see that.
Yeah, I'm also surprised Theologist didn't rip king-8 suited into that stack.
Theologia's just betting out for a bit of protection. Doesn't want to give two random cards free equity, and king high is just going to be the best hand a lot of the time. Just hearing the bounty prize pool announced from Luca as Alex slows down. So it is official. Top bounty prize of 400,000. Min bounty of 40k. And of course there's going to be that no bounty envelope. Checks through on the turn. 50k out there.
Still good showdown value with king-8. I wonder if he calls a river bet, because he might think that Santos should be ripping all ace-X's once he limps off of 10 big blinds.
Chopping against other king high, although would Savannah turn king high into a bluff? I don't think so.
Could see Savannah. Yeah, I mean, also would think that queen high might just show it down.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
So the bluffs would...
He's definitely going to be confused. I think Alex thinks this is a deuce or an often, even though it is an ace.
The biggest envelope is 400,000, 3 envelopes of 200,000, 5 envelopes of 100,000, 9 envelopes of 80,000, 21 envelopes.
Just lay it down correctly.
Pardon me, 22 envelopes of 40,000. One of them will be a draw again.
So bad.
Here we go. Double R. All in at risk. And our man from Estonia,
What are the chances?
with the ace-10, if he can hold, he's going to be up to more than a milli.
Looking good
Little bit more for you.
for Vladimir.
That's a spicy turn card.
As good as it gets.
Ace, king, queen, 9 needed for Roland to stay alive. Can he find it? No. 5 of spades on the river.
GG, Roland.
Plus registration is closed, so Roland officially eliminated.
Yeah, just 6 minutes removed from being able to re-enter as the Estonian crosses the million chip mark and actually takes the chip lead from Konstantin Maslak. Well, well, well. Venturing
Nice
out to his
answer.
first Triton series.
7 now. Yeah, because we're, I know it's complicated, right? You don't have a 9 there, right? Have 8. Yeah, 8 highest.
Looks like Ivy.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
Andy, good job you pointed that out.
He
Yeah,
did
Ivy.
a last minute registration, 200k stack.
Yeah, he did.
He's got gamble, so he's willing to get in there.
Yeah, a few people max late regging. Ben Tollerine, Ponakovs, Lewis Spencer, Phil Ivey, Milian Pitavi, just to name a few. 155 runners in a 40k mystery bounty. I mean, what's next, Randy?
We just, I don't know, it's a pretty amazing prize pool for 40k bounty. Mystery as well. They just love it. Play every day if they could.
What'd you show? Ace?
Big pair. Very big.
Last time you said that you had pocket threes.
How about this time? Actually, I had jacks.
That's true.
You know I don't lie.
Well, you lied last time. But we believe you this time.
It was a very strong pair in the flop, by the way.
Yeah, against Linus?
Yeah.
Barbera is going to activate once again. Oh, and he might get action here. We just saw Korzinin happy to play a big pot with the ace-10 against Roland Rakita.
It's making it 2.5x.
Maybe trouble ahead for the chip leader.
Flats in position. Ivy, ace-9 suited. He's in trouble.
Yeah, it's a squeezable spot now, isn't it, with this flat from Korzinin, but he's just going to come with the call, perhaps due to the fact that it is a 2.5x.
Off of 20 big blind stacks, a little bit stronger, so played it cautious.
Ace Queen still in front, no diamond on board, but the presence of 2 clubs perhaps going to keep Korzinin in. Well, hey, see what I did there?
Not sure if Nacho's going to see bet. It's looks like he is going to reach for chips. Yeah, this ace-10 has like a lot of decent backdoor potential. Doesn't look like Korzinin's interested 3 ways. It's always a little bit stronger when a short stack is c-bet
You got anything on
in
tennis?
2 players.
Phil.
Ghosted. Nacho. It's like trying to get blood out of a stone, getting Ivy to talk. Some talks of sports betting. You a gambling man, Randy?
It's fine, doesn't matter.
No, not really.
Not of spades, no.
Yeah, I'm clean.
Clubs.
You are. You're as clean as they come.
Good fold. You probably had a full house. No,
I'm going to stop asking you questions.
You probably had ace 4 ace clubs or something.
I think I had the ace
I mean,
I think.
gamble
Maybe
and
it was the
poker,
other one.
that's about
I
it.
thought straight. Maybe he had a 7.
You went to sports betting?
I dabble. Golf, UFC, tennis. Tennis is my main one, I would say. Just because I'm a massive fan of Carlitos.
Well, you told me you're coming to Australia.
I am, yeah. I'm
so
going to be
are
in
you gonna
Melbourne
be
in
betting,
January.
putting some bets in there?
Yeah, it's probably
Wow.
just going to be with the boys. We're traveling with a large group of poker players, so we'll just probably bet between us. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. First time in Australia, Aussie Open. Savannah coming with the min open from the cutoff. He's going to be fist bump calling this one off.
Let's put in 2 of 12 blinds.
Just going to take his time. Peek back, but will.
It's just a bit too much to your stack.
Make the call. Gets the good news. 57% favorite.
What do you think is going to win?
I like them both, so I don't want to say anything.
No, I'm talking about the hands, obviously.
Oh.
But
The best hand.
I'm not sure which one that is.
There's a politician's answer there from Kai and Mockery.
Let me say, he likes them both, doesn't want to root.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And Savannah, 1 card away from a double.
Somebody has to replace Sean Winter, you know?
There we go. Right back in this fight.
If you look at those two.
Savannah back up to
Ace
27 bigs.
The better hand.
Let's go, Santosh.
Yes.
I mean, I'm very, very grumpy today. You're very grumpy today. You need a cold shower.
Cold shower. Okay. Yeah, that will definitely fix my mood.
Cold shower is what you need. Swim in the ocean, maybe.
It's not even cold.
It's cold. I didn't try, but...
Did you try?
You're from Norway. You say
Yeah, but I don't really go... I don't like...
Yeah, it kind of doesn't strike me as the type.
Shower in like 40 degrees Celsius. Did you know that?
No.
That is very fun fact now. 40 degrees Celsius. I shower in hot, like very hot.
20?
So I don't know. Maybe I'm very sensitive against cold.
See.
Well, I think both you and I, plus the entire audience, could have gone without knowing. Kind Mockery showering.
40 degrees Celsius specifically.
Yeah, showering situation.
Yeah, nice. He doesn't handle the cold.
The water's not cold. I've been in the ocean twice since we've been here.
I'll call if you were a bit more happy today.
It's actually really nice.
I'll take the fold. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
Is that
a bit maybe.
You had ace 10?
Better.
King Queen super.
Not that good.
And they say these high rollers aren't entertaining, huh?
Well, with you on the table.
I'm sure there are others.
Alex going to be involved once more. Didn't get any action last time. Oh, I thought it was coming, Randy.
It was definitely a candidate for him, you know. You just never know. 3-bet and fight again. A little sad he folded. I demand blood between these two.
Yeah, it feels like it's inevitable.
It is Queen Deuce offsuit coming in.
Yeah, Marius on a very short stack.
He gets to realize his equity more often and flop top pair. That's pretty sweet. Bad board for 9s. Might still sprinkle a tiny bet, expecting his opponent unable to float off of that stack. Or check raise bluff.
Crucial time for the Lithuanian to find the 3 outer. Checks through. And how about that turn card? 8 of diamonds, giving Alex a gut shot and straight flush draw.
Yeah, Marius needs to protect his hand. There's so much in there. He's only got 72k back, 55 in the pot.
Does he just jam, Randy?
He might just rip it in. I think it's reasonable. Can get called by worse easily, especially with a check back on the flop. Like King Jack, Ace Jack, especially with a diamond.
Yeah, there it is. I don't think Alex is going to be folding here. Marius could be jamming worse. Could be jamming a hand like 8-6 with the 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, if he's defending Queen Deuce off, he definitely has a lot of offsuit hands with a single lone diamond from the big. Very reasonable.
Credit where credit's due. Alex taking his time. They're trying to figure this one out. Fair play, mate. I think I've already lost 72k here.
I mean, even if you plunk it in and you're behind, he still has 32% equity. That's a lot.
He does, but he's not getting the right price for that 32%. 72 into 127. Does make the call, though. He's going to get shown the bad news. He's looking for a diamond or a 9 to shower Goodsmanis, who just needs to hold to get back up to starting stack.
Get those outs. Misses.
Marius.
What do you... Okay, I have exactly, yeah,
with
sure.
a fresh life. Here we go. He's one of those that's been posing a bit of a threat, but just hasn't really had the stack to do it. You know, one more double and all of a sudden he's playing like 40 bigs and can really show us what he's made of. Fair play to Alex, by the way. I mean, mulled it over. Ultimately, couldn't get away from it. Kyan's dying to say something.
Yeah, he's like, I saw what happened when Enrico did it.
Oh,
maybe
man.
I just hold back here.
Kyan is dying to say something. What does David Yan's hat say? Kill who? Kill Phil?
It's not Henry.
What the hell, Randy? Snap.
6s and 6s. 20 big blinds, +1 open. Kind of tricky, to be honest. So rather than reshoving, opts for flat.
What odds will you lay me on one of them flopping a set?
No, you know what?
$1 million to 1. All right, booked for $1.
My life.
Booked for $1.
My life. My life.
Booked for $1.
You can have my life as well.
Mate, book it for $1 just in case. Oh, almost. I'll take that 1,000,000 to 1 for there to be an extra 6 in the day. I'll take that any day of the week. I'm down $1, chat.
Yeah, imagine it's like a graphical error. 6 pops out. Done.
You're just there signing the check. Sending me some Bitcoin.
Yeah. Technically, it is possible. Graphical error.
So what is this? It says kill Phil, I think.
Oh, does it?
But Phil who?
You don't. Oh, this is before your time.
Ah, okay.
Kill Phil was this book, a poker book a long time ago, and it was to kill all the good Phil players. So Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth, because of the pros.
Right.
And the strategy in the book is just go all in or fold. No joke.
Wow. Little insight to poker history. And it was specifically all in or fold against them.
No. The whole how to create a strategy if you're not that good of a player to give yourself a chance in tournaments was just that all in or fold strategy, because people can't. The idea is the Phils or the pros can play post flop and outplay you. If you're not very good, then you want to avoid that situation. Yeah, this is way before your time.
Honestly, that sounds like a losing strategy to me.
But keep
hey,
in mind that players back then played very differently, so maybe it's not so bad back then.
Wait a second. So you'll endorse that nonsense, all in or fold,
No,
but
I'm not
my book, you're saying is not going to fly off the shelves or sell any copies?
That book sold way more copies than your book ever will. Even if you wrote a real book, a real strategy book, no one's buying it. Just no one. Your mom probably will buy it.
You know
get
what,
that
Randy?
first review in, but that's about it.
You and Maria are bullies.
No,
you
no.
two,
The
you
difference
bully me.
The difference is, I just speak the truth.
We're gonna have to have an intervention. I don't know. Maybe it's just an Asian thing. You pick on the younger brothers. I see how it is.
You're not my brother.
I see how it is. Okay. 6 is gonna chop it up. So that's an OG hat right there, Kill Phil.
There's a thing I remember which was funny. You know, when back in the day at ESPN, all those WSOP footage, some guy was wearing that hat, and he got dealt aces, level 1 of the main event, and he didn't want to go all in because it's aces. So he made it like 10x or something. Faha had a pocket pair and called the huge raise and flopped the set and just busted the guy. He should have just went with the book and went all in pre.
Wow, that's brutal. Chip counts at this table brought to you by BetACR. The battle that we've been enjoying between Jesse and Alex sees them both tied atop of the chip counts. Let's see if we do end up seeing that all-in confrontation between them both. Bottom of the chip counts is the newly crowned champion, Cayenne Mockery. As David Yan dealt back-to-back pairs. 6s the previous hand, 7s now, slight upgrade.
Pretty decent hand here in the small blind, Jack 10 suited. Pretty deep stacks. I think he comes in with flat a lot. There we go. Decent playability.
Yeah, Santosh is going to defend, getting 6-1 on a call. Seven's still out in front.
Yeah, unclear how good you feel about 7s in this spot. It's just more important is what do you make of the small blind flat. I think the small blind flat, of course, has a lot of pocket pairs. Some of these suited Broadways, they're decent. Some ace X that can't really 3-bet out of the small. Checks it back, 7's still good.
Well, it's going to be a lot more comfortable now. The ace has ahead on this turn. And the fact that the other two cards are undercard to the 7.
I probably would seek some protection here. Your hand is very vulnerable against 2 players, and you can actually get called by worse, especially from the big blind who holds the 5 and 4 X's, you know?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's precisely what he's gone for. Tried to get some value / protection. No customers. David Yan is a cool dude. Thanks for that, Alex. It went straight in our ears.
It wasn't as good as your can opening ASMR.
Yeah. That's the first compliment you've given me, I think, in...
Yeah, cough was not as good as your...
Wow.
Yeah.
I've made it, chat.
You should open one of those channels. ASMR channels. You'll make more than your book sales.
Wow. Okay.
A couple kings looking pretty good here.
The old Django's. Unfortunately for Alex, this +1 open is stone bottom of range.
Look at the flat.
Rolled the flat call, opening the door for a potential squeeze out the blinds.
That's a pretty cool move. You must... I mean, players, when they have those medium strength hands, they're not calling your 3-bet, and obviously Kings doesn't need that much protection against a small stack like that. Brings in Queen Jack. Could be nice if it comes Queen or Jack High to get chips out of Yan.
Well,
and
there's
there we
the
go.
Queen High board you were alluding to. Queen 6-3. 75k out there. Tavi with just a complete whiff. And the shallow stack. Yeah, he's not interested. Just going to wave the white flag. Especially multi-weight. Oh, Alex.
He's going to be looking to build this spot. He's expected to stab here when checked to a lot too, so keeps it small.
25%.
Keeping it small is good against the pre-flop raiser too, who will check call like some small pocket pairs, some ace highs with good back doors. And I think Alex is really happy to see David Yan come along too, which is makes it more likely he's up against a queen, which he can go for 3 streets.
Let's see if Miss Oracle can avoid disaster across turn and river. Currently in big trouble with that Queen Jack. Deuce of Diamonds does complete the 4-5. Certainly a hand that Yan could hold from the big.
The diamond's good for Alex. He can rep some backdoor flush draws. He turn like a King Jack of Diamonds, Jack 10 of Diamonds that often will double barrel this one. He can go pretty meaty. You really just get the most out of Queen X here on the turn.
90.
He goes big, just as you predicted.
90, yeah.
90 into 113. I don't see Yan getting away from this on the turn. I think the real test
comes on the river.
You've been finishing my sentences a lot today, bro. It's like you know what I'm going to say.
What about now?
What about now?
Yeah, that 5 is kind of awkward though.
Pesky. Perhaps going to save Jan from losing more chips in this one. 293 out there. Checks through it. And when it snap checks back, Jan probably expecting to perhaps win that one. But the trapped kings from Alex extracting the max from the situation as it kept David Jan's queen jack in. And Theologius bouncing back up the chip counts after losing a bit back. See in the top right hand corner of your screens that QR code. If you are watching over on YouTube, give that a scan. Download the Triton Poker Plus app. As we've mentioned on several occasions already, your favorite players that are out in the field, all of their hands are being tracked. You can get your notepad out, see what they're getting up to, sweat along on 4 different tables, and then after the stream's finished, you can enjoy some cash game content that Randy, Brian and Ali been putting out from different locations, Jeju and Montenegro so far.
Also, you can just kind of look back at all of the different players and hands they played in this tournament, you know, during your downtime. Alex VPIP is quite up there.
Wait, nobody's really played back at him that much, and perhaps that's why. Although it was Jesse's big blind, bro.
He was going after it, yeah.
It was Jesse's big blind, so, you know.
David Jan's going to be able to pick up this C bet from Alex.
No spade in sight. Oh, there's the old check raise.
That's interesting.
It's going to shut things down immediately.
Because I think that David's not perceived to check raise an ace there too often, so he was looking to get that called.
Attention players, in the mystery bounty we have just confirmed your prize pool. We had a total of 155 entries, including 60 entries, generating a prize pool of 6.2 million. Half of this prize pool, 3.1 million, will go into the payout portion of it, and we're going to pay 27 places, with the 27th place finisher receiving $31,000, and the winner will take home $686,000. The other half will go into the mystery bounty portion. The biggest envelope will be $400,000. We're obviously going to have an envelope with a 0. The minimum will be $40,000. For the smallest envelope, we're going to confirm the breakdown. It will be on the screen shortly. Best of luck, everyone.
Tournament director Luca Vivaldi just letting us know once more the prize pool in this one. 6.2 mil collected. 3.1 on the mystery bounty side. 3.1 on the payout side. Top bounty prize of 400,000. 27 places paid. And the champion will be walking away with a decent chunk of change. 686,000 plus bounties as Jesse missteps through no fault of his own. Yeah, I mean, he's going to get the spin because of how short he is. Jesse's going to be priced in. That's assuming Jan gets out of the way, which isn't clear cut.
I'd be pretty shocked if David Jan puts any more chips in, just because there's 3-bet in position, a short stack still 4-bet ripping in.
Jan's asked for a count. If he just thinks Jesse's up to no good.
To be fair, he often is. I mean, he is, right? Like, we've seen it quite a bit.
Jan getting out of the way. Jesse forced to make the call. 321,000 out there. Patavi loving this situation he finds himself in. All in brought to you by WPT Global. Cards on their backs. The Frenchman with an 83% lock on the hand. Just needs to fade some diamonds in straight situations. Which
situation arrived?
I mean, he has and he hasn't. No diamond in sight, but a gut shot for Jesse as it makes its way to the turn. And now Patavi in need of a spade or a jack to chop. Brutal.
Disgusting.
Poker really is a grim game. We saw 110 folded in Jan's hand, so Jesse spiking the 3 outer on the turn to shower the Frenchman. Queen's cracked by Queen Jack.
I mean, that's pretty rough. 15% equity. Pre.
I'll buy a ball in my stack.
It's
it's low
sad
class.
walk home.
It's low class.
No.
It's very low class.
Just want to know how much it's going to hurt me now, but I'm going to double you up.
Not that much.
Oh, Mockery's in the big. He's telling Alex to not eye up his stack. As the blinds have gone up to 6,000, 12,000. Entered level 12. Marius going to activate from UTG 6.
Hello, Jax.
Savannah sub 20. Does he 3-bet induce or just rip this one? Yeah, he's just going to go for it. Against the low jack open. A snap fold from Marius. Nice little pick up there. Santosh would have more than welcomed the action.
Yeah, if he's not playing that many 3-bet folds in these positions, then it makes sense to slide the jacks into all-in territory to balance out the rest of your range.
Well, Mockery's going to make us all tired. So for those of you just joining us, Randy and I jumped in to pick up coverage of event number 3. This is the 40K
I'm gonna be there.
7-handed mystery bounty.
Is that when they're stopping tonight at 39?
Yeah.
Top bounty prize of 400,000.
Like the
Late
confidence.
reg. It's closed.
Not confidence, it's realism.
27
like
places
it,
paid in
based
this
on my
one.
stack.
Realism. Realistic.
Champion will be going home with 686,000. Min cash of 31k. Be ending the day once we're down to 39 players. So still a ways to go.
David Yen limp in the cutoff.
Get some shade, maybe?
It's a great spot for Kaya Mockery. 2 8s, 10 bigs.
Kind of a scam spot, actually. Because Jan
It's
didn't open.
30?
Feels
to
like he
fold.
missed out on a extra big blind. I see it. That's a nice thing about limping. You can save some chips.
If I raise, will I call his shove? Depends how much I raise.
Man, David, don't fall for this voodoo stuff.
Oh, he might not have shoved if I raised. Would you have shoved if he raised?
Man, what did I just tell you?
I don't know.
I'm not answering you. You're way too smart for us.
I didn't know you said that. I didn't hear you.
You are way too smart.
I didn't hear you say that. Thank you.
We've been asking you for this type of information for like an hour, and you haven't even responded us.
I appreciate it.
You left us on red.
I'm sorry. Well, I knew the messages would get answered eventually.
Yeah, and now you're out here doing the same.
I'm
thing,
just playing poker.
expecting
I'm
an
not
answer.
fucking around. I'm not fucking around. Right?
It's joking, Goldman.
He's joking.
Kidding.
He's joking.
Oh, what a great exchange.
And to your question, and yes, I would.
You would. So good job. Limping is pimping.
You can limp.
It's like this guy's $1 million richer or something.
This is good.
Is it a king?
Call.
Oh no. Oh yes. That was the
Not
best
too
hand.
bad.
No, you don't. We've already been through this.
I think the best hand is gonna win.
Okay.
And one last time.
I mean, he just won this tournament, right?
Where's the second left?
It's a tie, I think.
I'm wow. Nice. Take that.
350,000 out there as Alex flops
The best
best.
hand is winning.
This must be a mistake.
Same man.
Okay, nice one.
Oh no! Don't cheat! Don't cheat like that.
I'm
Okay,
pushing
only
the
two
stack
cards.
forward, taking the mic off, trying to do everything he can to jinx it. Needs an ace or a four.
Every trick in the book. No. Okay.
Doesn't find it
game,
as
nice playing with
the
you, man.
30K champion loses a flip against the third place finisher, the 25K, Alex Elogis. Showering mockery. Takes the walk of shame. No shame in getting it in good. Number 2 on Norway's all-time money list with his second 7-figure score earlier on today. And I don't know if you had the chance to listen to the interview as well. Randy, I was a huge fan of the humility behind Mockery's speech, just acknowledging, you know, winning a couple of crucial flips, getting cards in key spots, and, you know, also recognizing just how tough the field he was playing against was. And yeah, I mean, I always love to kind of see those victory speeches.
Yeah, you need to be confident about your own game, but you need to understand that you're playing against the best. In order to perform the best, you need to put in the work. So it's fair.
And Mockery's had an incredible year.
Oh wow! What a penalty! What an idiot! Oh my God!
Sure, we'll be seeing more of him.
I didn't get it. They got it. They got it. Who got it? Detroit. False start.
Nacho's got the American football up. Jamil activating on the button. Does cover both the blinds. Phil Ivey and Nacho Barbero. Oh, there we go. Nachito. A little re-jamski.
Great timing. It's always nice to take it down for re-shove Jack 10 suited.
It's raining. There is so much wind. It's like horrible the conditions.
See, Barbero couldn't get a response from Ivy. Had to get the laptop out and get the live stream up in order to get some engagement.
Yeah.
Kiat Lee's joined this table, as has Punat Punsri.
We're a bit close. We're a bit closer to the objective.
Texting your mom.
Baby, you're good luck. We're gonna keep you here. You're really good luck in Triton. In Barcelona.
Number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list, Punat Punsri. Number 1 on Spain's all-time money list. I feel like that's just a given at Tritons, you know. We're saying it all the time.
Number 1 of every country.
Oh, the chip leader. Vladimir Korzinin. Big slick against the Ivy Open. Unfortunately, this hand is going to be over and done with. But he can now say that he won a hand against the great Phil Ivey, which has a lot of value.
Yes, yes, he can now say that. You're right.
Can you say that?
No, I cannot.
That's what I thought.
Can you?
I can.
Oh. Was that the last Triton? Or?
No, actually, I can't say that.
Why would you say that? Why would...
Anyway.
Okay, cool.
You're bluffing at this conversation, Randy.
That's the first time banter.
Estonian enjoying himself.
I'm gonna need some help. Regardless of how many it is, I'm gonna.
Oh wow.
Just 5 double.
I take 3.
Huh?
I take 3.
I think really busted. What do you have now?
150 after when I post it.
Putting out Punsary, trying to moan it in. Still has a stack, but says he's going to need help. He's got 15 bigs.
Just shy of starting stack. Decent hand to take a flop with.
Yeah, Lee's got the stack to do it with. Let's see 3 dealer. Lee flopping best on the 10-5 deuce with middle pair. 70k out there. Jamil with the 2 overs to his 5-3. That all-important ace of hearts.
Likely going to see a C-bet in this spot. And a check call from a hand like 5-3.
Half pot, and even though Lee has the best hand, it gets a bit ropey. I mean, check calling here and then remaining unimproved on most turns against someone as competent as Wakil, who can really put pressure on. 140 in the middle. How about that for a gin turn card for the Canadian? Second pair, nut flush draw.
Pretty good. Solid.
What do we do now? I feel like all of the options are on the table.
I kind of like check.
Yeah, me too.
You kind of protect against yourself against a 10, but also allow your opponent to kind of hit a worse 4 flush.
Yeah.
And you can make a lot of chips that way. If your opponent has outs, they can reduce, given you've got the ace of hearts.
I agree. He agrees. Right color, wrong suit. Jamil will win this one at showdown. Only way for Lee to win if he turns his hand into a bluff.
I don't think he needs to. He's still beating enough ace X's that C-bet the flop.
Yeah, this one's going to go check, check. Crucial pickup for Jamil, now playing a healthy 30 bigs. 20 minutes left on the level. Nice one going his way. Big difference between winning and losing that one.
Club, ace 9. Ace Baccarat. Baccarat 8.
Natural 8.
Oh man, these guys. Just D-gents, bro. As if high stakes poker wasn't enough for them. You ever dabbled?
I've played random casino games.
What's your favorite?
Me?
Be honest.
Oh, probably blackjack, to be honest, yeah. But I've played a little, peeled a little baccarat here and there, just for fun. When you get to touch the cards and bend them, that's when you get the most experience.
yeah.
But you got to play high enough to do so.
So what you're saying is you were playing high enough to do so. Okay, Randy. Okay.
What are you? You seem like an ultimate Texas Hold'em.
I love Ultimate. I have to self-ban myself.
I played that before, and I was like, I'm trying to create strategies, against.
No, there are. I mean, there are definitely some stuff.
24, yeah?
Yeah, I started offering my mates like 20k free rolls for 6 months because we were just, instead of playing poker, we were just in the casino grinding Ultimate. Man, it's a great social game, especially when you go to like, a big series, all of your friends are there.
Yeah, and you're kind of playing a game that resembles poker, so you kind of like, I got a flush draw, I got a straight draw.
And there's no pressure, so you get the drinks in, morale's high,
Yeah.
You're not getting put in tough spots. It's
actually a pretty fun casino game, I'm not going to lie.
It is.
Ace 4.
Jamil getting a bit...
He opened it +1, it seems, right?
Yeah, getting a bit frisky from EP.
Works.
Love to see it. He's up to 400k now. So we're down to 62 players, playing down to 39 tonight. They're dropping like flies, actually. Somewhat surprised.
Yeah, they no longer have the option to re-enter, so now the number's finally going down.
I'm not surprised to hear that Blackjack's your favorite game, because I can imagine that you just had it solved, bro. You were like, okay, F the casino. I'm not giving them anything. I'm coming,
I've had some, yeah.
I'm gonna play the game that I have the most edge in.
38-yard line? Something like that? Huh?
Jamil going 3 for 3.
Are they gonna punt? That's brutal for me. Did they get a penalty?
Ivy's very interested in sports betting.
Yeah, Barbero's got his man. Oh, hello. Oh,
Two
ace
pairs.
Jack, baby pairs. 10-4-4, 5's out in front. I wonder if Lee finds a stab if check 2.
I think so, but we'll see if that opportunity arises or not. Jamil's been c-betting quite a lot of flops. This one, however, different, given it's up against 2 opponents.
18.
Comes with B20.
It's actually interesting because if Kiat calls, maybe Mateos folds. Kiat's just laying it down. So now Mateos has a chance to win this pot. He must expect Undergun to c-bet quite often on this texture. And the price is good. I just don't see how 5s would be laying down right now. Check raise.
I like it.
So the idea here is pretty much to cut out, someone who's got 6 outs, right? And it's hard for someone to rebluff against you. He has range advantage in terms of hitting 4, having 4x. His opponent rarely has 4x from the undergun. And also prevents himself from getting double barreled a lot. But Jamil is throwing in that time bank card.
Yeah, and it's so difficult, right, for Mateos to get clarity across turn and river with these 5s, as you alluded to. Almost every turn card presents an overcard to his 5s, and he's just really looking to shed out hands like King, Queen, King, Jack, Queen, Jack, some Ace-X. Ace-Jack, though, I mean, could be the best hand. Jamil's going to stick around and see a turn. 220,000 in the middle now with the call. Is an overcard to Mateus's fives, but it's a brick, right, Randy?
It's a brick, but Mateus should be concerned though normally, right? He check raised quite large, got called still. Jamil could easily have 10x plus in this spot. Oh, he's still betting. So he's betting here because he feels that the ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks will stick around a decent frequency, and he's just trying to shut those hands out now and be done with it. And if he actually did have 5x, a 4x, he probably would bet in this manner too, given he's got 163k back. You don't want to really lose your customer. Jamil doesn't believe. This pot is getting very interesting.
This is insane. I mean, Queen of Hearts does present another overcard.
I would think the fives needs to check now. Is it going to just try and rep the 4?
We're deep in the weeds here, man. I mean, is he now looking to turn fives into a bluff?
Because it felt like he was kind of protecting himself against the 2-overs with the flop and turn action.
And does Jamil just take his showdown, expecting ace-jack to maybe be the best hand some of the time?
That's unclear, but I'm curious about that too if he gets checked over through Jamil. Maybe turn the ace-jack into a bluff if he gets the opportunity to do so. But no, Mateus says, I'm going to rep the 4 myself. Wow.
Just feels like he's never getting an overpair to fold, man.
Then he thinks a 10x would fold for him to bet there.
That's insane. We're really in the weeds in that one. El Conquistador. With the flop check raise, turn and river barrel in intricate parts of the game tree. And, well, plug that one, ladies and gentlemen, over on the #1 training app for poker players. And, of course, talking about GTO Wizard. Win more MTTs with precise ICM solutions. If you want to play like a Triton champion, GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. Now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition simply by following GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. You can also head on over to gtowizard.com. I actually spent about an hour and a half today in my hotel room just playing around. I said to you,
okay,
my plan is to head out to Macau next year, play some 4-ring no limit hold'em. They've got these fantastic drills on GTO Wizard, 200 big blinds deep, 9 max, chip EV with 10% rake. It's crazy how tight you're supposed to play, by the way. 9-handed hold'em. But yeah, really.
So it's a good resource is what you're saying.
It's so easy to use, man.
Ease is important, otherwise you get overwhelmed and don't study.
Yeah, it's really simple, and it's just so convenient. You just fire it up for an hour, run 500 spots, sharpen the tools, then jump in the booth. Jamil facing the open from the cutoff. There is, we're edging towards the end of day, soft bubble. I mean,
not quite.
66% of the field is going to make the money. So there is some ICM, especially given that the bounties are in from the start of day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, but Jamil also has like that small stack where he needs a little bit more to start covering people at the start of day 2. Kiat's got a decent stack, $500,000.
I'll tell you who's got a decent stack. Artur Martirosyan, chip leader, 1.5 million. Second in chips is Juan Pardo. And third in chips is Daniel Rezai. There we have it. Our next blue table, we got Ponakovs, Alex Foxen, Juanito, Hussein Enson. Someone's asleep there. Who's that? There was someone asleep there, Randy.
I think it was Joe Tren. If I
Someone's just snoozing in a 40k. This looks like a fun table. Look at this. Got Greenwood, Danchev, got Faradin Mustafov, Morton Klein. Is that
Watson?
Watson, Dan Smith, the young Bulgarian, just came 5th in the WSOP main. Angelov. I've played quite a bit with Boris and Faradin back in the day when we were just young pups, 18, 19 years old, just grinding out the 1-2, 2-5 live cash games. Great to see him here now, competing with some of the best in the world. What price will you lay me on what Jan's scrolling through right now?
What do you think it is? You seem confident for you to even just ask that.
I think it's probably something like really obscure, like some out-of-pocket article on like
it's not sports betting.
No,
lines.
definitely not. It's like, I don't know, hike routes in the Peruvian rainforest or something. That's my read, or like
routes in Peruvian
the best places to go whale spotting in New Zealand or something like that. I bet it's closer to those two things than sports betting. I could be wrong.
Could just be about poker. Texting a mate. It's probably what's happening, to be honest.
You think he's like updating his mum? Just like, how's the tournament going, babe?
I just think he doesn't get distracted.
He's texting, bro.
Oh, yeah, I just found the best whale watching spots in Peru.
No, New Zealand. The hiking spots are in Peru, Randy. Get your ears tested. Savannah's managed to spin back up a little bit of a stack here. I mean, still sub 30, but can certainly do some damage.
Thank you.
I need to have a word with him about this hat, by the way. We might be flipping. Button v cutoff.
Yeah, we might be. Depends on how David Yen wants to play. He could also flat in position. 3-bet is fine too. Just depends on what he makes of Santosh's cutoff open. Looks like he comes in with 3-bet. I actually think we're just going to go 3-bet call rather than 4-bet rip. Santosh likes to, take it to the flop.
Just shy of 3x from Jan.
We should be done in the next
roughly 30 big blinds to start this hand.
Whatever.
Definitely merits to 4-bet ripping, but I do feel like calls coming in the way Santosh likes to play.
And the merit would be because he's out of position.
It's better for you to 4-bet rip if you're out of position.
Yeah,
oh, he
there
does
it
jam.
is.
Nice. Snapped off.
Jan doesn't like it.
I didn't want it. I just let somebody.
He studied the charts. 3-bet calling off for 28 bigs.
I think Santosh is pretty happy to see that it's up against 8s when you get snapped off.
Huge flip here for the boys. As we work our way down to 25% of the field. Savannah needs help. And tell you what, a spadeless, clubless, Broadway cardless 6-6-3 is troublesome for Savannah. Ace or a queen needed to double up. Doesn't find it. Jan finds the hold. He's now playing very healthy 60 big blinds.
Yeah, definitely cover.
As we know just how crucial it is to build a stack deep in day one. Going into day two. And of course, covering players that you can then attack for those juicy bounties.
Yeah, I think David Yan's style fits bounties very well because he likes to play big pots and build stacks. So he'll really go after them when we get to that portion. So he's set up pretty nicely at the moment after winning that huge pot, vaulting him to about 700k, 737k to be exact.
So 60 players remain. We're playing down to 39 tonight. And tomorrow we'll be returning for the bounty portion. Top bounty of 400,000. 27 places paid. On top of the bounties, champion will be going home with 686k. It's been quiet over here since Kai and Mockery was eliminated. How about this stack?
That's a big one. 7 figures.
Currently third in chips. And he's going to get himself in trouble here. Nut middle pair against top pair and a queen high flush draw.
It's a good one.
I'm sorry.
Why are you laughing?
That exchange between Kyan and Jesse Elliott. I wish Kyan was still here. So funny. Calling Jesse the American live reg with the live voodoo. Jesse with the bet. 35k gets called. Locks it on the turn. Surely a path to the exit for Daniel.
Obviously a great card for Jesse. Plenty of hands that could check call another bet, but he actually checks back. That's very deceptive, especially with the stack they're playing and the strength of his hand.
Guess Jesse just wanted to give a free card, let his opponent draw to 2 pair or trips.
He doesn't want hero folds out of a 7x, 10x that doesn't have a club. Once he sees this jack, I guess he has to target the 10x and 7x. Sizing will be a little tricky. He's rarely up against a really big hand like 2 pair plus. But he's still going big and he's gone full pot, just trying to make it look suspicious, but no business for A7.
No nonsense from the Austrian. Just
Like
snap mucking it.
He didn't take time, so you have to play small blind. Thank you. Oh.
So this is going to be the last hand with these faces.
Could be one of those. I mean, you played a higher big blind anyways. For you, it's nothing changing, right?
It's not
They'll
smart
be
enough.
moving
I wouldn't
over
rest from this amazing position.
some fresh tables. You don't want to be going too far, ladies and gentlemen. We've got
Oh, there is. Yeah.
quite the treat around the corner.
We're not going to be here.
Some big names going to be coming up to the main stage. We're We're, of course, just 21 players away from the end of the day.
A walk would be too serious.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll run alright, but I still wouldn't be like you're the luckiest guy anyway.
Oh, Daniel.
No cheap flops incoming.
Yeah, completes, but he's going to get showered.
So Marius deems it strong enough not to outright jam.
I love this. I mean, he's going to have 2.5x folds out of the big blind, and he's obviously raised calling as well. Just maybe get Daniel to do something crazy.
Or a limp call with some dominated hand. Could see it.
Well, key pickup there for Marius as he stays above 10 bigs. The blinds going up to 10k, 15k when we return from break. Daniel Rezai out in front of this table. These guys are going to be moving down to the main floor. We've got some fresh tables coming up as teased with some huge names. Dimitar Danchev, Dan Smiths, Watts, Mustafov, Greenwood, all going to be coming up and battling as we welcome back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, late reg close. We're loving life. Top bounty of 400k. That's going to be dished out tomorrow. 27 places paid, min bounty of 40. Do you think these guys have already run calculations, or is that going to be done later on tonight?
No, there's no need to do that calculation now. They're just aware that they need to build their stack. They need to get to that little soft bubble where they can, have the opportunity to collect that portion of the prize pool and then play some good poker.
You just saw it up there. Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't already, download it, follow along. You can get all of the tables up. That's what Randy and I are always turning to when we come to these break desks. We're stepping away for 8 minutes or so. Don't go too far. Continuing coverage of the 40k mystery bounty when we return.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Attention MTT players. We're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes. Get ready to dominate with GTO Wizard AI.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
tried. Oh no, it's gonna be our mystery hand.
He lost it.
Here we go.
But it wasn't that
WPT
much.
Global Mystery Hand.
I'm gonna
it was
take
like,
the non-mystery
30,
hand here.
30K.
Ace is looking pretty good.
Not only is it looking pretty good, Randy, it's an under the
I never
gun
had more than
open
230.
from Salle, which is going to be a pretty strong range. She's opening off of just shy of 60.
Yeah, pretty deep. Roughly 3x opens. She plays fast. Snap call.
Can you cover me, right? 250,
85k out there. Jack 8-3 all clubs.
What a flop. This is amazing for Renlin.
No, I don't think I cover you anymore. I used to cover you for a long time, and I stopped.
Nut over pair with the nut flush draw.
I like coming in kind of small here. You still want to get value from hands, but you want some random club, you know, to not just hero fold if you bet big, like, you know, sevens with a club. You don't want those hands to fold because you don't mind if it goes flush over flush. So I like this small bet of 20k, roughly 25%, just under.
See what Salle comes with. Oh, she's gonna
check raise min.
She's gonna min click this. Can we remove kings and queens from her range here, Randy? Like kings and queens with a club.
A kings for sure, I would imagine, would have considered 4-betting pre. Queen, even the speed, I don't know, I would expect someone if they had queens, they would at least think about whether they need to 4-bet or just call pre. Maybe a little bit.
So maybe
but
something like king 10, queen 10, king queen of clubs.
Yeah, she can definitely have
sets,
flop flushes, flop sets. I mean, the thing is, I would expect flop sets to actually check raise a little bit bigger, just because it is vulnerable and you want to get value out of aces and kings and queens.
Where do the bluffs come from?
I don't really feel like she's got pure bluffs. If she's quote-unquote bluffing, it's more like a hand that's seen what's up. Maybe like nines, red nines or something. To bet again, it's unclear. You know, it really is.
Well, she's setting up a river jam for around 2/3 pot. There was that little conversation pre-flop where Ren asked if Salle had him covered, and she said not anymore.
When you need it. Yeah.
Oh, she's double checking.
Double check the cards. They're still the same.
Feels like a jam is incoming.
What do you read too much into this double check of the cards?
It means something to some players, others not so much. Obviously, I don't have any data points on this. I'm gonna guess that Renlin doesn't have much data points against Salle as well.
To me, it seems pretty nutted. My read is that it's a pretty nutted
King 10 club.
down.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's value, it's a flop flush. I don't necessarily expect it to be like jacks, eights, and threes. I kind of think they check raise the flop a little bit bigger than check raise min.
哇，这个牌真的是。
We did see 9-4 of clubs folded out of the big blind. So we can remove 9-10.
Yeah, king queen of clubs, queen 10 of clubs.
Makes a lot of sense, right?
King queen, yeah, king queen makes the most sense.
It's like Ren knows it as well, given the way the hand played out. Feels like having the ace of clubs is bad here, like blocking like an ace queen o, ace of clubs, ace jack o.
Pocket 8.
Pocket eights does make sense as well.
Yeah, bluffs are.
King 10 club. Oh.
I'm really struggling.
I don't think I can fold that hand. But I don't know why you bluff that hand. No way bluff that hand. 没有任何牌你能 bluff。9-10 club.
Could see that.
9-10 club, king 10 club. King Queen club.
There's a lot of flushes here.
哇，这不会吧？这个这么巧。
I can't find a bluff, man. Like King Queen O.
Flush.
Yeah. King 10 of clubs.
Called it. Renlin called it exactly. That was the first hand he said, King 10 of clubs.
只有这手了，没有牌了。
对。
Classic case. A warm welcome back to the sporting here in Monte-Carlo is, of course, continuing coverage of the 40K Mystery Bounty. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane on the break desk. And I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat these viewers have with these two new feature tables. We have Ensign, Ponokov's, Vogelsang. Let's look at the app as we get it up. Look at this blue feature table, Randy. I mean, have some of that. Pardo, Foxen. One of your favorites, Joe Tran, is in the mix?
Yeah, he's in there. This is just a...
Table of Death?
Table of Death, but a fun one, right? Because we know Foxen loves to play huge pots, and he's got across the table Ponokovs who also likes to kind of play, and they've got stacks to play with. Pardo, he's got 100 bigs. He's one of the best in there. It's a really nice mix of players here.
All of these guys are willing to play huge pots. The only thing that I can think of as to why they wouldn't perhaps is that we are working our way down to that end of day one bubble. 60 players left, 39 making it into day two, that all-important bounty stage of the tournament. There's going to be 39 bounties, min bounty of 40k, that top bounty of 400,000. And they're going to be coming into play from the start of day, so people want to make it through, even with short stacks, to have that chance to knock people out tomorrow.
Yeah, and that portion it doesn't include the regular prize pool yet, right? Because there's still some eliminations to get to there, but
That's
you're right. Before there is the bounty portion, you want to get in there. Of course, you don't want to get in there with like 5 blinds or so, otherwise you got the huge target on your back. If you can kind of build a decent stack to cover some players, that's a pretty good result.
Well, the non-bounty portion of the prize pool that you were mentioning, 27 places paid, min cash of 31,000, a top prize of 686,000, and of course the third Triton trophy of the series will be awarded tomorrow. Red feature table, just as exciting, by the way. I mean, let's take a look. We've got the Bulgarians over there. Angelov, fresh off that 5th place finish in the WSOP main event. Danchev, Mustafov with a huge stack. Got the likes of Morton Klein with a very healthy 50 bigs. So Watts with 60. Dan Smith with 65. Again, one of those tables where I'm struggling to find, you know, who's the guy I'm going to be going after.
No, this is definitely another... Like most of these tables, we pick one, they're going to be very strong, right? What's nice about this table, there's a lot of big blinds here where they can kind of just tangle.
Wicked. Let's throw it down to the main stage once more as they start level 13. 6k, 12k, 12k. 60 left. 39 will make it into day 2 when those bounties come into play. And I'll tell you what, you want to pick up a bounty or two. That top bounty prize of $400,000. Come get some. Come get some. Just want to make sure I got that right, by the way. Yeah. Coming back to 10k, 15k, level 13. So we need to lose a little bit more than a third of the field before we bag and tag. So long old ways to go. Got ourselves an action-packed feature table. I mean, arguably 3 of the most, maybe even 4 of the most aggressive players on tour over on the blue table. Pardo, Ponokovs, Foxen, and Joe. I mean, I got a feeling we're going to be seeing some big pots played over here.
Here comes Joe Trent, ace queen. Blinds are 10k, 15k.
Lord Vogel. What will you do? With the ace-10.
So we're playing six-handed.
Do love me some six max. What did you used to grind back in the day? Was it six max?
Six max.
You're
Yeah.
a sicko.
And I've played a good amount with Vogelsang, and he was very, very tough.
Tell you who else is tough? Alex Foxen. Gonna defend out the big. The 7-5 of spades. Ace in the window with an ace in the kitchen. Both Vogelsang and Joe flopping trips. And Christoph is in trouble with his kicker.
Yeah, as streamy as it gets. And he's kind of got that stack where it's going to be tough for Vogelsang not to lose a ton of chips here. As played, imagine he's going to flat keep some hands with very little equity still in there. You don't want pocket pairs with 2 outs to lay down by raising.
Yeah, there he is. Precisely with that, just flat calling in position. But as you mentioned already, the size of the pot, 210. Joe with just 320 back, and that is a terrible turn card for Christoph. You know, at least had a club rolled off. Would have potentially given him an exit. I have to ask though, Randy, it is one of those really underbluffed boards, and when Joe does double barrel, which we're assuming he will, as he fires out a bet of 75k, I do find myself asking, you know, where are the bluffs coming from? You know, is he value owning himself with a hand like 10s through kings?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There's no way he's folding the turn. I assume you mean the river if it comes out blank, like 6, and he jams. What does ace-10 beat? We'll see if we get that run out first. But, of course, the call is incoming here in position.
Oh, my word.
Saved.
Christoph finds the 9-9 run out to chop it up.
I like checking here if I'm Joe Trent because an ace is never folding anyways, but maybe my opponent has some ambitious call like 7s, 8s, they get counterfeited, clubs induced from.
Christoph just signaling to Joe. How much you playing, pal? Joe more than obliges to just show him the 250.
Whatever you want to bet.
Yeah, how much do you want, Christoph? The boys aren't going to carve it up. Clubs do brick. Hands like pocket 4s through 8s have now been counterfeited. Christoph is going to have some bluffs in his range. As Randy said, he likes the check from Joe because he just gives Christoph an opportunity to bluff, and you're already chopping against an ace. That's never folding. Non all in from Vogelsang.
I mean, the hand's just all in call. There you go. Everyone knows.
Chop it up, boys.
That's a little tilting. Good Joe Trent.
Am I right in saying Joe plays quite a lot of PLO?
Yeah, he loves PLO. He has 6 scores in it.
Yeah, so he's used to a lot of chops, but still.
Yeah, he's still allowed to be not very pleased about it.
Nice to see Hussein Ensen with a bit of a stack. 350k, that's his work cut out. Seems to just be so consistent in these Triton events. Artur Martirosyan, still the chip leader. 1.2 million.
I believe his high watermark was around 1.5 million, if not mistaken.
Well, you know, the great thing about the Triton Poker Plus app, Randy, is that you can click into the name and you are spot on, my man. He had 1.5 million and he lost a 600k pot against the Finnish streamer and crypto millionaire LC Katola. As Pardo looks down at a dominating ace-queen, just gonna flat.
Yeah, I think it's important to note him flatting here in position against Monte-Carlo off of, what, 34, 35 big blinds or so. Doesn't feel comfortable getting to 4 or 5 bet pots off of these stacks.
Fortunately for AP, it hasn't come ace high. 7-6-3. See how he proceeds against Pardo. These two have battled a lot, by the way, online. Ton of history. Does check through. Insignificant king of spades on the turn. Feel like that's a turn card that hits both players equally.
Yeah, the thing is, you often would try and bluff this king, but the ace-10's got like enough showdown value where you don't really need to bet it. If he was holding maybe a weaker ace or like just some other high card hands, he most likely would stab the king. Mon should be pretty happy to check down ace-queen as played. No pair.
Well, check he does. 100k out there. And now I'm curious, you know, if you're in Polikov's shoes and you've seen Pardo check back twice, Pardo kind of signaling that he also has a hand that he's happy to try and get to showdown with, as one would have assumed that those Broadway cards you were talking about, Queen 10, Jack 10, maybe 10-9 would have found a stab.
I would think that ace-10 has still enough
35
to check it down, but he's actually going to, yeah, attack. So, trying to kick out ace-jack, I suppose.
Ace-10
was snapped off. It didn't really accomplish what it was supposed to do. Well played from Juan.
Honestly think Ponikos was trying to get value.
You think he was trying to get called by worse ace?
Yeah. Like the way that like he announced it, I think once he gets snapped, it's, you know, he's not as confident, but I don't know. I can ask him. I'm curious.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't see it, but you might be right.
You think he's just specifically trying to get ace-jack to fold, which never folds, by the way. Ace-jack's never folding to...
Well, I mean, clearly it's never folding if ace-queen, like, called him in 0.1 second. Yeah, it was interesting.
.57 players remain. Juan Pardo has taken the chip lead. You see Ponikov's always calculating after the hands, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he is pondering if he likes his play last hand. I think he didn't expect to get snapped so fast. as well. Therefore, like his assumptions maybe need to be adjusted accordingly. 7s and 3s.
And Queen 3 of diamonds for Anson. He's going to defend. 120k out there.
Thank you.
Both Joe and Hussein on shorter stack duties. And Vogelsang is still in the lead on the Ace-Jack 10. He's going to be thrilled about the proposition of betting into 2 opponents on this board.
Yeah, pretty rough board against a small blind flat, big blind defend. Small blind flat, if it doesn't hit this board, contains pocket pairs that would fold to a c-bet, but otherwise it's got a lot of like king jack, queen jack, jack 10, these type of holdings.
Knuckles back. Board pairing, rainbow completing turn.
Is Joe trying to wake? It looked like he fell asleep. Doesn't you see it? I know you missed the flop and turn,
This
but
guy
like,
is a legend. He's got one eye open, bro. He's got the right eye open and just keeping an eye on it.
He's done.
He's like resting one half of his face. Taking a power nap with one half of his face. I respect it. Now once more facing 2 checks in front of him. Christoph with the check mark. Does Joe want to try and... Oh. Was reaching for a second. Turn these into a bluff. Try and fold out 5s through 9s.
there's a lot of bigger pairs. If you are going to stab here with a pocket pair, you do want to do it with the smaller ones because you can get better hands to fold. Say he had like 8s or 9s, he's more willing to want to check it down.
Oh,
look at this play.
So gangster. Joe just seems to be very aware of what his range looks like from the small blind.
He also knows how weak the other two will look to check through flop and turn. Like, there's no way Vogelsang's got a strong hand in this spot.
Wow, that's a reluctant pitch there from Vogelsang. Perhaps the spidey sense is tingling, but unable to put on the cape. Well executed, by the way, from Joe.
Yeah, that's a cool move.
For someone that was half asleep on the turn.
He looked disinterested, and all of a sudden he just woke up.
Still be able to find the overbet on the river.
What if he just had like a really quick dream that said overbet this spot? He woke up like, yeah, that's the play.
It's a different kind of RTA, that is.
Yeah.
DTA. Dreamtime assistance. Foxen could get in trouble here.
Decent hand. It's got position.
Especially against Pardo, who I think is going to slowly but surely start loosening up as we head towards that end of day 2 bubble.
Yeah, you can see Foxen flatting in position. He has that awkward stack where he doesn't want to 3-bet fold a hand that good. So really kind of more throws it into the calling range. And San's in there, King 7 suited in the small.
Well, he's going to flop best on the King 9-4. Top pair, Pardo completely whiffing. Foxer with that inside straight draw.
Yeah, the inside straight draw definitely has some interest with backdoor hearts.
$135 out there, and Juanito is going to continue telling the story. I think he's going to get 2 customers, you know.
Yes. That would make sense.
Yeah, Foxen not going to fold this. 60% of a royal flush. Way too much of a hand.
But once Insan comes along, Foxen is going to have trouble kind of bluffing if he doesn't make his hand, just knowing that Insan almost always has the king as played.
It's been a day of rainbow completing turn cards, by the way. So those backdoor hearts not materializing for Foxen. Joe is asleep while shuffling the chips. What a legend, bro. Please, someone clip that for me and send it to my Instagram.
I saw that too.
Please take a video of that and send it to me. Henry Kilbane on IG. Fire it on over. I just need to get that framed, man. The guy is literally asleep while shuffling chips. I got a funny feeling, Randy, that guy's played several 72-hour plus sessions, by the way, as Pardo fires again into 2 players after getting called in 2 spots on the flop. That's going to shed Foxen.
So for Juan to bet this turn, I actually think he's going to jam the river at a very high frequency if it blanks out. His range looks insanely strong, and he's blocking the best kicker his opponents can have, which is King-Queen. We'll see if that's true as Insan makes another call, and that's a blank.
I wonder if this bet was purely designed to just fold out hands like, you know, Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack, maybe some 10-9s. Now that he's been called twice, is he really going to follow through here?
I think he wishes Insan had a little bit more, in case there's just some crying call like, oh, there's too much in there, I call. Because he's got 155k back. He gives up.
And Son up to 545k. Closing in on 40 bigs. Shades off. Big old sigh let out. I don't think he was looking forward to that river jam.
Yeah, if a river jam came in, I'm not too sure what Insan does, but I just think that Juan felt just not enough chips back. Maybe if Foxen called and Insan was out, he considers jamming because Foxen was playing like a deeper stack. Hard to say.
Let's see some of the eliminations from the outer tables. Boris Angelov, young Bulgarian, out. Nicky P, Nacho Barbero. Brian Kim will not be winning his second title of the series. Mario Mosbach, Bossman, Paul Poor, all on the outside looking in. This feels a bit cuspy for me.
7-4 off?
Yeah.
I think it seems alright. I mean, they've got decent stack. If your opponent has a tendency to multi-barrel less, it becomes more of a call.
Nice.
Because you get to realize your equity.
I like that.
If you're playing against someone like who's relentless on turns, then
like me.
Yeah, then you know, you flop a pair and you check full turn a lot. But I think maybe a slight adjustment.
They call me 2-barrel Kilbane.
Yeah, but not 3.
Oh man.
They're easy to play against. You just keep going 2 barrels against and you just give up every river. Like, that's...
Sick exploit, Randy. They just keep floating me, man, and then, bluffing me on the river.
You can just call any pair against you. You just never fire a 3rd.
Oh, it's all great banter, man. I love it.
So when check on the flop, right?
Yeah, check, flop, and turn. You know exactly what Vogelsang had. He was like, wait till he rivers a pair, and then try and get some value.
Given how strong Inson's kicker is with the queen, I would expect him to want to go for a little bit of value against the worst queen in Jack X.
Such a peculiar hand.
It's also interesting that he didn't opt to c-bet king queen on ace jack 8, which is a board you expected a lot. He's gone quite meaty as played. 65.
Yeah, more than 75% pot. Vogelsang, again, not interested in putting on the cape. He knows he's going to show up to the river with better hands to call with than the 4 as we go over to the Bulgarian table. Mustafov with 6-4 from under the gun. Wow, Dan Smith just karate chopped a mosquito off of the felt. I just saw it go flying, bro. Fair play, mate.
I believe in you. You can do it. That wasn't a good attempt.
No.
So what's flopping best?
My hand was like here.
It's similar to what you were just saying about these types of holdings where he has flopped a small piece. But when you're up against someone like Mustafov, who is certainly capable of running big multi-barrel bluffs.
I think it's less attractive against Mustafov because, yeah, he does. I mean, I always think of him when the hand I think about is when he triple barreled against Antonius. You know the hand, right?
I know exactly the hand, bro.
So we know he's capable of obviously barreling off.
Oh, dude, that was so early into my Triton career as well. We were just mouth-watering over that one in the booth. It was wicked.
I think so too. I think people are...
It had everything. It had like the stare down from Mustafov. It had the speech, the tank from Patrick, the cycle.
Sorry?
As Mustafov continues to showcase
it's not... Yeah,
why
I was
he's
feeling the
such a
same.
tough player to play against.
This is what you're talking about. Is someone bluffing with no equity.
Precisely that, Randy, is the Queen 3 hits the mark, and Bulgarian up to 1.1 million.
I'm curious to see how annoying the noise will be tomorrow, because they start maintenance now on Monday.
Oh yeah.
10:30
tomorrow?
Yeah. After, yeah.
I can't sleep then anyway. I just can't.
I have woken up before 10:30, like every day so far. But I'm sure now I'm really gonna need sleep, and it's gonna be impossible.
It's gonna be funny if they start at 9. Like.
You know what time is it, Henry?
It's time for a mystery hand, a WPT global mystery hand. And you know what? Good luck figuring out this one, mate. I'm sorry, but they couldn't have picked a worse player. That's 100% range under there. That could be 7 deuce or aces.
And we literally just saw him raise 6-4 suited double barrel
the
last hand
before.
From +1.
They did this deliberately. They're like, okay, let's just put Henry and Randy in the absolute blender. Good luck trying to figure this one out. Looks like we might be having a little multi-way affair here as Yellow just has flat from the hijack. Oh, Morton, I'm so sorry, bro. How disappointing is it to see an open and 2 flats in front of you, and then you look down at Jack Deuce and you can't even defend. Here we go. Queen 6-4. 2 spades, top pair for Sir Watts, backdoor diamonds. Mustafov checking on over to Alex. Doesn't have much going for him with this ace-7.
Looks like he's still gonna bet, despite no club on the board.
I feel like having clubs in this spot is bad.
Yeah.
Like you want, sorry to cut you off here, you want Sir Watts to have like ace-X of clubs, right? It's just gonna fold.
Also, by not holding like diamond or spades, you don't block continues, right?
Exactly. He's picked up 2 customers, including the mystery hand man. And he's turned top pair on a spade completing turn card. That's a real spicy one.
A tricky one. It's like, do I bet for protection against spade or... Huh.
Yeah, a hand like 9s with a spade. Does check through. 3 ways to a river. It's the Queen of Hearts. So what's rivering trips? Beating Alex. But we're still unsure about the Bulgarians holding. Don't forget, he was the one up front that opened to 30k. Checked. When checked to Alex on the Queen 6-4, but then check called. I mean, I'm personally not picking up a strong hand kind of vibe based on the way it's played. Unless he just has some like Jack 10, King Jack of spades that check flop for pot control. Those are the only flushes I can really think of.
Yeah, you can see Watson going for a very small bet because it's hard to get called by worse, so he wants to lay a good price against an ace. He's called, he said raise.
Yeah, 210,000, 3.5x.
Here's the thing. Watson, when he bets in this manner, it looks like he's got a queen. You know, he's not betting an ace this way. He's check called the flop, top pair, which turn into trips, makes sense.
Alex is still in the tank, by the way.
I don't think A7's ever got any business.
Yeah, overcalling seems absurd. He does get out of the way, so action back on Sir Watts with trips.
I would say that if Faradine has value, it's flushes. I don't think he ever has boats because he likely check raises the flop with 4s and 6s.
Agreed.
Unless he has quads. But obviously that's not possible given Watson's got Queen Jack. Flushes, reasonable bluffs? Huh. It's hard to think, isn't it? Because...
Kings with the king of spades? No, doesn't feel likely.
I mean, I suppose that's possible, but like hands that like check call when there's a bet and call in front, they're like ace. Like if they're Broadway's like ace king off with ace of spades, I think that's not possible because ace of spades is on the board.
So what's in a world of pain here? The absolute blender. But once again, Mustafov opened, picked up 2 customers. Queen 6-4, so Watts checked, Mustafov checked, Alex stabbed in the dark, 30 into 120, picked up 2 callers. Turn, spade completing, flush card, ace on the turn, check through, Queen of Hearts on the river, so Watts 60 into 210. He's going to let it go. The Bulgarian picks up another one, just bulldozing his way through.
Show a 6.
That's sick.
Wow. Alex even saying show a 6. Mustafa with the king 6 of hearts, bro.
That was strong.
Thank you.
I don't blame Watson though, because under normal circumstances, it's hard to find a bluff from your opponent there.
I'll tell you what, after what we've seen, if I was a betting man, my money would be on Faradin Mustafov to get it done. As you can do over on Bet ACR, where you can bet on the Triton Poker Series. You can check out the all-new Bet ACR Sportsbook, your exclusive live betting destination to wager on players in Triton events. Receive a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. Now finally I have a place, Randy, to bet on. I'm always asking the YouTube chat to lay me a price. They never do.
You can just go there.
I've asked you to lay me a price. To be fair, you laid me $1 million to 1 today, which was very, very generous of you. I'll gladly accept odds like that.
I'm still thinking about that hand.
That's gangster, bro.
That was gangster.
That really was.
Remember what you said? You said give him the mystery hand. Yeah, good luck for us guessing his hand.
Just putting him in the absolute bin against 2 opponents as well, by the way.
That was a cool hand.
That really was. We've had our fair share of cool hands so far this trip. I know, we're 3 days in and we're watching the best in the world, but it's been an incredible series so far, and I feel like it's slowly teasing us and building up to some epicness ahead. As Morton comes with a 3-bet out the small, slapping the wrist. Officer Watts on the button.
I mean, we got bigger buy-ins incoming each and every day. Eventually, we got the 125K main and the 200,000 invitational. And of course, your favorite 4-card PLO.
Oh yeah.
100K main. So you think he just bluffed his way to 1.2 million in chips, Faradin Mustafov?
I think so, mate. He's that kind of guy. Loves being the table captain, especially once he's got chips. Knows exactly how to utilize the chip lead, and we've seen on 2 occasions getting Sir Watts to fold the best hand. Morton Klein second in chips, tied with Dan Smith and Alex Theologis. Bit of a drop off to Danchev, but still very comfortable with those 40 bigs. So Watts down to 27, and the short stack belonging to Greenwood, who's been very quiet at this table.
Thank you.
Dan Smith, of course, tasted his first bit of Triton glory here in Monaco last year, where he took down the 200K Invitational for 3.87 million. Since then, he's picked up title number 2 in Jeju, the 50K Turbo Bounty. I'll tell you what, he almost picked up title number 3 in Montenegro, 8th in the 50K. He was getting after it in the gym today, bro.
Smith?
Yeah. Bagging out some pull-ups, some chin-ups, some push-ups. You know, these guys, we talk time and time again about what is needed to be done outside of the table, and a lot of these guys, like Smith, just really prioritizing their health, their physical well-being, getting workouts in before the tournament starts, eating clean. $20 million in Triton earnings, this man. 2 titles, 24 cashes. That's a cash record of almost $1 million per cash. 24 cashes, 20 million in earnings.
I believe he cashed the Triton million. Does that sound about right?
Does indeed, my man. It does indeed.
Could be one of the earlier scores.
Third place for £7,200,000. Note the fold from Danchev, by the way, with the trays.
Oh, well, these trays, same thing?
Yes, sir. Which is good because they wouldn't have been flopping a set, and I would have been asking for 1,000,000 to 1 on us seeing a 3.
I would have gave it to you again.
Just grind away a dollar at a time. As if Mustafov needs a second invitation to open a suited queen on the button. More than enough. And he's going to get a customer, BT Dubs. Could see these two playing a big part at some point as well, as we do get a spicy 8-7-6 rainbow. Both players with an open-ender and both players with a backdoor flush draw. 110 out there. Mustafov knuckles back and turns top pair. What does Alex come with here? I mean, Jack high has equity. Wants to try and fold out some ace high, king high type holdings.
He's definitely betting here. He's got a big range advantage, especially after check back on the flop from Mustafa. He's probably going to go pretty meaty, to be honest. Well, actually, he's coming in small. 30K into 110. Snap call from the queen.
Please stay behind, thank you.
Uh-oh. Runner, 2 pair for Mustafov. 9 high straight for Alex. And I think he's going to be able to extract some value here, you know.
Yeah, of course, it depends on what size he goes for, but it's bad for Faraday, and also because Queen 5 is ahead of some of the thinner value bets from like weaker 2 pairs.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
15.
And that size is gonna get called.
Yeah, he tried betting 15K. Not allowed at big blind 20K. So he squeezes out an extra big.
I don't like money, I just want to bet as little as.
You know, the funny thing about Mustafov is he's the most animated and funny guy to hang around in person.
Oh,
but
is he?
at the table, he's so intimidating, bro. Just doesn't say anything. Like, even when people are just having a bit of banter, just nothing. Even there, just like staring Alex down. No comment on the fact that, you know, he bet less than you're allowed to, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed it. You're right. He kind of gives that kind of intimidating factor. And the way he plays, too, is obviously very fierce.
I respect it, by the way. I mean, it's a great strategy. No friends at the poker table. So what's activating? +1. Mustafov just immediately slapping the wrist once more. Couple of eliminations from the outer tables, by the way. Ben Tollerine, Phil Ivey, Tan Xuan, all out. 48 left, 39 are going to make it into day 2. Average stack is currently 32 big blinds as Mustafov gets it through with a 3-bet.
things haven't been going Watson's way at this table. Feels like he's getting picked on.
We've all been there, right? I mean, there have been times where I'm just like, you know, can this guy like see my cards or something? Like, just keeps 3-betting me, keeps attacking me. Has he got like some live read?
Sometimes it's card distribution, but sometimes they really are going after you. Or sometimes they're just a maniac, right?
Sometimes it's just Mustafov. The Bulgarian opens the ace from the hijack.
140.
And his fellow countryman has the goods. No nonsense. Snap folding to the 3-bet. Seemed like a bit of a small 3-bet actually, all things considered.
140?
Yeah, like 3x from the small.
I mean, off of his stack, it seems...
Yeah, that's a good point,
all right.
actually. Yeah.
I think if he was 40 big blinds plus, then sure.
We're working our way towards the end of day 2, where those all-important bounties will come in play. It's sick because normally we have like a end of day 1 hand draw where Luca draws a card that decides how many hands are left once we get down to a certain stage of the tournament in terms of levels passed. In this case, there's an actual bubble. Like, we're going through with 39, that's it. So someone's going to be the bubble boy on day 1, which is pretty grim. I'll tell you what else is grim. The 7-5 tray, Christoph has flopped a set, out-flopping Foxen, but Alex with enough of a piece to maybe get curious here. Is a small blind flat. So Volksang is going to have, you know, pairs, 3s through 9s, plus those Broadway and ace-high type of combos.
You need to define the small blind flatting range to see how to maneuver. He must feel that Vogelsang has a decent amount of these Broadways are just going to check fold. Once he gets resistance, though, now it becomes more of this middling stuff. Flop sets definitely come to mind.
Yeah, I feel like having the 4 of diamonds is somewhat bad as well. Blocking a hand like ace-4 of diamonds. I mean, I'm stretching a little bit here, but don't know if many of those flat. Faces the check raise. He's got clean outs to a straight. And his hand could be best.
Because of the clean outs, he's most likely going to take one in position. And position is important. You can react accordingly. Great spot for Vogelsang.
Somehow the king of clubs is a brick, Randy. Not often the case, but against these 2 cards, it is a brick. 350 in the middle. Vogelsang is going to look to try and get all of Foxen's chips in the middle by the river.
I wouldn't think that Vogelsang would slow down to try to induce, just because the king doesn't rate to favor a bet calling range. It's a little bit of a scary card, so it often just goes check through, and you really don't want that with a flush draw out there and little straight draws that can even just kill your action or let your opponent get there. He'll likely come in smallish towards 1/3, I'd imagine, given what stack is remaining, and he doesn't want to lose his customer. Oh, did he just rip it instead? So he's basically just trying to say, I've got a big combo draw.
This is sick.
Like 8-9 of hearts.
Normally the type of spot, like you alluded to, Randy, you'd expect to see him go small. Instead, just trying to get all of Foxen's money. Pitches the fours. Is he asleep under there?
Call.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
he's about to show his hand.
Great banter. That's great banter. Do you think Foxen could bench both of us at the same time?
One.
Definitely two of me.
That's what you expose yourself to when you go full cover up.
Bro, his biceps are the size of my head.
He's hit the gym.
I reckon I can bench more than him.
That's happened before where I did that to someone.
Where
They were like,
In my dreams, of course, when I'm asleep.
Like,
Not actually in real life.
the guy folded and like the dealer pulled. It was like 15 seconds after the guy had folded, so I was just like, he called, and then he just like quickly tabled it.
Joe's still sleeping. Look at this
He
guy.
was bluffing, so it was kind of like I didn't feel as bad because he thought he got called, and then he got good news that the guy folded.
He is literally dozing off. The head nod slowly descending.
I think he was just so relieved that he didn't get called that he didn't care. And it was in Poker Go or something like that, where it was a pretty friendly environment. It wasn't like the.
We're gonna see three with three holdings here. Foxen with clubs, Ensign with spades, Jan with the best of it,
Not like
with
you.
ace high and hearts.
Everyone's angry.
And a little something for everyone. Royal flush draw for Ensign, top pair for Jan, middle pair for Foxen. And I just...
You're rooting for that jack of spades, aren't you, Henry?
From an entertainment point of view, would love to see a royal roll off. I do think there are perhaps other ways in which Ensign just wins the hand, as Jan has kicker problems, and Hussein can certainly have stronger ace-x. That flat from the hijack.
Makes sense that he's calling in position. Rarely does he have a hand worthy of raising on this flop. Plus, maybe let Foxen come in like a weaker flush draw. That would be nice.
Jack of spades. Oh. Well, we were just talking about the kicker issues and that Jan might get blown off. No longer a problem as he's turned two pair.
He's practically got the nuts here. He wants to value against ace queen, ace jack. Just try to get it all.
180?
Yeah, he goes Geo. 180. 410 out there. We know Hanson's not going anywhere. Setting up a very comfortable river jam. 45 left, by the way. So we've lost a couple more players. It is important to note, because we are 6 off, making it into day 2. There it is. Nuts on the river for the WSOP main event champion, Hussein Ensign. Guaranteed to be up to at least 945k. Is he going to get more money from David Jan, who has a very difficult spot?
It just feels like David Jan can still value bet this hand. He still is up against ace queen, ace jack. His bluffs could be like queen jack off. I can see. if he's opening that undergun, which is possible. Queen jack off, one spade.
Whose phone was that?
Oh, he's stacking.
Oh my.
He left
All
one
but
chip
one
behind.
chip. Even though Anson's got him covered by just 10k as he jams, Jan's gonna make the call and get shown the bad news, and with that, Anson scoops a 1.28 million chip pot, eliminates David Jan in the process, and just vaults up the leaderboard at the right moment as we are 5 away from making it to day 2 where those bounties come into play. Yeah, Ensign just up to 5th, bro. He's going to be coming back tomorrow looking to capture some bounty EV.
Joe Trent doesn't even know that someone's been eliminated. He's just nodding off.
Legend. So some big eliminations, by the way. Ibenga out, Fedor Holtz out, Thomas Mulocker out, Saya Ono, who was up to 800k just 5 hands ago. She's just gone back-to-back big hands. Ace-Queen against aces of Curtis Knight, losing 400k, and then her final 300k, 6-5 of spades against Curtis Knight's rivered 2-pair. She had a better 2-pair on the turn. Curtis got lucky, spiked a 3-outer to shower her. David Yan out, Jamil Wakil out, so we're 3 off the day 2 bubble. Catley with 5 bigs, Greenwood with 5 bigs, Patrick Antonius with 9 bigs, and Joe Tran with a dream.
It's done. Son helped him put in the big blind.
He did. So oh, you can hear him snoring. Did you hear him snoring just then?
I did.
I aspire to be that rich, Randy.
You know what I would do, right? I'd raise his blind and don't wake him up to burn all his time banks.
We're slowly learning a thing or two about you, aren't we, Randy? You're slowly revealing yourself, pal. Oh, you found the fly that they couldn't catch.
Oh, you're a nice guy. No one else wanted to wake him up, but Insan.
Oh man, this is quality.
It sounds all class. We know
Oh
that.
mate, we already knew that. Yeah, that's for sure. One of the classiest guys in the business. Vogelsang with that. Oh, there we go. Now we take a sip of the coffee. Get the blood pumping a little bit. Yeah, Vogelsang with a bit of a loose open.
Because his opponent was asleep in the big blind. It's like Queen 9 off, let's go.
So we have a player joining us. Down to the final 6 tables of 7. 3 away from the end of the day. Coming up, it's just gone 1 o'clock local time. This is event number 3. The Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monaco. Some big names with stacks in this one. Artur Martirosyan in 2nd, Adrian Mateos in 4th, St. Ensign in 5th, Roman Hrabets in 6th. Who else have we got? Morton Klein, Dan Smith, Juan Pardo, Makita Banziakowski, 36 bigs. Aspen Jorstad with 27. Samuel Muller, 29 bigs. We're going to have a fun day tomorrow. Shark Davies, 23. Philip Punsry also in the mix. Surprise, surprise. Danny Tang, still in. 16 bigs though. Needs a spin.
Okay. Good time to be awake.
Yeah, how do you adjust your calling range against a guy that's been asleep for the last hour that now jams into you? I feel like I'm folding a few pips tighter than I normally would.
I see what you're saying, but
oh, this is never folding, bro.
Yeah, I just don't see.
I know this is
Trent,
never
like,
folding.
changing his ranges either. Small blind versus cutoff. What, 20 big blinds? Suited king queen.
There is also the EV of having a 750k stack tomorrow, which for Juan Pardo currently means he's got more than average and is comfortably sat in the middle of the field. If he was to call and lose, he would then have a target on his back tomorrow.
That's a really good point, actually, because 755k in chips actually covers a decent amount of people at the table.
He's currently 19 of 42, meaning that tomorrow he would be covering 20 players.
But if he calls and wins, how many does he cover?
That's true. If he calls and wins, he's going to be top 5 stack. I'm surprised Joe isn't asleep whilst this tank is going on.
He's trying to stay awake, just to keep it credible.
Listen, that flight from mainland China, it's not a short one. I don't think I've ever seen Pardo tank this long with a pre-flop decision. He does make the call. Chop it up, boys. Chop it up. Be a dirty way to lose this deep in the day.
Diamonds versus clubs.
Red or black?
See if anyone's got a free roll. Nope. Wow. What are the chances of that? Carve it up.
Run it out on
There is such game. There is.
Yeah.
These private cash games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Coffee good, no?
Just no chops allowed. Just run it until someone.
Who said that? Foxen, coffee good.
Do you get a rebuttal card? It's just as soon as they win, it's over. You get one more card to catch up. That'd be kind of cool. Like once it goes past the river.
That's how things stand. The chip leader, Konstantin Maslak, has been brought to this table right at the end of the day. He's bossing it with 81 bigs, and he is buzzing for tomorrow, Randy, where he's going to get the opportunity to go bounty hunting. Min bounty of 40,000, top bounty of 400,000. Let's have a look down the other end of the leaderboard, over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Shortest stack belongs to Lucas Greenwood with 5 bigs. You know, there's not that many short stacks out there. I mean, Patrick is sat in 40th with 15 bigs.
Right, so there's no like, there's only 2 guys that were short stacks, the 5 and 11. Everyone else is still playable for like 20 or so.
Which is really going to make it interesting tomorrow, you know.
Yes, me? Queen Jack C this time. Feels bad.
So Hossein Insan, ace-10 offsuit, rips into the big blind, wins it. We're gonna see a lot of jamming tomorrow too into like these 15 big blinds or whatever, just trying to take their bounty or their blinds.
Oh, for sure, man. I mean,
Have you
once
pulled bounty before?
everyone's
Have you
calculated
pulled any
tonight how
bounty
much those
before?
bounties are worth, the EV we're talking about here, they'll then calculate how many chips that bounty's
I
worth,
remember.
and then from there,
And you?
they'll have to
No,
make some
never
massive
actually.
adjustments.
Recently was first time in Cyprus.
And like you said, you know, even someone
this
that's
isn't yours, right?
bottom end of the leaderboard
I
with,
don't
say,
know.
20 bigs and 400k, if a bounty's worth a million chips,
Or David.
you're just getting in with almost any two against these guys. It's insane.
Yeah, and also there will be adjustments from those guys who aren't covered because they know they can widen their value range knowing how loose everyone else is getting it in with them.
Danny Tang has been eliminated. Was a sizable pot. An 860k pot. Losing with ace queen against Roman Chavetz's pocket tens. So 2 away now.
We don't want that up front.
Same table tomorrow because like the dynamics would be really interesting at the end of the night.
Like that changes like
Yeah.
table tomorrow?
He gets the shove through then.
I want new table.
Holocaust.
It
Wants
must
a
be
new table
redrawn.
because
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
covered by everyone at this
Redrawn,
table.
right? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be crazy if we did.
I'll take 99 point something, but yeah.
Not crazy. We'll just have a little bit different
Have a look at that bad
Yeah,
boy.
yeah. I'm just saying it.
The
It would be
golden
very out of the ordinary, not
Triton
that there's
Trident.
nothing wrong with it.
Every try.
Yeah.
Put one of those on the mantelpiece. Impress near about anyone. By the way, there's 3 200k bounties in this one and 5 100k bounties. That's a lot of juice, mate.
It's a lot of juice.
1 in 40 chance. I like those odds. We've lost someone else. We're on the stone bubble. We've lost Daniel Rizaya, which is shocking to me because he had a million chips just 10 hands ago. He lost a 1.2 million chip pot against Ossi Katola. Wow. Ossi rivered the nut straight. And then the rest of his chips were showered when he defended the big blind with King 8. Ossi opened King 7 of clubs from under the gun. Came King 10 deuce. Check bet call. Turn a 7. Check bet call. River the 8 of clubs, giving Daniel 2 pair, but giving Ossi the King high clubs and showering him.
Speaking of 2 pair for Ponakov's opening Queen 9 on the button. Going to see resistance from the open and the straight draw of Juan Pardo. See, if we were in the bounty portion format of the program, he might even check raise a hand like 8-7, having the covering stack with fold equity, but here default would be to just check call.
Yeah, there it is, Randy. Spot on. $180k out there. Ponakov's the effective stack with 240 back as Pardo turns the 10 high straight.
It doesn't seem like Ponakov's is going to get to that program unless he finds a queen or a 9, because he's going to want to bet this turn, and it's going to be practically committed where Pardo likely just shovels it in.
I've got a funny feeling Ponakov's is going to be the first person to register 50k tomorrow, unless he can spike a queen or a 9.
60.
Feels like check jam looks alright. Your opponent's betting off a stack that's rather committing. There are very dangerous river cards that can kill your action.
Yeah, 60 into 180. I couldn't agree more. Any 7, 8, Jack, King, Diamond. There it is. All you can eat. Day one bubble.
Faith is good. Of course.
Looming. If Pardo can just hold here with the turn straight. Yeah, I'm just waiting for all of the other hands to finish on the outer tables before we run this river. Ponakov's with just 9%. All in brought to you by BetACR. Can he find the 4 outer?
Hopefully 10-6.
No. No, he can't. As you heard him say, it was hopefully up against 10-6. Unfortunately, he was up against the turn straight.
But direct to sleep, no cash game.
Edson telling Joe he can finally go to sleep, and to go straight to sleep, by the way, Randy, not go to the cash game.
He's going to the cash game.
He's going, right, okay, that's what I thought. We're all in agreement. We all know where he's going. But we'll see him tomorrow for day 2. Day 2 of the Mystery Bounty, where the fun really begins as those bounties come into play. Min bounty of 40k, top bounty of 400,000, 39 different bounties, or sorry, 40 when you include that $0 draw again. Konstantin Maslak bagging the chip lead at this table, but overall chip leader is the Finnish crypto superstar Ossi Katola, bagging 2.1 million as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy, some late night shenanigans there. I mean, Joe falling asleep at the table is just fantastic, so comedic, and yeah, some big collisions as we kind of anticipated with these guys.
Yes, of course. You know, there were 2 bubbles in this tournament. The first one getting to the bounty portion, which just burst. Start of day 2 tomorrow for that, and then we're going to have the prize pool portion that comes in later. So it's important they got through the first hurdle. Now it's important to, if you're a big stack, to start collecting especially all of the small bounties. Those are worth so much value because they're easy to get. They're not detrimental to your stack. And those shorter stacks, they're going to try to adjust their ranges, expecting them to get more action, and then if they get a bigger stack, then start to attack.
Yeah, the likes of Lucas Greenwood on 5 bigs, he's going to have a massive target at the start of day 2. Back tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time, as Randy said, 39 bounties up for grabs, then working our way down into the money where 27 places will be paid, min cash of 31,000, but a top bounty prize of 400k, and of course the champion going to be going home with 686,000 and the coveted Triton trophy. We'll see you tomorrow for day 4 of the Triton Super High Roller Series in Monaco. From us here in the booth and Arlie and Brian earlier on today, good night.